Today we have Rupert Spira. Today we're learning about duality. Non-duality? I don't know. Is there a difference? Well, today we're going to find out. Wow. That should be fun. Wow. What a time. What a day. Oh no. Do you ever think about things? What the heck is a distinction? I always wonder, what is a distinction? Anybody ever thought about this? We've got ways of divvying up the world and cutting up stuff. What does it mean? Just reading the Zhuangzi yesterday, yeah. By means of a finger of my own to illustrate that the finger of another is not a finger is not so good a plan as to illustrate that it is not so by means of what is acknowledged to be not a finger. That make any sense? I can't use my own finger to tell you what your finger isn't. Or that your finger isn't a finger. Or that fingers aren't fingers. I need to use fingers that aren't fingers. How do we get beyond distinctions? I don't know. Oh, wow, bum, bum, do. Bum, 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 do. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. By means of what I call a horse to illustrate that what another calls a horse is not so good a plan as to illustrate that it is not a horse by means of what is acknowledged to not be a horse. All things in heaven and earth may be dealt with as a finger, and all the myriad things be dealt with as a horse. This and that, fingers, and all that comes from it, horses. What does it even mean? Wow. There is no thing that is not that. There is no thing that is not this. If I look at something from that, I do not see it. Only if I look at it from knowing do I know it. Hence it is said, that view comes from this, and this view is a consequence of that. Which is a theory that this view and that oppose each other and produce each other. Although it be so, this is affirmed, now life, now death, and now death, now life. Now assembly of a thing, and deny and affirm, and its admissibility and its inadmissibility, now, this, that. Wow. Therefore, the sagely man does not pursue this method, but views things in light of his heavenly nature. Wow. Hence forms his own judgments of what is right. Wow. This view is the same as that view is the same as this, but that view involves both a right and a wrong. And this view also involves both a right and a wrong. Wow. Are there indeed two views? Are there? It's all relative, isn't it? No. It's all relative, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Crap. Okay. What nonsense. What nonsense. Okay. Let's get started. Oh. Why are we taking so long today? Okay. Hey. Same shirt as Monday. Wow. You're keeping track. You're down with the F. What? Sorry, I wasn't watching chat. What the heck are you talking about? Oh my goodness. If they were not the views of another, I should not have my own. Wow. If they were not, then I, with my own views, then his would be uncalled for. Ooh. This is nearly a true statement of the case, nearly. But we do not know what it is that makes it so. It might seem as if there were some true governor concerned with this, but we do not find any trace of his presence. Why does this produce that, and why does that produce this? So weird. Great knowledge is wide and comprehensive. Small knowledge is partial and restricted. Great speech is exact and complete. Small speech is merely so much talk. When we sleep, the soul communicates with what is eternal. When we are awake, the body is set free. Our intercourse with others then leads to various activities, and daily there is the striving of the mind. Well, this is just so much talk. How silly. You're high. Wow. Congratulations. Hey, every stream, just because I keep my bald head and sell the final call, that doesn't mean that I'm not down with y'all. Hey, true. I'm down with all y'all. All right, guys, we're actually starting right now. Okay, we're gonna start. Rupert Spira and Sam Harris, a clashing of titans in their fields, respectively, of sorts, sort of, kind of, maybe not quite. We're going to see what happens when we get a little bit of rationality smeared in with our spirituality? I don't know. You have to attend a lecture, so perhaps you'll see me later. Aw, how sweet. Enjoy your lecture. Have fun. I'll be back. I'll be here, so you be back. Please. Please. Okay. Sam, take it away.
Today I'm speaking with Rupert Spira.
Wow, okay.
Rupert is a teacher of Advaita Vedanta,
Oh.
which is the non-dual teachings of the Indian tradition.
The Indian
and many
tradition.
of you have requested that I speak with him.
Okay.
As you'll hear, we talk at cross purposes for a while. The first half hour or so is more of a philosophical debate than anything else.
Debate.
Depending on who you are, you might love this conversation, or you might hate it. I think some of you will feel that
I'm going to be one of the lovers. I know it.
the first half hour in particular is a nightmare of convolutions and hair splitting. We're essentially arguing about whether there's such a thing as the material world or whether consciousness is, in fact, all that exists. Not much turns on that.
That's so silly, isn't it? Isn't it so silly? Is there a material world? Is it all based on consciousness? Which is the foundation of our reality? There's no foundation. Let's move beyond it.
In the end, but some of you will find it frustrating. Hopefully, however, many of you will find it very interesting and the conversation as a whole very useful. So, with that hope expressed, I now bring you Rupert Spira.
Wow, yellow bell.
I am here with Rupert Spira.
Hey.
Rupert, thanks for joining me.
What's up,
Thank
guys?
you, Sam. Nice to be here.
Yeah.
We've never met, but people have recommended you to me and your work to me since I launched my Waking Up course. So I actually don't know much about your background, and so I'd like to start there. Just how did you come to know anything about non-dual awareness, and how did you come to the practice of meditation? Who were your teachers? How did you get your start in this racket of understanding the nature of consciousness?
I hope we watch Jim Newman Monday. I hope Rupert Spira is a lot more forthcoming and normal. I think Rupert has done a lovely job of developing his interpersonal skills and his emotional understanding and so on, so he can have normal conversations and present these things. So we'll find out. Yes, Rupert is consciousness only. This is true. And that shouldn't be non-duality. You're correct. Wow, what a good point there. Something we all need to notice when we see. Very important. But I think he'll be able to actually present these things without too much him and hawing. Let's hear it.
My mother introduced me to non-duality when I
Oh wow,
was 16 years old.
Wow.
that's pretty cool.
She and my stepfather belonged to a society in London called the Study Society, which had been started by the Russian philosopher P.D. Ouspensky.
Mm-hmm.
And they also held regular meetings in our home. So there were always, throughout my teenage years, people coming in and out of the house. So I was brought up in a kind of atmosphere where these matters were talked about. I met a lot of people, my parents' friends. And at about the age of 16, I started to become interested. And I first went to the Study Society. Used to have a house in London called Collett House that originally Ouspensky had bought and had used for his work. So I went there first, aged about 16, and first saw the Sufi turning,
Mm.
which I was very,
Hmm.
very moved by. And a couple of years later, I learnt that and practiced it for many years.
Oh, interesting.
But by the time I got there, really, they were no longer studying Ouspensky's teaching. The man who was in charge there, who I really consider to be my first teacher, a man called Dr. Rolls, had met Shantananda Saraswati, who was the Shankaracharya of the north of India at the time. And he was making regular visits to India. So I attended all through my late teens, and in fact, for the next 20 years, I attended many meetings at Collett House on a weekly basis, where I was studying the classical Advaita Vedanta teaching. I learnt mantra meditation fairly early on. I think I was 17, and I learnt Gurdjieff's movements at the same time. So during these next 20 years of my life, from the kind of my mid-teens up to my mid-30s, my interest and study and practice was really based in the classical Advaita Vedanta tradition. And as I said, at the same time, I was practicing the Mevlevi turning and practicing Gurdjieff's movements. After about 20 years, I felt that I had really gone as far as I could in that tradition. I love the tradition
20
deeply.
years.
I love the
It's so cool to like see and kind of notice and recognize the amount of practice that a lot of people have been putting in, and I really appreciate that. And hopefully, knowing that we can infuse all of their language, all of their communication with that knowledge, and knowing that they've packed in years and years and years of training into every little bit of speech. And of course, all of their training comes from a long lineage and so on and so forth. There's so much information being put out from just a single word. I think we can tune into it.
Shankaracharya's teaching. I was privately studying Ramana Maharshi on a daily basis through those 20 years. But I felt that there was still something missing. I had a deep intuitive understanding of everything that was being spoken of, but I felt that I hadn't yet really made the understanding my own. And towards the end of that 20-year period of study and practice, I began to feel that I needed to move on. I didn't quite know where to move on, where to go to. I was not on the spiritual circuit at all. I had just been with this one in this one school, this one tradition for 20 years. But shortly after that, I met the man who was then to become my teacher, Francis Lucille.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent the next 12 or 13 years with him, attending retreats, several retreats a year with him, both in Europe and America. And that was, he not only refined my understanding of the Vedantic tradition and made experiential for me what up until then had been intuitive but not really my own felt understanding. He not only refined my understanding of the Vedantic approach, he also introduced me to the Tantric tradition of Kashmir Shaivism.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And that really enabled me to bring the understanding into the way I felt the body and perceived the world. So it was the combination of these two traditions, really. I started on the Vedantic approach for the first 20 years, and then after I met Francis, I continued on that path, but was also becoming more and more interested in the tantric approach, but particularly the tantric approach of Kashmir Shaivism, which he had learned from his teacher John Klein.
Right. Yeah. And I
Wow.
once attended a meeting with Jean Klein. I've never
Okay.
met Francis, but
Yes, I never met John Klein.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, so how would you articulate this core understanding of non-duality?
Uh-oh.
And I mean, perhaps we can linger on the difference between what you felt to be a conceptual understanding of it.
Yeah, the intuitive understanding and the experiential understanding. How do we conceptually point out the difference between a conceptual understanding and an intuitive, and then an experiential understanding? Is there a way to flesh that out that's conceptual that can tell you the difference? I wonder.
And a more experiential one, and just how is it that you see people transition there, and how did you transition yourself, and what is that like, and then what are the sorts of things you tell your students to make that transition for themselves?
Well, the core understanding of the non-dual understanding in whichever tradition it is expressed, as the name suggests, is simply that that reality is single. That there is a single reality. The duality between mind and matter, between self and other, between God and the universe, is an imaginary or a conceptual split or division, and that really there is a single reality whose nature is consciousness. And this consciousness is in the non-dual understanding considered to be not only the essence or the nature of ourself, but also the reality of the world. And I'm sure you're very familiar with expressions from various spiritual traditions, many different expressions. I and my Father are one, the ultimate reality of what I am, and the ultimate reality of the universe are one and the same. Atman equals Brahman, Nirvana and Samsara, etc. This
Atman,
core
Brahman,
understanding
Nirvana,
that
Samsara,
what we essentially are, and what the
Father.
universe essentially is, a single, infinite and indivisible whole, from which all objects and selves derive their seemingly separate existence.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that language and
Yes.
those kinds of claims. I tend to draw a bright line between, in the way I discuss this range of experience, and there's the way I think about it for myself. I draw a bright line between making claims about the nature of the mind, and therefore the nature of experience, and the nature of reality at large. Because it seems to me that we're on very firm ground making first-person claims about what it's like to be us, what it's like to be conscious agents and, consciousness itself. And then we are on fairly speculative, if not shaky ground, making claims about how consciousness relates to the nature of the universe, to the cosmos that we can understand through third-person methods of physics and astronomy and cosmology and the related sciences. So
Hmm.
there are many spiritual teachers who I could name, and you may be one of them, who are tempted to say that because of certain things we can notice about the nature of consciousness directly,
We must know
we can
reality.
say something
Hmm.
about what preceded the Big Bang, or
Hmm.
what the underlying fabric of reality is
Hmm.
in the physics of things.
Hmm.
And that move to me seems generally unwarranted, because and certainly vulnerable to the next thing that gets discovered in a physics lab, right? Or
Yep.
the next thing to fall out of some plausible construal of the equations that are trying to unify our understanding of physical reality. And it's also just another empirical fact that we don't know from the mind science side, the neuroscience and related fields, how consciousness is arising, or how, at what point it's integrated in the physics of things. So I'm wondering how you feel simply bracketing the claims about reality at large, or the beliefs we might form about reality at large, and focusing merely on the nature of experience,
I think I'm
when
with Sam
one
here.
recognizes the nature of consciousness from its own side.
I think I'm with Sam here, but it may just be semantic, right? We can find out. It may just be a semantic difference about reality, and sort of there's a little bit of baggage that comes with it being some sort of external consistent reality that Sam may be having, which it does sound like Rupert is talking about. So I don't
But
know.
what is it that makes you feel that a scientist is qualified
Hmm.
to make observations about the nature of reality, whereas someone who is interested in the nature of consciousness is not similarly qualified? Do you feel comfortable with a scientist making an observation about the nature of reality?
Well, so they could, needless to say, they could be the same person. So you could have,
Hmm.
in the best case, you have a scientist who is aware of the kinds of experiential, contemplative methods you and I are beginning to speak about. What can be noticed about the nature of mind from the first person side, and this same scientist is also aware of what can be noticed about the mind and the brain and the world from the third person side. And so,
Yes.
but the problem I tend to have is that first person experience, what it's like to be us in this moment, and what we can notice about our minds and about the context in which thoughts arise and the nature of consciousness, that admits certain kinds of data of which most scientists are scandalously unaware, right? So I mean, to take the
Yes.
criticism from the other side, but most scientists, when they talk about the nature of the mind, don't know anything about the possibility of not being identified with thoughts, and
Hmm.
and and
Hmm.
using any kind of introspection to see anything at all of substance. I mean, most scientists think introspection was a dead end, and
Yes.
we were right to abandon it 150.
And we have this big, well, it's not big, but we have an issue of misunderstanding a lot of identity. Some people think that you must identify in a particular way. They're stuck identifying with their thoughts, and they think everyone else must identify with their thoughts too. That's a little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit sad. And then there are some people, of course, who get a little bit more, weird, or I guess maybe advanced. I'm not sure what the word is, but they get into this sort of vaguely spiritual stuff, and they may learn how to not. They learn how to not identify with their thoughts. They think they want to identify with the entire universe or nothing or whatever, and they think that other people must identify in that way too. We get a lot of stuckness going on here, so there's a bit of an issue about the nature of what is identifying.
50 years ago. But
But
conversely, you can't even notice that you have a brain
mhm,
by paying attention to the nature of consciousness,
true.
much less understand what it might be doing.
Hmm.
Yes, but one's experience of the brain, and indeed one's experience of anything else, is an appearance in consciousness. In fact, nobody does ever, or has ever, or indeed could ever
Experience the brain.
experience anything outside consciousness.
Uh-huh. more problems here. If you're using consciousness as your tool to investigate, where you're always going to be like consciousness is going to be the foundation of everything. But then if you're using physics to be the tool to investigate, then physics is going to be the foundation of everything, right? Because all your consciousness always comes from a brain if you're using physics to investigate this stuff, and it all matters first. Matter must be here first for your brain and then your mind. But then if you're just using your mind, well, my mind is here and I must use my mind in order to engage in science. Therefore the mind comes first. And you can see how neither of these arguments are going to be very effective, and they don't go anywhere. You're just going to be spinning your wheels. There's no necessary foundation. I guess that's one way to put it. There's no one doesn't come before. How about that? I don't know.
Yes,
So,
that's certainly true.
So a materialist scientist's belief that there is something outside consciousness, namely matter, is an unverifiable belief. It's something that it's a model that will never be able to be proven. Simply
interesting language here. He's putting verify and proven into some weird standards, right? It's obviously provable in terms of scientific proof. You can do some very basic scientific tests to see if there's a brain somewhere, and there's very basic, or see if there's a material world, and you can also do very basic verification processes. But then he is definitely using verification to a higher, different standard, getting beyond scientific verification, which may need to be pointed out, may be important.
By virtue of the fact that although we have a concept of matter, and although our concept of matter enables science to do many wonderful things, it's not a concept that actually relates to anything in experience. So it cannot be verified. You may also claim that it cannot, by the same token, be falsified.
The thing is, it can be triangulated upon in ways that are suggestive. So, for instance, it's certainly true for me that I will never experience anything directly outside of my own consciousness, right?
Sure.
This is a tautology. I mean, experience and consciousness are synonyms here. And that's true for any given individual. And yet we each know there must be facts of the matter.
Must there be?
No one is currently conscious.
Must there be?
Which explain the kinds of things you and I can potentially be conscious of.
Absolutely. That I would agree with.
Interesting.
But when you said earlier that you're aware of what takes place within your own consciousness, I would say each of us is aware of what takes place within our own mind. And I'm not suggesting, as
Mind.
some people who speak about these matters
Consciousness.
suggest, that all there is the content of our finite minds. I'm not suggesting that. But I am suggesting that everything there is exists inside consciousness. In other words, consciousness is very much larger than our finite minds. So when you say all I'm aware of is what exists within my consciousness, when you say my consciousness, what makes you think that your consciousness is your consciousness? By which I mean that your consciousness is limited or confined to or located within or generated by your body. Well, I understand that the content of consciousness, our thoughts, feelings, sensations, etc., is limited, but I think it's a mistake to presume, therefore, that the consciousness with which those limited objects are known and in which those limited objects appear shares their limitations. That is an assumption that a materialist scientist makes, but there's no evidence for it.
The problem I have with that, and again, I'm not taking a hard position against that as being impossible. I guess my agnosticism here is based on the fact that the temptation to make consciousness the first principle is born of our direct experience of it. I mean, I would say, and I've said many times before, that consciousness is the one thing in this universe that can't be an illusion, right? I mean, it is the fundamental datum. It is the medium upon which any other data would be acquired. So consciousness cannot be an illusion, and while we can be confused about many things, I mean, we might be dreaming now and asleep, and
Sure.
we'll wake up and be surprised. We might be brains in vats. We might be in the matrix. There's an infinite number of things about which we could be confused, but we can't be confused about the fact that there's something that is like to be what we are in this moment, that that something seems to be happening. And that
Yes.
seeming is what we mean by consciousness. And that seeming has a certain character if you pay attention to it. And this is where the door, in my view, to non-duality opens. But opening that door is not synonymous with gaining an understanding of all possible appearances and how they got that way, right? So it doesn't tell you anything about the origin of stars, right? I mean, yes, it is true that any conception of a star or any experience of looking at it is an appearance in your consciousness or in the consciousness of some conscious being, but we have many reasons to believe, born of our conversation with one another over now centuries, that the world as we know it preceded us. I mean, this is where the non-dual cosmology begins to seem a little grandiose. I mean, if you just imagine,
He thinks the world preceded us. Oh boy, I can't. Okay, you're saying that there's some. He's poking at his response. Interesting. Sam sees that Rupert is not smart enough to mirror back Sam's arguments. Wow. About consciousness being unreal, but the external is just as unproven an assumption. So it's all unproven assumptions. But Sam is, going way over my head too. I'm not seeing this masterful Dharma being presented underneath his apparent confusion or hesitation or disagreement with the language. Interesting. You can explain. Okay, let's hear it. I do find this interesting, though. He's saying the cosmology of, whatever consciousness, non-duality. Some people may say something like it just magically appears now, and suddenly now everything is here. Why would he be against it? Well, maybe he'll explain a little bit more of what he thinks is a problem. It seems pretty trivial to have the frame of reference of seeing that now is the only time that exists and everything in the past was just imaginary, not from the finite mind, but imaginary from the consciousness or whatever, and everything in the future is also just imaginary from the consciousness. This seems pretty simple. Color is subjective. Hardness and softness is subjective. Okay. Is that so? Time, space, all subjective frame. Okay. Really? Can't be. Let's go on. What is the color of the wind? I can say very confidently that that is well above my head. Okay. Was that the explanation? I don't think we got anywhere there. I don't get it.
imagine that, we all died off, all human beings died off, and the smartest creature left was a chimpanzee. Well, then all of this highfalutin philosophizing would go away. It would be canceled overnight, and consciousness would still persist in the case of those beings, but there'd be no recognition, presumably, of the sort we're talking about. There would just be this ordeal for survival, and there'd be no speculation about the origin of things, and there'd be no temptation if you could trade places with the chimps. I think there'd be very little temptation to say on the basis of those phenomena, consciousness subsumes the reality of the universe. No one's talking about the Godhead if you're just running from a leopard, and that's highest mind available. And so that's where I feel like it's to extrapolate to the origin of the universe based on what we experience as we look into the nature of our own minds. It just seems unnecessary. You can say all you want about the nature of experience.
You see, I think very differently from that. You mentioned this highfalutin non-dual philosophy. It's materialist philosophy that is highfalutin. Non-dual philosophy is just a simple philosophy that is derived from experience. It is materialist philosophy that is highfalutin and makes grandiose claims.
Interesting.
It makes a grandiose claims that
With
there
a
is something
reverse.
outside consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
namely matter,
Mm-hmm.
which has never been experienced, that could never be experienced, will never be experienced. And moreover, it is believed that the only thing that is ever experienced, namely consciousness, is derived from that which is never experienced. This is philosophy gone to seed. It's madness. That is a highfalutin claim.
Interesting.
It's not. I don't really see the difference between a materialist philosopher who believes that there is something called matter that exists independently of consciousness, that precedes consciousness, and moreover gives rise to consciousness, although that nobody has ever found.
Rupert's being a little snarky.
I don't see the difference between that belief and a conventional religious belief
Oh,
that believes that an exterior God creates the universe. In fact,
this is a jab here. This is a dagger. He's trying to attack Sam at the emotional center here, calling him a religious person. That is uncalled for, Rupert. We are all friends here, okay? We don't need to do that. We don't need to do this sort of, yeah, you gullible, exactly. You gotta do the Uno reverse card. No, you're silly for thinking there's something outside of consciousness. That's interesting. But I do see his point, right? Whichever perspective you start from, it is obvious. Like if you just look at consciousness alone, it's obviously that everything comes from consciousness. But then if you start looking at material and seeing the brain, then it's obviously everything comes from material. And you can just go back and forth, and whichever one you're most, stuck on, that's going to make the most sense. But it's so easy to sort of go between either of them and say that the other assumption is just wrong. But that's because of the assumption that you're making to start your investigation. Your investigation is purely conscious. Okay, consciousness first. We did it, Rupert. If your investigation is physics, all right, physics first. You did it, Sam. It seems that simple to me. The feeling of solidness on the lighter is actually a signal in the nervous system carrying the information that the lighter can separate the molecules in your flesh and stop pressing into your flesh. So wildness is a human illusion. Oh, wow. Solidness is a human illusion. Color is a human illusion. Interesting. What isn't an illusion?
If I had to choose between the two beliefs, I would prefer the religious belief, because at least a conventional religious person is honest enough to
Wow. Oh, this got even worse. Oh my goodness. Now he's calling Sam dishonest. Jesus. Rupert just came out. Why? We were having such a nice conversation.
It's a belief. He says, I believe in God. I have never experienced God. I could never experience God, but nevertheless, it's my belief. And it's not a belief that I share, but nevertheless, I think it is honest. Such a person is simply saying, this is what I believe. Now, a materialist scientist is also appealing to belief. There is something
no illusion, no reality,
which nobody has ever experienced or could ever experience, which I believe gives rise to consciousness. And yet most materialist scientists don't have the integrity or the honesty to admit that that it is a religion. It is a religion of materialism. Their philosophy that is based on an assumption.
Why?
And moreover, they ridicule the people who stay close to the evidence of experience and postulate that consciousness is the ultimate reality of the universe, and who don't feel the need to postulate any other reality, because everything can be explained using the consciousness-only model.
This could be purely a
It could be a semantic thing. Oh, I hope Sam can recover this conversation and the rapport that they've been building. It could be a semantic issue. Oh no. In the objective world, what color is your lighter? So I wouldn't say, like, I think I'd go with your language here and say that there's no color in the objective world of your lighter, but it would be, I would be comfortable saying that in the objective world there is photons being emitted from your lighter, and they have, these particular wavelengths and whatever, and we can go that far. And then we could also probably go into say that these particular wavelengths combine in the typical eye and, mix with whatever retina and the three cones or whatever. I don't know how eyes work. And that tends to produce a certain color with certain people. We can kind of go that far, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it is that color. It's just emitting a certain wavelength of electrons or photons, rather, in this case. And then we can, make that. We can narrow the spectrum if we want to limit it to human perception, if we so please. But we can go broader and just say it's emitting the certain amount of photons, and then we maybe want to contrast the photon level with other photons being emitted in the rest of the place, and then it gets really strange, right? Because then I don't really know how all that works in the perception of the eye and the brain and how it all works together. But I don't think we can get close to actually describing color. We can describe some objective facts of the world, I guess. What color is the wind? Seems like a meaningless question, but it's just as objective as asking what color is your lighter. Interesting. They're both certainly questions. They're both coherent questions. I'll say that.
Everything can be explained using the consciousness-only model.
This could be purely a semantic distinction.
Let's
the
hope.
Temptation to talk about matter is born of this undeniable fact that there seem to be processes at large about which no conscious mind is currently conscious, and yet these processes explain the things we are conscious of. So whether you want to call that matter or more consciousness, that seems to be the same gesture at, there's what we can directly inspect, and there's what we can't or aren't directly inspecting. You and I think, have very similar experiences. We'll agree about the phenomenology of non-dual awareness, right? And yet we're disposed to make different claims about what this means for understanding the nature of reality. What would count for you as evidence against what you are considering a parsimonious take on consciousness being the single mode in which reality appears?
That's a very good question. Like, what is it what would change your mind, right? What evidence are you using, and what evidence could you use that would be the opposite? Which is just really probably going to highlight that this isn't a real truth claim, because there's probably nothing that will change his mind, right? There's no evidence that you can present. So it's not really an objective truth claim in the normal sense that we use that word. Fascinating. Good question.
Experiential evidence of something outside consciousness.
But by definition,
That's impossible.
You couldn't have that,
Yep.
because any experience is consciousness.
And for that reason, it would be very hard. It would be very hard to persuade me that there was anything outside consciousness.
It seems fairly parsimonious, again, because you can get general anesthesia and see that that's an unusual experience that has some implications for the possibility that consciousness can be interrupted.
I had general anesthesia a couple of months ago, actually.
How did it seem to you?
And I experienced no discontinuity of consciousness.
So what does that mean?
That's
You
interesting.
were aware of something throughout?
No, there was a discontinuity in what I was aware of. But I didn't have the sense that there had been a discontinuity of consciousness.
Interesting.
And how long was your surgery?
I don't know,
Time.
half an hour or so.
Okay. So there was a half hour there that you weren't aware of. And yet,
Stuff. You weren't aware of
in that
stuff.
space, there was something being done to you. There were conversations being had. There was somebody controlling the anesthesia. They brought you down. They brought you back.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that, it's not contained within the primary field of data that is consciousness in your own case, right? So if we only had your experience to go on, your experience of the cosmos, there would just be this hiatus that would be completely inscrutable. And yet we know by, you can know by inference, you can know by conversation with others that all of this other stuff happened in those 30 minutes that explain the
Mm.
character of what happened to you. If what happened to you just spontaneously happened, it would be entirely mysterious. You would just lost 30 minutes of life and you couldn't account for it. But here we have all these people who can account for it because they have produced this effect in you. I'm saying that the temptation to be a materialist, whatever word you want to use to describe all of these happenings outside of any one individual's awareness, that is the temptation that we call materialism or physical science. And that is the thing that is producing such an amazing spectrum of effects in terms of making predictions about the kinds of things we will find if we only look. There are all these rooms in the mansion of reality whose doors we haven't opened, and we keep making predictions about what we will find if we do open them. And some of these predictions turn out to be true in that they're conscious agents like ourselves that can authenticate them.
Sure.
But they're true, again, by virtue of the kinds of assumptions that you're recoiling from here. They're not true, or very rarely made true, by the merely first-person intuitions that anyone can arrive at by virtue of meditation or introspection or direct self-inquiry.
Yeah, I feel like the usage of the word true here is getting a little bit, I feel like we'd be splitting a little bit more hairs, more than we already have been. I'm sure, hopefully, maybe that will be brought up. But I don't think there's anything that Rupert would be presenting which would be inconsistent or which would invalidate the scientific method or the apparent world, as he may call it. How all the stuff that's working out in the world and the internal consistency that seems to be there. I don't think he would be trying to dismiss that. I just don't think that's what he thinks is important. He seems to think that happens to be inside of a mind, the consciousness, I suppose.
There's a different language game that's being played.
Different language
that
game,
gets
yeah.
you things like anesthesiologists and all the rest.
Definitely.
These are not the sort of data we get in hand merely by paying attention to the nature of consciousness.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so I think we should just close the door to this particular disagreement, because I think it actually doesn't matter. It's interesting that you and I could choose to see things differently at that level, but let's table all of that and just talk about the raw experience of consciousness for a moment. Just assume that I'm a naive subject here. I'm coming to you to understand the nature of the self, the nature of my own mind. I think I have a self, probably somewhere in my head that is thinking my thoughts. That's certainly the author of my thoughts. What do you ask people to notice about the nature of mind?
Notice the sensation on your toe.
I would make the observation, first of all, that our experience consists of a series of thoughts and images, feelings, sensations, perceptions, and that all of these are continuously appearing and disappearing, but that there was something that knows or is aware of this continually changing flow of objective experience. And I would ask the question, what is it, or who is it that knows or is aware of the flow of experience, the continuously changing flow of experience? So I would ask that question to someone who came to this for the first time.
Presumably many people come to you having practiced some form of meditation.
Yes, that there are a mixture of people. Some people come from various different traditions. They've been practicing for years or decades. Some people, increasingly now with the internet, some people come without having practiced any formal meditation. But irrespective of whether someone has been a Buddhist practitioner for 40 years or someone's just recently discovered non-duality 2 weeks ago on YouTube, I would ask them the same question: what is it that knows or is aware of your experience?
Okay, well, so I will play the incorrigible subject here. So
Okay.
I've learned about non-duality on YouTube also. What do you tell me?
it's me, right? It's
Okay.
me. I mean, I'm aware of my experience,
I
obviously.
Yes, absolutely, exactly.
It's you.
I know my thoughts. I am aware of my feelings. I perceive the world. So whatever it is that knows or is aware of experience is what we all commonly call I.
Me.
And
Self.
whatever it is that is aware of our thoughts is obviously not itself a thought.
True.
Whatever it is that knows our feelings and sensations is obviously not itself a feeling or a sensation. Likewise, our perceptions. So I would then ask, what is the nature of this knowing I? I would ask the person, because they obviously have a first-hand experience of their self. So I would ask, what is the nature of the I with which your experience is known?
And what is the gesture of attention that would yield the intended response there?
Well, there's no intended response, really. It's a simple investigation.
Okay.
I would just be encouraging the person to investigate what it is they call their self when they say, I am tired, I am lonely, I am aware of my thoughts. Always I, at the heart of every experience.
Who is this I?
I would just encourage the person to investigate the nature of that I. After all our thoughts and feelings arise on behalf of ourself. And
Are you aware? Whoa, welcome. Hey, what's up? Oh, there you go. Come back again.
and all our activities and relationships are undertaken on behalf of ourself. And so I don't think that there could be any more important or let alone interesting investigation than to know the nature of the I or the self on whose behalf all our experience arises and all our activities and relationships are undertaken. What could be more important than to know the nature of that on whose behalf our experience takes place?
Okay.
Well, so then
Fair.
what is the experience of recognizing its nature?
Well, that's what I would ask the person to. I would ask a question, and I would ask the person to tell us what they discover about themselves. I wouldn't.
There's not going to be much of a. Well, I don't know if Rupert's going to give us the answer, right? I don't even know if there is a particular response that he's looking for. He just said that, right? Is there one way to answer that would get the approval of somebody else? What do you need to say to get the approval of Rupert here? Yeah, how do you know? And then I guess if you're questioning it yourself, why are you questioning? Who is questioning? It's kind of weird here. You always wonder what Frank Yang means by the word solidity. Solidity. It's the opposite of fluidity. Fluid, water is fluid, ice is solid. Fluidity, solidity. So if you're solid, you have this constricted energy. Everything is like tight and rigid, unmoving, unwavering. And when you have the fluidity, everything can move freely without, much more spontaneous, without obscuration, without all that stuff. Solidity, the opposite of fluidity.
Tell them. I try not to. I'm sure I do. I definitely do. I speak about the nature of consciousness, but I'm more interested in facilitating each person's investigation into the nature of their own experience, so that they come to the recognition themselves rather than have the answer suggested and simply adopt a new belief about the nature of their self. So I would encourage the person to tell us about yourself. Tell us about the one that is aware of your experience. And in order to do that, for instance, if I were to
The
say
answer.
to you now, tell us about what you are seeing in your room, you would obviously you'd scan your room and you'd describe it. You would give your attention to the objects in your room. If I were to say to you now, give your attention to the tingling sensation at the soles of your feet, again you would direct your attention to the tingling sensation, and as a result you would describe it. Likewise, your thoughts, your feelings. But so in other words, we have to go to
Go
the
somewhere.
experience that we are trying to find out about.
Here,
So
here,
when we ask
here,
ourselves the
here.
question, or when the mind asks itself the question, what is it that knows or is aware of the content of my experience? The mind has to actually go to that which is aware of its experience.
The feeling.
Are you aware? The mind actually has to go there. Interesting. Does it have to go there? It apparently has to go there. Who is it that answers this question? Who is it that is listening? Apparently the mind has to go there. But the only way to answer is to, well, I don't know. I don't know how to verbalize it. I don't know how to say it. I don't even know how to notice it properly or know that I'm noticing it. Who knows? But it must be that simple. Are you aware? That's it.
However, the starting point for almost everyone is the sense that there is a place from which they go. There's a locus of attention, and attention can be aimed at its various objects, and hence the sense of subject-object duality, right? So you say, well, what does the tingling in the soles of your feet feel like? The default sense is there's me, the attending subject over here, now paying attention spontaneously when you say it
Yeah.
to the experience in the soles of my feet. And that's the duality that one is seeking to undercut by paying attention to this in the first place.
Well, at this stage, I wouldn't be trying to undercut the duality. At this stage, I'm still accepting that there is a distinction between the subject and the object of experience. In fact, I'm trying to draw attention to the subject of experience. But because most people believe and feel that it is I, the body mind, that is aware of the world, that the first step I would take is, and that is obviously a position of duality. The body mind is considered the subject of experience and the world the object of experience. So I would keep that frame of reference as a concession. So in reference to that, I would say it is not I, the body mind, that is aware of the world. It is I awareness that is aware of the body mind world. That is thoughts, feeling, sensation, perception. So we're still in duality here. I acknowledge that. This is only a stepping stone. It's one step towards a fuller understanding of who we really are. We're separating ourselves out, not as a body mind, not as a subject which is a body mind. We're saying that the subject of experience is awareness, and what we call the body and the mind and the world are objects of our experience. But as you rightly suggested earlier, there is still a sense that this subject of experience is localized. So although the recognition, I am awareness, is a partial liberation
Flex
from
tape?
the belief and the feeling that I am this little cluster of thoughts and sensations called the body mind, it is not the full liberation. It's certainly not what is referred to as enlightenment.
Interesting. Not the full liberation. Have I heard about Dyson spheres? Yeah, like the science stuff, like harvesting the sun, I think it is. Yeah, sure. I know about Dyson spheres. In Dyson swarms, I guess. Yeah.
Because there is a deeper investigation that needs to take place. having realized I am awareness, the next investigation is what is the nature of the awareness that I am? Is it localized? Is it temporary? Is it finite?
Mhm.
So this would just be a first step. Asking the question, what is it that knows or is aware of my experience, would just bring us to the understanding I am awareness, but it doesn't
I
yet tell us
am
about the
awareness.
nature of awareness, and therefore
Hmm.
it doesn't deliver full peace and happiness.
So what is the nature of the freedom on offer in your view? Take a concrete case of psychological suffering, right? So somebody is feeling anxiety or fear or anger or
Yeah.
sadness,
Hmm.
and they engage this inquiry. What is there to be realized about
I
the
don't think
nature
so.
of mind, and what is the range of freedom in the midst of those emotions that's available?
Do I believe in God? No. I am an atheist. No, I do not believe in God.
Well, if we say I am afraid, I am anxious, I am sad, in each of these statements there are two elements of experience. There's the I,
Hmm.
and there
And
is
then
the
you just
sadness,
experience
the
separately.
anxiety,
Interesting.
the loneliness. And the sadness, the anxiety, the loneliness are not essential to us. We are not always sad. We're not always lonely. We're not always anxious. So these elements of experience, that when they're felt, they are obviously deeply felt and very intimate, but they are not essential to us.
If I'm an atheist, then I believe in God because I am sure that God doesn't exist. So I must believe in it to some extent. Um, Interesting analysis there. Okay, you say so. Um, Alrighty.
However, the I that is sad is the same I that is anxious, is the same I that is lonely, that is the same I that is in love the next day, the same I,
Mhm.
etc. So the I is the constant factor, the constant element. It is the only element of our experience that is essential to us, or that cannot be removed from us.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm interested in. And that's what is what I would encourage people to be interested in.
And presumably by I there, you don't mean the sense of being the thinker of one's thoughts. You mean consciousness itself.
Yes, that which knows or
You're agnostic. Wouldn't it fall into the same thing? No? It would all be the same, right? Let's see. Because you're confused that a God exists, or you're confused about a God existing or not existing, you must believe to some extent, right? You have a position about God. Seems like the same logic structure here. So would that mean that you believe in God? Is that the logic that we're using today for understanding people's positions? If you're agnostic, you have a position on God, which is confusion or wavering or waffling, maybe. To have any position is to believe in it. Seems to be that we're saying. How does that work?
is aware of our
Mm.
experience. That which shines in each of our minds as the knowledge I am, before what I am is qualified or coloured by experience. For instance, whatever it is that is aware of your experience now is what you call I.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is that was aware of your experience when you were a 5-year-old boy is also what you call I. And I
Mm.
presume that what you referred to as I when you were a 5-year-old boy is the same I that you refer to now. Obviously, what you have experienced has changed innumerable times since
True,
then.
true,
But your
true.
basic sense of yourself, the experience I am, is the same now as it was then. In other words, it has not been, nothing has happened to it through the course of your experience. It is in exactly the same condition now as it was when you were a 5-year-old boy. It hasn't aged, it hasn't been tarnished by experience, it hasn't been hurt, it hasn't been moved, it hasn't been altered in any way.
Well, given
I is always the same. Interesting. How about that? You think I'm trolling? Oh no. I won't be trolling. I don't do that sort of thing, at least not very often. Gnosticism deals with knowledge, theism deals with belief, two totally different frameworks. This is a common thing that we hear from atheists. Modern atheists will make this distinction between knowledge and belief. So you can believe in God without knowing, or without knowing that God exists, or you cannot believe in God with or without knowing that God exists. But this, I feel like this is purely a distinction that atheists make in the modern world. I don't think that many other people make this distinction. I like the distinction. I think it's a very good distinction. But if you talk to anybody who's not sort of in the modern atheist community, at least sort of vaguely, they don't make these distinctions. So most people who identify as agnostics won't think that Gnosticism has to do with knowledge, separate from belief. They don't make that weird distinction here. So it's kind of strange. All the people who identify generally as atheists would be most to their own. They would say that they are agnostic atheists, but all the people who are agnostics would never attach to the word atheist. Strangely enough, very bizarre how the language breaks down, and very bizarre how much frustration and battling there is against trying to figure out which label is the best label that everyone else must use, right? If I use a label for myself, a lot of people assume that it means that everyone else must be using the same label or must be using that label in the same way, which I don't think is necessarily the case. Yeah, it's kind of bizarre to me. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is important to understand. Gnosticism, knowledge. Theism, atheism. Belief. You can believe in something without knowing. You can know something without believing. You're a radical non-dualist. Oh, wow. Objectively speaking, if you can't tell me the color of the wind, you're not psychologically fit to analyze the question of God. Oh, wow. Objectively speaking, if you can't tell me the color of the wind, you cannot discern karma. Whoa. Guys, what is the color of the wind? Tell us more.
Given how much experience has changed, given how much the contents of consciousness has changed, and given how poor my access is to the contents of yesteryear, I really would be tempted to say precisely the same thing about my I amness and anyone else's, right? I could say the same of yours. You could swap anyone into the place of my 5-year-old self,
Absolutely.
and I'd make more or less the same claim.
But absolutely, that's exactly my point. I agree that if you as a 5-year-old boy had taken the thought I am and had gone to the experience to which that thought refers, and if I had done exactly the same thing as a 5-year-old boy, indeed, if any of the 7 billion of us had taken the thought I am, aged 5, or indeed at any time during their lives, and had gone directly to that experience, that is, to the knowledge of our own being, before it is qualified by experience, we would all go to the identical experience. Take the experience of dinner last night. That which was aware of your dinner last night, is it any different from that which is aware of your experience now?
Well, it's interesting because on some level...
Well, what do you guys think? Dinner last night, you currently right now, is there any difference? I don't think I like this. I think this is a helpful way of maybe helping people understand what he means by I, or what he means by you, or what he means by whatever. I do want to be careful, though, to let people understand that they can identify however they want. So if you don't identify with your 5-year-old self, then you don't have to be that same person anymore. What you identify is whatever you want. Of course, Rupert wants to get to the thing that is identifying, but that doesn't necessarily need to be I. That doesn't need to be the thing that you're referencing whenever you say I. Not necessarily. Some people like to think that when they use the word I, they're referencing the thing that identifies, that is identifying with whatever it's identifying as. Does that make sense? So you can identify with your body-mind, and if you say I, you mean the body-mind. But Rupert is saying, no, you don't mean the body-mind. You mean the thing that's identifying as the body-mind. I think that's a step too far.
level, the continuity is an inference born of the contents of consciousness. It's like when you actually drill down on what consciousness itself is like, it could actually be, I mean, you could be reinvented every day or every moment, and it would be compatible with that experience as well.
Take the conversation we were having 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
I'm also appealing to your memory, but you were aware of our conversation 2 minutes ago. The thoughts have changed, the sensations have changed slightly, etc. But has that which was aware of our conversation 2 minutes ago, is it any different, or has it changed in any way from the awareness which is aware of our experience now? Or is the awareness, is it the same awareness, and is that awareness in the same condition or in a different condition in your experience?
I certainly can't say that it was different, because the only signature of a difference would be something that would be noticed at the level of the contents of consciousness.
Yeah. So we're
Right.
not talking about that now. We're talking about the awareness
Yeah.
with which those different objects was known. Is there any was it the same awareness, for instance? Let's
Well,
not
well, yeah. I
wonder.
mean, I think you could certainly claim no difference without even asserting sameness, right? It's like it seems a little bit of a reification to assert that it was the same again, because
What difference between saying that it was the same and that it was not different? Sorry, I don't understand that.
Not different
When
and
you say the
same.
consciousness with which I was experiencing my experience 2 minutes ago is not different from the consciousness with which I'm experiencing my experience now. That's
to say that there's no evidence of difference is not the same thing as direct knowledge of sameness, right? It's
okay.
it's
But is
just
it your
of
experience that you are the same person now that you were 2 minutes ago? The same self, that your being is the same being? Or was it a different person that was having your experience 2 minutes ago?
I can answer that question in two different ways. I
Of
mean,
course.
on some level, it was a different person,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously on some level, it was the same person. There's psychological continuity, but the continuity isn't perfect, right? And that's compatible with a basic feeling of paradox around the nature of personal identity. It
Mm-hmm.
is a strange thing to feel that you are the same person who you were 5 minutes ago on some level, when so much is lost and so much has changed. And
So what do you think that gives rise to that feeling of always being the
well,
same person?
but the thing that hasn't, I mean, so the thing to which you're pointing, that just the awareness itself, right? When you denude that of all of its objects, all of its contents, all the things that change,
It denuded.
well, then that thing is not personal in any sense. I mean, then mine and yours and the monkeys,
Yep.
it's
And
the
the
same
rocks.
thing,
Don't forget the
right? And so
rocks.
that's not a something that I can say. It's certainly not different, but it's also not a something.
I'm taking for granted that we both understand, and that the vast majority of your listeners understand, that even by calling awareness, we are falling into a trap of reifying it. So, but of course, we have to speak of it. So, and I know that you understand, and I'm sure most of your listeners.
Well, they might. No, frankly, they might not. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take
Frankly,
that for granted, because
frankly,
I don't know at what point people are hearing this conversation for the
frankly, they
first
may
time.
not.
But it's certainly possible to believe one is experiencing pure awareness, and to be doing that from a point of some kind of reification or fixation on kind of the awareness side of things, as opposed to the content side of things. As you know, within Buddhism, there's more of an emphasis on language around emptiness and non-assertion, and that's on some. I'll grant you, on some level, that's just stylistic, and the experiences of people may in fact be the same, but on another level, the ways of speaking about these things can also just shade the nature of experience. So I'm just trying to get at how things seem to me when I do the considerations you're recommending.
Yeah. No, fair enough. I understand, of course, that
Fair enough.
speaking about awareness in this way, giving it you using a noun, for instance, to describe it. I understand it suggests that it is some kind of a thing, and
An unchanging thing. So you seem to be encouraging me to view it as an unchanging thing, which advertises its own continuity. And on some level, it's the only signature of continuity for me is occurring at the level of, so if there were no continuity at the level of the contents of consciousness, right? If my memories changed completely, then I could be you. Then we could change places, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's when you ask what it would take for me to become you and for you to become me. Well,
The contents of the
subjectively, we would
consciousness.
just need to, swap memories,
Mm-hmm.
and the trick would be done. And what would it mean to say that, I had retained my awareness and you had retained yours in that case?
But there's
Awareness is, again,
same.
it's just like space. I mean, what we're denuding of everything particular. It's just the condition of anything subjective arising at all.
and what would its nature, or what is denuded of all objective content? What is its nature? I understand, of course, that any word we use tends to reify, but let's understand that we don't want to sit in silence for half an hour now. We want to discuss these matters. So let's use these limited symbols and do our best with language to describe from our experience what is the nature of.
It might do well to sit in silence for a couple of minutes. That might work. Why I never talk to you? Hey, what's up? I'm talking to you right now. What's going on? What is Buddha? Not mind, not Buddha. Is that it? No mind, no Buddha. Wow. You feel betrayed. Oh, sorry you feel that way. I think no one here actually knows what God is, therefore dismissing the possibility would be impossible. Well, I'm trolling in that I'm saying that I'm an atheist, but you don't believe that I am an atheist. Wow. You know me better than I do. How cool is that? Fake natty. I don't know what that even means. You've been here for 9 months. Hey, wow, how cool is that? Got some long-term followers. Wow, OG crowd here. Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Of awareness, denuded of all objective content.
There, the language
I remember.
that seems most apt to me is terms like open and formless, and yet illuminated by everything that does appear. It's inseparable from its contents on some level. I mean, again, one reaches for analogies here, but the best analogy for me is to consider something like a mirror, right? Where the appearances you see on its surface are inseparable from its reflective quality. So you can talk about its reflective quality as its own thing, and you can talk about the appearances as the contents, but on some level, these things are inseparable.
Let's take can we take the analogy of a screen rather than a mirror?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Because a mirror is reflecting something outside of itself.
Yeah.
I think a screen is a more accurate analogy, the screen with the movie or the image that appears on it. To suggest that the image is inseparable from the screen, I think is not quite right. The images cannot exist without the screen, but the screen can exist without.
I've only been to one, so I can't quite tell you. Yeah, I don't know if I have any favorites. I didn't really like it, so I can't say I've got any.
without
All right.
the images.
Hydrate.
So that it is possible
Water.
to separate the images from the screen.
Actually, a better analogy yet might be, and this is another traditional one, the ocean and its waves,
Whichever analogy we choose.
They do seem different to me in this one crucial sense, though, that because the film on the screen, granted, yes, it depends upon the screen. Something's coming from outside once again, but it's also that it's not really an expression of the screen. Whereas with something like waves on an ocean, yes, you can say that the ocean can be pacified and there are no waves for a time, and then the waves come back. But in every case, a wave is inseparable from water. It's an expression of what the
When
water
the
is
wave is
doing.
present,
Yeah.
it is inseparable.
Why do I drink with no milk? I drink my tea with no milk because we want purity. We only drink tea when there's no additives. The only time that we can truly drink is when there's nothing added. No additives. That's why.
From the ocean, but you can have water without waves. You can't have waves without water. So
Right.
yeah, whenever an experience is present, a thought, feeling, sensation, or a perception, it is inseparable from awareness. I would suggest all there is to the experience is awareness itself. There's not even something there that may or may not be separate from awareness. All experience is the activity of awareness, but awareness can exist in the absence of its own activity, just as you can have water without a wave. So in that sense, experience can be separated from awareness. It cannot continue to exist as an experience separate from awareness, of course. But experience is not essential to awareness, just as waves are not essential to water.
So what would you say about suffering and its absence here? Take experiences that seem intrinsically negative, right? Take physical pain or mental suffering. What do you suggest that someone can realize if they're following this inquiry and recognizing that everything that appears is just an expression of awareness? What is the freedom there that can be found?
Well, first of all, I'd make a distinction between physical pain and psychological suffering.
Okay.
You can
Definitely
be
an important
miserable
distinction.
with no pain,
Mhm.
and you can be in great pain and be happy. So
Yep.
I think it's important to separate those two things.
Absolutely.
And let's talk about suffering, psychological suffering, and unhappiness, rather than physical pain. I would suggest that the ultimate cause of psychological suffering is the belief that what we essentially are is a temporary, finite, separate consciousness.
The attachment to particular, apparently, identities, which cause a little bit of dissonance, is the cause of all of our suffering. This is what he thinks. Wow, how interesting.
And by the same token, I would suggest that the ultimate relief from suffering, in other words, the ultimate cause for happiness, is the recognition of the nature of the self that we truly are. In other words, I would suggest that what we call peace and happiness, I'm reluctant to objectify these qualities, but I would suggest that what we commonly call peace and happiness are the very nature of awareness itself, and that innate peace and happiness become veiled when awareness loses itself in its own activity. That is, when we get lost in experience and we seem, as a result, to become a temporary, finite, separate self.
Well, I think people will understand what it means to get lost in experience. I think by that you mean lost in thought mostly, right?
Or feelings, or sensations, or perceptions. Not just thoughts. In fact, could equally be sensations, either pleasant or unpleasant.
Right.
Emotions,
So enamored, yes, just kind of
perceptions,
fixated on experience. Yeah.
or to just where we lose our own being. We lose touch with our own being. In other words, or rather, when I say we lose touch with our being, I don't mean to suggest that we are one thing and our being is something else. Our being, our self-aware being, awareness itself, colors itself in the form of experience and loses itself in its own activity.
Right. So
The analogy for this would be an actor. Imagine an actor called John Smith, who assumes the role of King Lear, loses himself in the role so fully that he actually becomes miserable. King Lear, the reason why he's miserable is because he's forgotten that he is really John Smith, who is perfectly peaceful, and he's imagined himself to be King Lear. And as a result of that imaginary identification with the character of King Lear, he suffers.
That sounds
and
unfortunate.
likewise, the remedy for his suffering is not to improve his relationship with his daughters or his courtiers. It is to recognize his essential nature. I am John Smith. And the minute he recognizes that he is John Smith and not King Lear, his innate peace is restored.
Well, so let's see if we can make this more concrete. So here are two kinds of experiences that a person could be lost in. Granted, they're not reducible to merely being lost in thought. There's a sensory component to this, but thought is part of the predicament. So there's something you might really want, and there could be something you might really not want, right? So, physical pain might be the latter. You're in physical pain and you want to get rid of it, and you're worried about it. You're thinking about what it might mean. You have a pain in your knee, and should you see a doctor? You've had this thing for 2 weeks now. Maybe you have a ligament tear. You're Googling online about the anatomy of the knee and growing more worried. And then all of this is anchored to this moment-to-moment sensation that you find unpleasant in your knee. And if anyone asks you how you are, the first thing you're going to do is complain about your knee. And this is who you are or seem to be in each moment. Obviously, the opposite experience would be you getting something, some experience that you have been craving, and in the moment of its fulfillment, the ice cream cone, the sexual experience, whatever it is, the height of your pleasure, there's something about the nature of awareness you're not taking stock of. You're simply fixated on the gratification of desire and the pleasant sensory experience associated with it. In both of those cases, if someone follows your inquiry to its terminus, what is the character of the transition? What happens in pain and what happens in pleasure?
You see, I would make a distinction between the two types of experience.
Interesting. He's going to make some weird distinctions here. Let's hear more. But I wonder if, great, the pain goes away, right? How many streamers am I watching right now? I'm only watching myself. I don't know what you mean. We're just watching each other, me and you, and Rupert and Sam. Oh, Nanas. Oh, I see. Right. The pain doesn't go away, but the suffering disappears, right? So, and then like the sensations of tickling or whatever pleasurable sensations or whatever sensations are generally pleasurable, that stays, but the pleasure disappears, right? And we're left with something that's a little bit beyond both and all. But let's hear.
That you describe. Pain in the knee. Pain is an intelligent, is an expression of the intelligence of the body.
Mm-hmm.
If it was not painful to stick your hand in the fire, if it was
hot stove,
pleasant, for instance, we would
hot stove.
The consequences. So the experience of pain and the desire to be free of physical pain is not in any way a result of believing that what we essentially are is something temporary and finite. It is a natural conditioning that belongs to the body. Whereas a desire, and not all desires are desires for fulfillment, but the desire to acquire a substance or an object or a state of mind or a relationship is a desire that comes from a sense of lack. I feel incomplete and I want the object, the ice cream cone, the sexual encounter, whatever, to fulfill me, to complete me.
Yes.
So the motivation to be free of physical pain and the desire to be fulfilled by some kind of objective experience are two very different kinds of desire. The
Well, that's
first
interesting.
doesn't depend on the sense of being incomplete, temporary, finite. The second one does.
I'm not sure I follow you on pain, however. So if I have a pain and it's bothering me,
Yes.
many of these pains are not actually giving me actionable information that I can intelligently use. It's not really the wisdom of the body. It's just the negative experience of something that may in fact not be dangerous at all, but it still is nevertheless showing up as unpleasant. And if it's capturing my attention, then the question is there a way to break the link between the physical unpleasantness and psychological? I mean, you made this distinction a few moments ago. There's a distinction between the pain and the psychological suffering that may be attendant upon
Yes.
pain.
So
I don't know if he is overlooking it. Right, that there's emotional suffering or emotional pain, we'll say, and that's different from the suffering. So he's trying to make a distinction between, psychological suffering and physical pain. But then you could make even more distinctions, right? There's physical pain, there's emotional pain, there's, I don't know, aesthetic pain, I don't know, other pains, right? And then there's like psychological pain. So there's like an actual suffering that matters, I think, that he's trying to say. And there are other things which may just be physical processes. If you care about evolution, maybe they've been evolved. If you care about society, they're adaptive for working in a society. And those things are separate. Traditionally, these things all lead to the same bit of suffering here, but that suffering, that thing is not necessarily tied to the physical pain or any of the emotional pain or any other stuff. So we're going to try to cut off the suffering from all that. And you can still have your emotional pain, I suppose, and you can still have your physical pain, sure, and you can still have aesthetic pain, whatever that may be, I guess. We all saw Game of Thrones, okay, we saw the end of it. You can have all of those pains, but it won't be suffering. I think that's what he's trying to say. But by making a single distinction, it does give him put him in a weird spot, because you can make more distinctions and then say that you're missing something. I don't think he necessarily is trying to say that there's only physical pain and then this psychological pain. There's probably a lot more distinctions that you can make, certainly with the emotional and psychological stuff, or sorry, emotional and then like social and so on and so forth. But yeah, it would be interesting to break down all the different types of pains. But yeah, I think we're just making a distinction of actual suffering and then all the other types of responses of the physical body and whatever that may mean.
and so it's for that reason that I say that ultimately physical pain is not the cause of psychological suffering.
Mm-hmm.
So the cause of psychological suffering is the feeling that I am incomplete and that I lack something. Mm-hmm. And I need an object or a substance or a relationship to complete me or fulfill me. Now, the feeling that I lack something comes from the sense that I am a fragment. And the feeling I am a fragment goes to the very core of my feeling of myself. When we feel I am a fragment, I am temporary, I am finite, this is a fundamental belief and feeling that we have about ourselves that gives rise to the sense of lack and indeed the fear of death, and initiates almost all our thoughts and feelings and our subsequent activities and relationships. And it's true that when we acquire the ice cream cone or the sexual encounter or whatever it is, mm-hmm. the anxiety, the desire, the agitation does briefly come to an end. And as a result, we experience happiness. And the mind wrongly attributes the experience of happiness to the acquisition of the ice cream cone or the sexual encounter. And therefore, when the anxiety or the unhappiness rises again, we tend to go back to the same object or the same activity again, mm-hmm. seeking happiness. This is how addiction arises. But I would suggest that it's not actually the acquisition of the ice cream cone or the sexual encounter that delivers happiness. It is the acquisition of the ice cream cone or the sexual encounter that brings the anxiety, the seeking mind, briefly to an end. And as a result of that, our true nature of happiness shines. But what is experienced then, briefly, on the fulfillment of a desire, is our essential nature of pure happiness. Mm-hmm. Now, in this approach, in other words, our essential nature is the source of the experience of happiness for which all people long above all else. And the vast majority of people seek happiness through the acquisition of objects, substances, meditative states of mind, relationships, activities, etc. In this direct path approach that I speak about, we go directly to the source of happiness in ourselves. We don't go via any kind of objective experience.
And what
Interesting. I like that a lot. Don't be a slave to objective reality. I would say that psychological suffering is even more basic than feeling incomplete. I would say it's simply wanting what is happening to be different. So I think it's the desire for something to be that is not happening in the present moment experience. So for something that is not happening, it's the desire for something that's not happening to be here or something to be changed. I don't know. I feel like both of these would be fine ways of interpreting a person's unhappiness at any given moment, and they both seem like really good options for adopting and viewing the way that we suffer at a particular time. I don't quite know for sure, but sometimes I get the feeling that when we give these sort of explanations, we're saying necessarily this is the reason why. So I think, for example, if you were to present this to Rupert, he would say, well, if you want something to be different, then that means that you're not identifying fully with everything, right? So you're making a separation, you're creating concepts of what is and what isn't. You think there's a difference between you and what the world is and all this other nonsense. And he'd just break it back down into feeling incomplete, right? He'd sort of try to logic it way back into feeling incomplete. And I feel like, you could just as easily say that feeling incomplete is just wanting things to be different, and you can logic it back to that one. And they're really just different perspectives for seeing, well, I don't know if there's a fact of the matter, like an objective endpoint. You definitely are seeing it this, like, definitely humans are feeling incomplete, or definitely humans are suffering because they want things to be different, or definitely humans are suffering because they want to survive. I don't know if there's an actual real answer, consistent answer that's the same for everybody at all points in time. But I do think that the answer that Rupert's giving and the answer that you're giving here, either the incompleteness or the desire for change, they're both very helpful, and they're probably much better ways of viewing the world if you actually want to reduce your suffering. Probably. That's how I'd see it. Isn't there a distinct psychological state that induces the happiness when having sex or eating sugar? The state of pain when being burnt? He just said the state of joy takes away the barriers. Yeah, so he's not saying joy in terms of he's not saying happiness in the normal sense of happiness, right? He doesn't mean the physical neurons firing off because of sugar or because boobies, right? He means something a little different than that. The joy is not like joy as opposed to happiness. The joy of non-separation is not that. There's no separation. So there's nothing to be opposed to it. I think he would go that far. Karma makes you long for happiness. Oh, before consciousness, there is karma. Interesting. To have a chance of God, you must tolerate atheists and them make what? Oh, let them make stuff? To have a chance of God, you must tolerate atheists. Let them make stuff. I think I may be misunderstanding something there. What did I miss?
what is happiness?
What is happiness?
Happiness would be a positive way of
what is happiness?
describing the absence of the sense of lack.
There you go.
The natural.
So the absence of the sense of lack, yeah. So he's not saying joy in the normal sense. Different definition.
Natural condition. To call it happiness, I don't really like using the word happiness because normally our idea of happiness is associated with some pleasant experience or some gleeful, some marvelous state. I'm not talking about
joy,
a state of mind. It would be more accurate, I think, to say the absence of the sense of lack, or just the ease of being. So something
Yeah.
less colorful. I tend to talk about peace more than happiness. It's a little less
Yeah.
emotive. Just
Yeah,
like the innate peace where there's no psychological resistance and no need to move away from one's current experience.
right. Right. Yeah, the word one chooses here is important, and it's a problem that all the words have obvious
Sure.
liabilities
Yeah.
because happiness, as you say, it has a connotation of
Absolutely. Yes.
some kind of positive peak in affect, like joy and
Yeah.
something that would cause you couldn't help but smile. And peace
Yes.
I think peace does get much closer to it, or non-resistance
Yes.
or ease, but there's something lackluster about that. I mean, if you tell people the punchline here is peace, many people think they want much more than peace. They want the good stuff. Peace suggests a kind of acquiescence, and you've
Exactly.
given up on the search for the
Yeah.
good times and the peak experiences.
The reason I use the word happiness is just because that's the common name that
Hmm.
most people use for the thing that they want above all else.
Yeah.
If we were to do a survey of all 7 billion of us and were to ask, what is it that you want? And there'd be a variety of answers: better health, or an intimate relationship, more money, etc., etc. And then if we ask, but why do you want those things? The answer would
Why?
always be, because I think they
Interesting.
will make me happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed, if we ask somebody, if you were given the
Peace.
option to win the lottery of $10 million, but that you were guaranteed that it would make you miserable, would you want it? We would, of course, say no.
Of course
Right.
not. You wouldn't want $1 million and being sad. How many millionaires are very happy? I wonder. The languages get really tricky. Some people say it's all love or it's all joy or it's all bliss, but they don't mean the normal way that we mean it. So it's so tricky. But peace would be better, but still people think peace means something in particular. If it makes them feel better when they're working in the lab, very long hours of good humanity, for the good of humanity to say God doesn't exist because I know what God is, but it doesn't exist, but I know what God is because I know it's not there. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess you don't like the atheist, huh? Clinging to high emotions is the same as rejecting low emotions. True. Peace is the only way. The only way. The only way. Rupert teaches transcendence of identity and believes this is enlightenment. It just leads to consciousness only. Oh, wow. One must transcend consciousness, then transcend ignorance and karma. Oh, whoa. Wow. Interesting.
Right.
Because it's not really the $10 million we want. It's the happiness we believe will be derived from them. Indeed, even the search for enlightenment. If we were to ask someone, would you prefer to be enlightened and miserable or unenlightened and happy? We'd go for I would go for unenlightenment and happy. So even the search for enlightenment is really a rebranding of the search for happiness.
Wow. He would opt for unenlightened and happy rather than unhappy and enlightened. There seems to be an oxymoron somewhere in there, but he wants to clarify his source of his seeking, I guess, or the true goal of the entire endeavor. Interesting.
It's not really
Yeah.
exotic or extraordinary state of enlightenment, whatever we conceive it to be. What we really want is just happiness, or whatever word we're going to use.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there a final place that one arrives along this path of inquiry? I mean, what is your experience here of your own growth in this direction? What is your moment to moment experience like? And if we don't tend to talk about it in terms of a goal, but there's some degree of final fruition that we're imagining is possible or not. Where does this all arrive for you?
Forgive me for using religious language here. I'm just going to quote some, I don't even know who it was, who said, when the journey to God comes to an end, the journey in God begins. To just translate the word God
God to
into,
consciousness
infinite
or
awareness or whatever.
universe.
So I think there is something
Journey to God ends. The journey in God begins.
in our experience that corresponds to the recognition of our essential nature, or the recognition of our essential self, that element of our experience that is essential to us, that cannot be removed from us, that we call I or myself. That the recognition of the nature of that is something very real. But I think, and in many traditions, that recognition is considered to be the end point. I consider it to be simply a step on an endless journey. That there is one thing to recognize the nature of one's own being, and I think there is quite another thing for that recognition to percolate or infiltrate into all realms of our experience, so that we think, feel, act, perceive, and relate in a way that is consistent with and as an expression of this new understanding of ourself. And I think that is a journey, I hope it is a journey that never comes to an end.
To say that you hope it never comes to an end, you mean you hope it's never finally fulfilled?
No, what I mean is I don't think one could ever get to a stage when one said, I'm a perfect human being. There is no longer any aspect of my experience that is yet to be colonized by my understanding of my true nature. I think there's always the understanding of one's true nature is the recognition of one's own being is the recognition of one's own being. That cannot be improved. But once that recognition has taken place, I think the ramifications of that recognition on all aspects of one's life is never ending.
Why would you assume that, though? Because there was a period in your own life where you didn't have this recognition, right? And then you spoke about it at the beginning of this conversation where you had a more conceptual understanding of this, and then you had a more direct understanding.
Yes.
So that transition happened, and then this insight began to colonize more and more of your moment-to-moment experience, presumably.
And continues to do so.
Right. So,
and I can't imagine ever getting to a stage where I thought I am a perfect human being, and I've never. What exactly that would mean, I can't.
No, but forget about the claim to perfection, but just you can't imagine getting to a place of where this quality of awareness is so obvious that it would be impossible to overlook ever again.
No. Sorry. I'm not. That's not what I meant. I think it is very definitely possible to recognize the nature of one's being, and for that recognition no longer to be eclipsed, or for experience to almost completely lose its capacity to veil the knowing of our own being. So I'm not suggesting there may not be the odd moment, but I think it is possible for the recognition of our own being to be a stable experience. What I was referring to more was the implications that has for everyday life, and how the realignment of our objective experience with this recognition,
right,
I think doesn't come to an end simply by virtue of the fact that objective experience is finite. It's always changing. So I think there's always room for the development and the evolution of objective experience that is in line with this recognition. So the recognition itself, I think, is something that it can be stable.
Yeah, well,
interesting. I have to take a short break. I gotta pee. Has Sam seen the original face? Interesting. Is Rupert or Sam, have they caught a glimpse? These guys are both very advanced, like they've They've done this practice for long. How special are we to think that we've gotten farther so soon? To be in one's original face is to be free from consciousness. Oh. BRB. What's the song? The song. It's called Lobby. Pajama Sam. Yeah. Sam knows it is Saturn who is the demand that one worship God and partake in various religions. Oh, wow. How will we learn if Sam is some sort of Dzogchen master deep in astrology and so on? Yes, they are. So rose quartz. Ever seen this before? It's a duck. You can't see it. Can you? You can't tell. It's a duck. Duck go quack quack. Quack quack quack. Quack 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 quack. A mandarin duck. He beats everyone in the spiritual community of the bait, and then looks dumb against Jordan Peterson. Wow. Buddhas recognize Buddha. Wow. Interesting way to put it. Silver Cup, highly recommended. They're very, very, very good for the tea. Makes the nice, smooth and bright water. Feels really great. And they're pretty good at heat retention, so keep your water, your tea really hot. And of course, on some sort of practical level, they're very hard to break. So kind of a long-term investment. They're nice. Okay. Wow, what great music. How cool. Sam, what's up?
Well, I mean, this is just to say that if you didn't know how to play tennis before this experience, you're not going to know how to play tennis after this experience, right? The mastery of tennis is its own thing.
That's very true. But more specifically, I'm talking about experience that actually expresses the qualities that are inherent, if we can call them qualities, in our true nature. So one doesn't have to recognize one's true nature in order to be a very good tennis player. But there are some experiences, there are some activities, there are some thoughts, that feelings that are the inevitable consequence of this recognition. And I think there is no end to the
That's where you get it.
evolution of these experiences,
You know
the
I'm
way we
sourcing.
think, the way we feel, the way we act, the way we perceive, the way we relate. These continue to be progressively permeated or saturated with the qualities that are inherent in our true nature.
And finally, Rupert, now I'm becoming, though
I
I
didn't
am
think
not
of
a
that.
fragment and you're not
Pajama
one,
Sam.
I'm becoming mindful of your time. But I just have a final question, or maybe a nested pair of questions here.
Okay.
What is the connection of this inquiry and the freedom that can be discovered here, and living an ethical life, behaving well among others? And if there is a direct connection, as is often promised in various teachings, what do you make of the fact that there's so many teachers who presumably have had direct experiences of the sort we're talking about, who have just behaved atrociously with their students once they have gotten the power to do so? The litany of abuses and
Yes.
there are almost more teachers who do not survive contact with the role of being a guru than those that do.
Unfortunate
What do you
truth.
make of all this?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and that we could have a long and very interesting conversation about that.
Yes, is because insights into non-duality or any other progression does not mean ethical growth or development. You can develop your clarity, you can develop your concentration, you can get to bliss, you can get to non-duality without ever touching ethics. Separate things, very, very separate things. So simple question, I think.
Not everybody who recognizes their true nature teaches, and not everybody who teaches have recognized their true nature.
Oh,
And I think
how do you
even
know?
the recognition or a glimpse of one's true nature is not enough to qualify one to speak in public about these matters. I think there needs to be a degree of stabilization in this recognition, and that stabilization needs to not just be an interior experience, it needs to be tested in experience, in our outer experience. As I said,
I don't think I fit the bill, guys.
I said before, I don't mean to imply by that a teacher is someone who is perfect. I don't think that, but I think a degree of stabilization in this recognition is necessary to qualify one who is then going to put themselves in a position to speak about these matters and to put themselves in a position where other people make themselves very vulnerable. People go to a teacher with trust and openness, and the teacher has some responsibility not to abuse that trust, and I think that they need to be mature enough not to buy into the projections that a student inevitably projects on the teacher. There needs to be some maturity at handling these projections and gently turning them round and handing them back to the student, rather than buying into them and allowing oneself to be aggrandized by them, and as a result, the litany of abuses that we're all very well aware of.
Yeah.
So, in short, I feel that the teachers that have fallen prey to this were simply not stable enough. They may have had genuine insight. I'm not suggesting that they were all charlatans. There may have been genuine insight, and there surely was in many cases. But I don't think they were stable enough in this understanding to qualify them to speak about it to other people in the role of a teacher.
And what do you recommend people do to stabilize their practice or their insight?
I can only really say what my experience was. As I said at the beginning of our conversation, I met my teacher Francis in my mid to late 30s, and within a couple of years, everything that I had intuited in the previous 20 years of my practice in the classical Advaita school became my lived and felt experience through my association with him. And I remained with him for another 10 years without opening my mouth about these matters. It never once occurred to me to teach. I mean, even now I'm a little reluctant to assume the role of a teacher. I don't really consider myself a teacher. I like to be people's friend, but I understand that what I'm doing is called teaching. But I stayed for another 10 years with Francis, marinating in this understanding and deepening this understanding, realigning my life to the best of my ability, all aspects of my life, family life, my work life, not just my interior life, but my lived and felt experience in the world, while I continued to spend a lot of time with him and the circle of friends that had grown up around him. So I don't think there's a better substitute than that.
So the actual relationship with your teacher, I mean, that's obviously the traditional way of thinking of this is devotion to a guru. Certainly in the Indian context, this is how that would be described. The relationship itself was the primary practice.
No. Sorry, that's not the case. It wasn't a devotion to a guru. It was devotion to the truth.
I might have phrased that. Wrong.
No, but it's important because the relationship was not the primary vehicle. It was it was a relationship of friendship. Of course, to begin with, I went to him as the vast majority of us do, feeling that I was a student that needed something. But that relationship, it evolved quite quickly into a relationship of mutual love and respect. It was a relationship of
Aw,
friendship.
it's kind of cute.
And it was never a devotion to a person or a guru. It was always devotion to the truth. But I stayed around. I spent a lot of time with Francis because I wanted to see, after it had become clear to me that just the nature of myself, and I don't mean to claim by that any extraordinary experience. I just mean just the simple recognition of the nature of my being. When after that had become clear, I wanted to discover what this looks like in life. How you do you have an intimate relationship? What's it like to bring up a child? How do you earn your living? I was interested in the practical application of this understanding, and just through spending time with him and other people who I know established in this understanding, it became increasingly clear in my experience through a kind of like sort of process of osmosis. It was almost a kind of natural process of realignment that took place and continues to take place, but that took place over those 10 years until at a certain point I just felt this stability that experience, at least to a large degree, had lost its capacity to veil or obscure the knowing of my own being. There was this feeling at some point of just being stable in this understanding.
So the picture I'm getting is that relationship to Francis and the other students, who share this experience, was a kind of primary support for your integrating it into your own mind, moment to moment.
Yes, and of course I was very lucky because in this community and with my friendship with Francis, and likewise in the previous 20 years at Collett House in London, so that's a period of almost 35 years that I was studying and practicing. I did not once and I mean this literally, I did not once for a moment experience any abuse of power or any behavior that was not entirely consistent with the message that was being spoken. So I was very fortunate in that respect.
And do you practice or recommend that others practice periods of deliberate contemplation, seated or walking meditation as a support for stabilizing this? Or is that something that this is Advaita teachers fall on either side of this dilemma. Some acknowledge that deliberate practice is totally convergent with the project of stabilizing this recognition, and others would say that the moment you're attempting to practice, you're simply acknowledging that you haven't recognized this thing, and you're practicing your own unenlightenment. Where do you fall on either side of that question?
No, I think it is entirely legitimate to conduct exercises or to practice in a way, for instance, to help feel the body and perceive the world in a way that is consistent with with this understanding. That there are practices, for want of a better word, that one can engage in to help one feel in this way. There was you probably know this story, a Zen master who on his deathbed was asked by one of his students, how are things for you now, master? And he replied, everything is fine, but my body is having a hard time keeping up. And I think that's a very beautiful answer, a very honest, humble answer. The Zen master, his mind was no doubt open, clear, spacious, at peace. And yet there was some very honest recognition that there was some part of his experience, his body, that hadn't quite caught up with his enlightened experience. And that's the fact that he could say that, the great Zen master on his deathbed, doesn't in any way, for me, undermine
I wonder which master.
His recognition. On the contrary, I find it humble and honest. But I think there are practices, and in fact, this is what I learned so much from the Kashmir tradition, the tantric tradition of Kashmir Shaivism, because this is not really spoken about very much in the Vedantic tradition. There are practices where one can be helped to actually feel the body and perceive the world in a way that is consistent with the understanding I am ever present, unlimited awareness.
What practices are you thinking of?
Well, that's a conversation in itself. Practices, I divide
I've
the
never heard him
teaching
talk about practice.
into two stages, really. What I sometimes refer to as the inward-facing path and the outward-facing path, or the path of exclusion and the path of inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So the path of the inward-facing path, or the path of exclusion, would be our initial discussion. In the second half of this discussion, since we've been discussing experience, we started off talking about on the inward-facing path, turning away from the objects of experience and asking ourselves the question, but what is it that knows our thoughts and perceptions? What is it that is aware? So turning attention away from the content of experience towards that which knows them. That is the path of excluding objective experience, the inward-facing or selfward-facing path. And I think this is really the great contribution of the Vedantic tradition to the spiritual tradition. But they don't say very much about they tend to be, at best, they ignore the body and the world. At worst, they positively deny it. Whereas in the tantric approach, as you know from Dzogchen Buddhism, it's a path of inclusion. It's a path in which all objective experience is included and turned towards rather than turned away from. So there's not time now to go into detail, but it would be an approach where we start with the recognition of our true nature. So we have already recognized, at least to a degree, that I am the open, empty, space-like presence of awareness within which all my experience arises. And all experience is met, as it were, from that perspective. So experience is welcomed, brought closer, rather than pushed away. And there is a gradual permeating. If you put a dry sponge in a bowl of warm water, the water gradually percolates into the sponge. If you put a sugar cube in a cup of tea, the sugar cube will be initially permeated and in time dissolved by the tea. So it's the same with the sensations of the body, particularly the sensations of the body, because the felt sense of separation is really the deeper core of the sense of the separate self. So that particularly all the sensations that are generated around the me feeling, these are offered to the warm bath of awareness, so to speak, and left marinating in it. They are gradually permeated by it and in time dissolved by it, so that in time one actually feels that the body is empty, spacious, luminous, loving, in contact with its environment, not separate from its environment. So these are practices where our understanding is taken very deeply into the way we actually feel and perceive. And to me, this is part of going back to your early question about whether one is whether the process carries on after the recognition of our true nature. These would be practices that one engages after the recognition, or as one is stabilizing in the recognition of oneself. These are practices that one can still continue to do to colonize all realms of experience.
Yeah.
Has Sam done a Vipassana retreat? Do you mean has he run a Vipassana retreat? I don't think so. You were born with Rahu in the 8th.
I think, though, you just indicated the space in which so many teachers have had their misadventures, because once you've had this recognition and you can move forward into experience and at any moment recognize the identity of non-dual awareness with whatever desires you're gratifying, you then open yourself to being this person who loses sight of what is the mere gratification
Yes,
of one's own desire, and the mere grandiosity born of the attention that is now being directed at you in the role of being a teacher, and your own power of simply letting go of all of it with a recognition of awareness.
exactly. The power of the experience that is on offer has eclipsed your stabilization in your true nature. You've lost yourself
Hmm.
in the power of what's on offer. And I think, just going back to the conversation we had about teaching, I think one needs to be sufficiently stabilized in this understanding, so that the power that inevitably comes to you in this position, you don't buy it. You're not
Don't
tempted
buy
by
it.
it. It's
Hmm.
there's simply nothing in you that could get hold of it or do anything with it. It passes through you. You're not susceptible.
Well,
Wow.
Rupert, it's really been interesting. Thank you for your generosity, and just tell our listeners where they can find out more about you if they're interested to make contact.
Yes, you could just go to my website, rupertspira.com.
Okay.
Well, again, Rupert, thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you, Sam. I enjoyed our conversation. Thank you.
Sam and Rupert, thanks. Wow. Well, hey, there you go. We did it, boys. I don't think Sam has run any Vipassana retreats. I don't know if he's gone to any Vipassana retreats, but he did like live in monasteries or ashrams or whatever word you want to use in India and Nepal for like 11 years or something like that. So I think he pretty advanced in practice, if that's the question. He knows what he's doing. I don't think he's run anything though. Wow, how cool. We got to see Sam and Rupert. I don't think they particularly disagreed with much of anything. There were some linguistics problems. Rahu in the 8th gives you unexhaled access to occult knowledge. Oh, wow. They call it claircognizance. Claircognizance. Wow. I'm given knowledge by Rahus through the process that resembles claircognizance. I don't know what clair means here, right? Clairvoyance would be like you could see something far away. Clairaudience means you can hear something far away. Claircognizance means you can think something that's away from you. What does that mean? I don't know what claircognizance means. Well, let's get some wholesome poems, I guess.
Hello, my loves.
Hey! She's very quiet. Hey, what's up?
I've had a really beautiful walk down to the sea this morning. It's something that I'm doing most mornings at the moment. It's my little route during lockdown.
Is that audible?
And,
Can you guys hear that?
it's a gorgeous,
No way.
cold, but blue skies, very still morning.
Clair
I had
means
a
clear.
really nice
Clair means clear? That's it?
moment.
Really? Clairvoyance means clear vision? Clairaudience means clear audience? Clear. What do you call auditory? The auditory sense? Clear. What is this word? All right, you have clear vision, clear. What's the word? I don't know. Anyway, clear cognizance then. Clear cognition, rather. Clear cognition. clear understanding. Why does it generally mean that you can see something in the past or future or far away? What is that? Where does that come from? I always think of clairvoyance as you can maybe astral project, or maybe you can see into the past or something like that. Same with clairaudience, you can hear other things, but clear cognition. What is near obstructs our view? Maybe. Clairvoyeurism. Clairvoyeurism. You can see into bedrooms at night. A very interesting superpower there. Okay. This is supposed to be wholesome. All right, let's get wholesome here.
Hello, my loves.
Hey.
I've had a really beautiful walk down to the sea this morning.
Beautiful
It's
walk.
something that I'm doing most mornings at the moment. It's my little route during lockdown, and it's a gorgeous, cold, but blue skies, very still
Aww.
morning. And I had a really nice moment walking up the lane and saw a deer a little way in front of me, and it's so nice when you meet a deer that it feels like there's this moment where you both just kind of look at each other very quietly and just kind of assess one another, and it's like there's a little silent conversation going on, like a silent greeting, and then it just hopped very silently over the wall. So that was a really nice gift this morning, and now I'm sitting by the sea, and it's like a mill pond, which always amazes me because this it's actually a bay, and it's notoriously dangerous because the tide comes in channels, and the channels change and they can come in, so people go out on the sands, and then sometimes the water can come in behind you and cut you off. So it's, when you see it just looking so peaceful,
She's so happy about it.
it's amazing. The sea is amazing. Terrifies me actually because it's so beautiful and
Aww.
so powerful. So I thought I'd share a poem with you this morning,
Okay.
if I can remember it, because I don't think I can hold my book and do this at the same time. So I've tried to memorize it, and we'll see. I've called it Reminders to Myself.
A reminder.
I might die today, or if not today, tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, some yet unknown time in the future of endless nows. It is as certain as the tide's coming. Do not think me morbid, I promise I am not so. Still, I might die today, and if not today, tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, some yet unknown time in the future of endless nows. Dare I say it, so might you. Do not be sad, it is not my intention. I only mean to remind myself to linger longer in the woods, inhale again the sweet daphne, rise early for the damp spring air, bow at the water's edge, fling myself into the green grass, write another poem.
Oh, how cute.
I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope it
Yeah.
doesn't make you sad. And before I go, a little reminder that today, which is a Wednesday, the 15th of April, is the last day to join the new writing group that I'm starting next week called Poetry in Place. There are just a few, there are three places left now, and I'm going to cut off the ability to join at 10 o'clock this evening, so then it gives me a week to finalise all my preparations without thinking of continuing to sell places. So 10 o'clock UK time this evening is the last time to join, and if you're new to my work, then you can find all the details on my website at www.leahmarjoriecox.com. And I hope to see you there, and I hope you are well and safe, and managing to get outside. I'm so
Wholesome.
lucky where I am at the moment, because I can very easily get outside into nature, and it is a huge gift. And I really feel for those people who aren't able to do that right now. So, sending you lots of love. Bye.
Aw. Well, there you go. How cute. How nice. Got a nice little poem. A poem, a reminder of death, impending doom. It will come. Wow. Better enjoy the moment. You might miss it. Thanks, Leah. Leah Madry Cox. Okay, I guess we can, I don't know what we're gonna do. Why? I feel like we've been watching long videos. Why so many long videos? What's been going on? Can we get something more not long? Oh no, I saw a little bit of a video. It was kind of, it's a long video. But I thought it might be something that we may all enjoy together. Possibly not, but I think we will. So I think we should do it. Oh no, it's such a long video. Okay, well, you haven't eaten anything. What should you eat? Broccoli, nanas. Eat some bananas. Nanas are good. Drink water too. Water is important. I'd say vegetables. Whatever vegetables you have on hand, eat some vegetables. Please. Well, let's give this a shot. See how.
And we're live.
Let's see how this
So,
goes.
hello everyone. I'm
Hey.
joined with Connor Murphy.
Hey,
So,
Connor.
Connor, you've recently had some sort of spiritual awakening, I guess you could call it.
That's true.
And yeah, you just messaged me out of the
Spiritual.
blue and asked whether or not, like, I wanted to have a debate on whether or not God exists. I'm taking the position that God does not exist.
Okay.
You're taking the position that he does exist.
Does God exist or not?
So I guess the best place to start would be from, like, what is God? Because I know a lot of people have different beliefs on what God is,
Uh-oh.
who he is, what God's real, Christian,
We're gonna fall off the rails really quickly here. What is God?
whatever.
Hey, disciple, what's
So
up?
why don't you start us off?
Yeah, sure, man. That's a good place to start. We're going to save a lot of trouble during this debate from starting from here. And
Yeah.
I think that the reason that people say that God doesn't exist, saying that God doesn't exist is saying that apples do not exist, that you think that apples don't exist because you've never seen a fruit that is yellow and curved. Okay? So essentially, every single person that denies God,
Yeah,
they don't even know what it is that they're denying.
interesting.
You see? Because when you deny God, you're defining God. You're giving God characteristics, right? But by definition, God doesn't have characteristics.
By definition.
But God at its core,
Yeah.
right? The true base nature of reality, I guess. So I don't even know where to begin, because I will first say that what I'm about to describe God as
Good
is
luck.
not a philosophy. It's not a religion.
Not an ideology, not a philosophy, not a belief system, not a religion.
I'm the most anti-religious person you'll ever see.
Practice.
It's not some dogma, right? I'm speaking from actual direct experience. And this is where it's going to be tough, right? Because everyone conceptualizes God.
Concepts.
But the problem is that God is not a concept. It's an experience,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
God is an actual experiential thing, an experience of your true nature beyond your mind and body,
Yep.
an experience of what reality actually is, right? And so it's going to take a while to really explain it. I mean, we can have a discussion about it for sure. But if I were to define God, I would define God as simply the intelligence that creates everything in existence.
The intelligence that creates everything in existence with no characteristics. Most definitions of God have characteristics. Some don't. Oh, wow. Some people have an experience and call that God, but that's an unnecessary connection or labeling. Wow, we've got some deep insight from Bitegeist here. It's very important to recognize that when people are saying God, they mean something vastly different. And it kind of doesn't make any sense. Hey, watermelons, what's up? Hey, Australia, hey, how's it going over there? It's so important to recognize that the difference between whatever the heck Connor Murphy's talking about, and he's explaining it now, and what most people talk about when they say God. So, like the atheists, this is not a. Wow. Is this a churchy channel? Oh my goodness! I hope not. As let's hear what Connor said. Well, no, we're not going to go back. Connor says he is the most anti-religious person there is. Maybe he is. I don't know. The people who say that they're atheists and the people who say they're theists, and there's like the whole atheist-theist debate, that means something, and that reserved for some people. But what the heck Connor is talking about is completely different. He just happens to be using the same word. Why? His definition of God and his whole idea of experience and whatever has nothing to do with the debate on atheism and theism. And it's so ridiculous to say that at the core of all gods, it means really this, whatever it is that he likes. It's not the case. Connor, that's not it. It's not true. But no less, we'll see these guys fight each other because they happen to have some similar language. They both use the label God to refer to something, and one agrees that it exists and the other one doesn't think that it exists. Just because, the sounds that they use to refer to it is similar. Kind of ridiculous, but let's hear how it goes. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a complete dumpster fire. Though I have seen some vegan games debates before. It might be. Prepare yourself. I'm not sure.
Right? You could also think of God as, this is a little easier to conceptualize, but it's further from what God is, because it is, you must directly experience it.
Concepts, yeah.
God is this infinite, blank, empty void.
Okay.
In which everything appears. But this void is infinitely intelligent with infinite potential. So essentially, you could think of it as a giant mind.
No cult, no religion, just a giant empty void. All right, that's all we have here.
Okay,
a beautiful,
a giant mind in which everything occurs.
Giant mind where everything occurs.
So basically, my argument, and again, it's not it's not my belief, because I'm actually experiencing it right now, and we can go into the science behind it, but because there is a little bit. Now, science can't actually explain completely the context of reality, it can only explain the contents. Mm-hmm. There is some science that's pointing to this. Okay. Is that we're not living in an objective material reality that you're separate from, that you close your eyes and then the reality still exists, right? We're actually living in a subjective reality made of mind.
What? And
that we are essentially this infinite mind that is creating all of this.
What?
So essentially, I mean, I feel like I'm talking a lot. I don't know. What do you have to say about that so far? I know that's a different.
Why don't you finish that last thought? We're part of like a mind. Why don't you just finish that last thought?
What a jawline! I mean, both of these guys are very advanced bodybuilders. I guess. I think that might be the right word. So they're both very, very fit. And I think Connor has been doing some weird diets recently, so he's got nice and thin. You can see the nice, everything's nice and chiseled. But he's both some fit guys here.
Okay, so basically, I want you to think about a dream.
Okay.
Okay.
Dream.
So when you're dreaming, you realize that your mind is creating all of it, but yet you're this avatar in the dream. It's
not religious, but no ego. Oh, weird. Tell us more about that.
It's not like you're consciously creating it, unless you get like really good at like lucid dreaming or something like that. I'm saying just like a normal dream. Mm-hmm. You're in this weird little fantasy world, and you realize when you wake up that your mind created all of it. But in the dream, you felt like you were the little avatar, the little character, right? Reality is the exact same thing. It's literally your mind, right? Now you might be saying, okay, Connor, well, in the dream, the mind is housed in the brain. Okay, well, not the dream brain. In a dream, you could go and touch your brain, and who knows what happens, right? Depending on the rules of the dream, right? But that brain, that's the dream brain, isn't making the dream. Just like this brain right now is not creating this reality. It's an appearance in the reality.
Okay.
Right? So the base, what reality actually is, what God is this giant mind that's actually creating everything. Right? And it doesn't need a brain. That's the cool thing, is that eventually there has to be a baseless base. Right? So instead of, you can think of it like, this might seem realistic to you. What if we were just in some matrix, right? Where I was like a brain in a test tube, right? So I was a brain in a test tube, and that brain was imagining all of this. Well, essentially what I'm saying is that is what reality is, but take away the brain in the test tube, right? So it's just a giant blank empty mind with no base, with no brain, right? And I'm making the claim that you can actually verify this through direct experience, because I mean, you're living it. Like, this is you. Like,
He's typing the points, so he's listening, but he's trying to keep all the points in line. So Vegan Gains, the Vegan Gains on the right. I guess they didn't introduce themselves, did they? Vegan Gains on the right. His name's Richard Vegan Gains, and Connor Murphy on the left. Connor is a cool dude, but he's spiritually awakened, and he's weird. So we're going to hear some weird things. And Vegan Gains, he's a cool dude too, I guess. He's a vegan, and he's an atheist. And he likes to debate. They like to debate a lot. Well, at least Vegan Gains likes to debate a lot, and he writes down points so that he can keep them all in order. He wants to have like a civil discussion, so one person speaks at a time. So he writes things down so as to not interrupt too much, that sort of stuff. There you go.
that's actually what you are.
He's listening.
This human form is a very temporary existence, right? That you're just experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
But so the idea is God cannot be separate from his creation, right? Like it makes no sense for God to like create some other experiences going on and have them like suffer and stuff. No. God is the experience. Does that make sense?
Experience.
That's kind of where I'm going with it.
Doesn't make sense.
Okay, we can explore that a little more.
Doesn't make
but
sense.
I think I get the general idea of what you're saying. So
Okay.
you define God as a creator. This God is infinitely intelligent with infinite potential. Would you say that he's all powerful, like he can do anything?
All powerful, all loving.
Yes. Now, again,
Okay.
and it's kind of the wording. I'm not going to get too technical on it, but it's not necessarily like I would call it like an it, right? And it's you, right? It's literally you, not the body mind, right? Because that's not actually you. That's just a form that you're experiencing, right? But yes, this giant infinite mind, God, which is you, the real you, the true self, all powerful, in like.
So we got to remember again, if we're not used to this sort of language, we don't want to be gaslit into thinking that you are not whoever you are. You are whoever you are, okay? You can be whoever you want to be. You're you, of course, obviously, duh, you're you. You can identify with your body and your mind or whatever else you want to identify. You're you. But there are other options, and you can not identify in that way. You can identify with the thing that actually is the thing that identifies, that whole process of identification. And then you can start to recognize that you can identify freely with everything in the whole universe and beyond, and so on and so forth. So you can be much more than the limits that you put onto yourself. This is the offer that Connor is giving us and other spiritual type folks. Sometimes they say it as you really are the universe, or you really are the thing that identifies. Not necessarily you are whatever you want to be, but it's an option, and it's probably better.
How would you normally define God? Infinite, all powerful, omnipotent, like that kind of stuff.
Okay. This doesn't necessarily have anything to do with like my argument, but it's just so I can understand you better.
Okay.
Of course.
So is this based on some of your ayahuasca like trip experiences?
So
Who'da thunk?
I would say that was
Who'da thunk
it
it?
was a tool,
Okay, tool.
Right.
But
Interesting.
so essentially this starts off 3-4 years ago, meditation, right? I got to a point where I was meditating sometimes 8 hours a day on weekends. But psychedelic trips have definitely given me some insights into the nature of reality. But a lot of my recent awakenings have happened sober, right? So it's like there are different paths to come at this thing, right? To come at this whole awakening thing. There's a reason why Buddhist monks meditate for 50 years, right? Because they find some shit, right? If they didn't find some shit, they wouldn't be meditating for 50 years. It wouldn't have caught on. Like it wouldn't
What
have
language?
gone on through time. It wouldn't have with stood the test of time.
Such language.
So it was a combination of meditation, psychedelics, and I can explain to you exactly how psychedelics work, why it's good to combine them with meditation, like what they're really doing, like is it a hallucination or not? Like we can explain that too. But ayahuasca, it gave me really my first really profound awakening. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say like, so you compared like you being in your dream and your mind constructing the dream to like reality. So are you saying like we're God basically?
Yeah, we're God, but it's way more simple and way more profound than that. Okay.
More
So it depends
simple
how
and
deeply
profound.
we really want to go.
I'm just trying to like connect the dots here because like are you saying that in the same way we construct our dreams and we're like a character in the dream, like reality is the same way. We're basically we've constructed reality with like a part of our mind that we're not really consciously using.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying?
yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. But remember, you got to get out of the paradigm that the mind is in the brain.
Okay.
Right? The brain is simply to tell the story of the materialist paradigm. But this mind stands alone, right? This giant mind doesn't actually need a brain to exist, right? That's what's fundamental to existence is the awareness, right? That's the absolute base, is this blank, empty void, what the Buddhists would refer to as emptiness, right? But that is aware, okay? So awareness, consciousness is fundamental to reality, and everything appears within consciousness rather than matter evolved and gradually created consciousness, if that makes sense. So God, reality, is a giant dream maker. This is just a lot more complex and profound dream than the dreams that you have at night, but they're all of the same structure. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm just
Wait, mass farming of vegetables causes animal suffering. Wait, we're not even close to a vegan debate yet. I don't know if that's going to happen at all. Keep all this in mind and remember the American government used people for astral projection. Oh, wow. To see things they couldn't at the time. What? Astral projection from the American government. They do lots of weird stuff in America, in the government. They're desperate for innovation, so they try everything they can. I'm not sure if that means that it all is true, though. But maybe some of it is. Who knows?
So I just want to like really understand your position well, just so I
course.
can like construct sensible arguments against it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like when you say we're God, like are you like I don't know, I'm seeing like a bit of a disconnect between you saying God is this like void, it doesn't require any sort of physical matter or something to exist, and then
Right.
it's constructed some dream. So like are we separate from God, or are we
Absolute-
God, or do you consider like everyone's consciousness interlinked in some way?
Yeah, there's absolutely no disconnect from God. And my claim is, it's not just like all our consciousness is interlinked or anything like that. I mean, which is true in the story, but at its base, right? You, Richard, what you're experiencing right now, your experience, this consciousness bubble that you're experiencing, that's it. That's all there is in the entire universe, right?
That's it.
It's just one consciousness, as in one mind, right?
Oh, you've
And
seen
everything
Stranger
else is an
Things too?
appearance, just like in a dream, right? You go up and touch a tree in the dream, or you see another person in the dream. Does that mean that that person in the dream has another experience going on behind their eyes?
Yes?
No.
No.
It's just part of the dream. It's an appearance in the dream. God, reality, is a one-player video game. Video game being a metaphor, right?
Okay.
And it really more like a movie because it's determined, right? Our infinite intelligence, our subconscious, has created this perfect reality to experience through time, and we're experiencing it with this avatar. Now, you're the only person in it, like you're the only player in existence. Now, the same experiencer that you're experiencing is the same experiencer that I'm experiencing. So you can think of it like the most complex, infinite, first-person, single-player virtual reality video game, right? So you're going through the video game. You're the character. You're the player. But remember, that character on the screen is just an avatar. You're actually the player. You go up to another character. That character is an NPC. It's a non-player character. But how does that character fully come to life? Well, the player could switch over and actually play that character. Does that make sense? So God literally is experience itself.
Okay.
And there's only one experience in existence.
He made a jump there a little bit, but yeah, it makes a bit of sense. You can change characters while playing some video game. Are there any video games where you can do that? You can change characters. Okay.
Couldn't be anything else. Does that make sense?
I think the dream analogy was
But then do the characters, like when you're playing the character, you're playing the character, but when you drop and go into a different character, does the character still do things by himself? I don't think he's actually. Man, he's thick though, huh? I don't know if he's necessarily flexing. He does flex sometimes though. He's a bodybuilder, but wow, thick.
probably
Okay,
the
I
easiest
know,
to understand,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, okay, if you meet other people in your own dream, that's not actually other people. It's still like technically you constructing these
Yeah, dream
sort
matter.
of characters.
Technically.
Right.
Okay. And I just want to clarify one more thing. You're saying consciousness is fundamental to reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Consciousness first.
Like you said before that if I know some people are like saying I'm shaking and speaking weird. I'm super cold. I was on my bike, like
yeah,
on
you're
my
good, dude.
motorcycle
Who
for the
cares?
last 3 hours in
You're good, my
freezing
man.
temperatures, and I haven't warmed up yet. But so yeah, consciousness is fundamental to reality, but you said God is like an empty void that doesn't need any sort of physical matter to like exist, doesn't need like an actual brain. Okay,
Correct.
so how could consciousness be fundamental to reality if if a consciousness doesn't need reality to exist?
Right. So the idea is that
How could consciousness be fundamental to reality if consciousness doesn't need reality to exist? I don't understand the question. Consciousness is foundation, reality comes from it. But you say, how can consciousness be the foundation if it doesn't need reality? What is that question? He may have jumbled it somehow. I don't know if that made sense.
the fundamental base like is
I mean, it makes sense that you don't need the things on top of it, but that doesn't discount anything that comes from it, right? Like, you don't need children, let's say, to exist, but because you have children doesn't mean that that you did need the children, right? You don't need this to exist, but that doesn't mean that since it exists, it means that this must have needed that. I don't know. God doesn't need the atheist. The atheist needs God. Interesting. It just seems like a weird question, I guess. I think it may be, I don't know if he's necessarily assuming some sort of linked causal sort of thing, some sort of back and forth linked causal thing. So if reality comes from consciousness, then necessarily consciousness needed reality. I guess you could have that notion of causality, but most people don't. It's kind of strange. I think maybe
it's
not.
consciousness. That is the one. And again, it's an experiential thing, and this emptiness, like, it comes with no attributes, right? Except it exists, like existence. And
No
it's
attributes, but it's
even
here.
more fundamental than like consciousness, because consciousness comes with this certain like context, and it's hard to really suck out the essence of what awareness really is. Okay, so essentially, God at its core, at its very base, right? God in its simplest form is a complete void, but a void that exists, and a void that is aware of itself, right?
Okay.
That's what existence really is. And then, of course, it creates anything that it wants because it's completely infinite, right? So the form is dependent on
What do you
the
do?
mind, not the mind is dependent on the form, on the physical matter.
Okay.
Right? Just how in a dream, that dream isn't dependent on any of the matter in the dream. That dream gave rise to all of the matter in the dream.
Okay. That dream analogy does.
Shuzan's staff makes it clear the dimensions. Basho's stick shows the issues. Isan's bottle makes clear the response. Oh, wow. He's really trying to understand, I think, and he's got a good faith effort here. He's actually listening. He's kind of trying to repeat back. He's writing things down. I feel like he may be getting somewhere here, but we'll find out.
Doesn't quite work for me.
Okay, he doesn't like the dream. What's wrong with the dream?
Yeah, I'm still not understanding how there could be nothing, but like consciousness could exist.
Right. So that's it. So
Consciousness is the
again,
nothing.
this is hard because it's an experiential thing. But I want you to think there's a part of you that's aware, right? Like
There's a slight issue here. The way that we use the word exist is not very clearly defined, or not very clearly locked off or delineated or separated from any other concepts of being here, whatever that may mean, right? So if we start using exist, we kind of use it loosely, but then we start talking about other stuff, let's say like consciousness existing outside of reality and outside of time and space and outside of any form, right? Then we're going to challenge that by using exist to mean something like physically exist. We're going to have like a sort of more narrow definition, and we're going to scrutinize it and try to make it cohere with, let's say, the type of existence that my tray is, this type of existence. It exists, it's here, I can measure it, I can evaluate it. And you kind of want to use that same word to refer to the nothingness or the consciousness that's preceding nothingness, or whatever it is that Connor's talking about here. Unfortunately, we don't have a better understanding of the bounds of the word existence, or maybe have different language to represent the different types of existence, smaller, lower level existence and higher abstractions of existence, and so on and so forth. So, very important. The one on the left seems more in touch with something. But you like the one on the right. Interesting. Very interesting. Seems straightforward conceptually. If there's a God, which is consciousness, nothing void, including potential for everything, and a lot of stuff on top of it. Yeah, but the idea, the problem is that the words consciousness, void, nothingness kind of conflict in the mind of Richard at the moment, and we're trying to get through all those conflicts.
Focus on what is aware right now. So there's something that knows.
Well, Connor, like the problem is I need a brain to be able to be aware.
Right, but that's an assumption. Okay, that's the assumption of the materialist paradigm.
If I shot your head off with a shotgun, you wouldn't be aware anymore.
I wouldn't be aware, as in the mind-body, the body-mind, the small self, right? But there would be another part. There would be the true me that is always aware. That's the thing. Form is impermanent, right? Form is impermanent.
Yes.
But you are immortal. You're the true self. The actual you. This pure blank mind. A mind cannot be destroyed.
True.
Right? That's the idea. So this giant infinite mind simply cannot be destroyed. It can take on other forms, right? But it can't be destroyed. That's like, it's saying like you're in a dream, right? And you kill the character in the dream.
Don't do that.
That doesn't kill the experience, right? You wake up and then you're in another experience, right?
There's still a brain.
There's a brain, yes.
This is the problem with the brain analogy, the dream analogy. I get what you're saying, how things can work in a dream, but I mean, the reason the dream exists in the first place is because there's a brain there where different neurons and synapses are firing off, and it's constructing these sorts of experiences for you.
It's strange how I'm just looking at Connor's face. He seems so excited when he speaks and so expressive, but then, when he's silent, everything seems to just kind of completely rest. It's very weird. Maybe he seems a little bit I can't tell if it's really tense or that's just the fact of the fact that he has a nice tight jawline there. I don't know if he's gritting his teeth or anything. It doesn't seem like he's in any sort of distress, but he's so. Just look at the difference between him speaking and not, something.
So I'm seeing a bit of a disconnect between this idea consciousness is fundamental to reality. Well, okay, I'm not understanding how there could be an emptiness of pure nothing but a consciousness could exist, and the consciousness exists independent from reality.
Right. I mean,
It
well, the consciousness
sounds
is reality, but independent of form. Yes. So you're kind of
independent of
trapped.
form. Okay,
Right.
so you can have consciousness without form, and what do you mean by form? Do you mean like something like matter?
That's something very hard to describe. No, it goes beyond matter. Matter, thoughts, really, essentially anything
Anything.
that takes place in time.
Form.
Right. That's form.
Interesting.
Right. You need time in order to experience form.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So again, what you're caught in is something called like the materialist paradigm, right? Where you believe that consciousness evolved from dumb matter, right? Instead of consciousness being fundamental. So this idea of the brain creating consciousness, this is a story that this mind created, right? So this mind is the base, and then it created the story of how the brain does this. Now, I'm not saying that that's not how the brain works, right? Because it's still real. Like this material world that is constructed by this infinite mind, of course, still exists, but it's not the base reality. It's just a story, right? It's just a dream, right? Because again, like I can use a dream analogy again, but I guess it wasn't that good. But
I'd rather you go back and kind of just try to explain what you mean by form and time. I think that's important. So consciousness is fundamental to reality. My issue with that is I don't understand how you could have consciousness without matter existing. So like a brain doesn't necessarily have to be like a human brain. I don't know. It could be any sort of structure, like any sort of matter that could actually create consciousness.
This is so interesting. Like, I don't know. There's something about how he's explaining really well, or I mean, he's trying to explain at least, and he's giving some analogies, and he's trying to be helpful. And then the moment Richard speaks, the moment the guy on the right speaks, Vegan Game speaks, Connor stops, and he listens, and he seems to be very. I don't know. There's something there. Some sort of compassion there. He's really trying to help us understand. Not quite as much as the, the sort of wacky, eccentric, all over the place vibe we get from the videos. Seems to be pretty well controlled. Of course, even when he's speaking, he's still kind of going a little bit more out there than you might expect from a normal person. He's got his gesticulations. He's going out, but there seems to be like a togetherness and an underlying, like, really kind of trying to help. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't fall apart, but it's kind of interesting to see here.
So explain to me what you meant by like in order for consciousness to exist, there has to be something like time or form. You didn't really explain what form is very well.
So consciousness can exist outside of time, right? Like just a pure awareness. And again, this is something that you can actually experience, right? But in order for there to be form, there has to be
Okay,
time.
hold up there. Consciousness can exist outside of time. What do you mean by that?
So, well, this is something that it's beyond language. It's beyond words. Everything I say is not it. It's something that has to be experienced. This is something that's really, it's so hard to talk about, or everyone would know, and the world would be all peaceful and stuff. So essentially, I mean, we're so caught up in this concept of time. It's almost it's impossible for us to conceptualize non-time, right? But it exists, and it's absolute pure nothingness, just awareness that is aware of itself, right? No form, no nothing. No characteristics except being aware of itself, the void being aware of the void, right? And that takes place outside of time, right?
Yeah, no change, right? Outside of times will be just no change. I feel like that's an easy way to put it, maybe not.
Essentially, my claim is that...
Can you define what time is?
What is time? What the heck is time? Yeah, change, right? It's a sequence of events, maybe, or like a direction for entropy. No, that's the way that we define the direction of time is entropy. But time would just be change, right? Or it's just another dimension, maybe, if you want to put it that way. It's a different dimension, a sequencing of a different dimension. It's a dimension where in other dimensions can change, where things in other dimensions can change. But thinking about that, actually, all dimensions are that way, right? In any dimension, everything can change. They're just not ordered via entropy. They are ordered, though, in terms of location. I don't know, how do you define location? Do we have like a grounding system for saying that this is an origin point and this is infinity and this is the sequence of things in between, right? We seem to have that for entropy, which would give us the direction of time. We have maximum entropy, and minimum entropy, and we have a way to define the sequence of events there. But for location, I don't know if it's grounded in anything other than there's just some sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's some sequence, but it's not really. There's no way to. We don't have a way of defining that or understanding why it's in that way. It could very well just be changed, I suppose. It could be very arbitrary. Why are the numbers in the order that they are in? I gotta take a break. I gotta pee. So I'm gonna be right back. We can all think about this. Why are numbers in the order that they're in? Because it's arbitrary. It is arbitrary, but like there must be, it doesn't must be, but wouldn't you think there's some way of defining why 1, 2, 3, the normal sequence of things? In terms of not like just numbers in general, we can keep that arbitrary and just be the things under unfortunate quantity, sure. But then like, why is spatiality ordered in the same order as numbers? Quantity, sequence, whatever. But things like entropy so time is defined more by entropy. It's actually like to something. It's defined to from minimum entropy to maximum entropy. There's actually a reason why they're ordered in that particular way. Space is expanding, yeah. Anyway, you guys think about that. I'm gonna pee. You guys think though. You guys be in my brain for a moment. Yeah, that reason's also arbitrarily created. There's the entropy thing is arbitrarily created too, but there's at least one more layer of explanation than just it just so happens to be that the XYZ direction must be ordered in sequence of 0, rising, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Reasons imply oughts. When did that go? How did that happen? Yeah, it's all arbitrary, definitely, but there's a little bit other. There's something about having hiding that layer of arbitrariness, going one layer deeper, can get there. And it seems that we have. So the reason why I'm asking the question is because we have multiple dimensions. We say 4 dimensions here, and we have a reasoning for the order of one of the dimensions, but not a reasoning for the order of the other 3 dimensions. That's the confusion, I guess. Isn't it just causality otherwise? Causality is even too much. No? Reasons imply oughts. Where is this coming from? How do reasons imply oughts? I don't think so. You mean oughts in terms of like morality, right? Like moral statements? Normative ethics or something? Normativity? I don't think so. I'm not sure. You are the third revelation. Oh, wow. Welcome. We appreciate all the revelations here. I don't know what that means, but hey. Wow. Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo. Outs. Uh-oh. Reason implies oughts as knowledge carries duties. What? What? Rum, old, best old. What? Does it even make sense to view dimensions as separate when considering sequence? Sometimes? So no. So it depends on what you mean here. Chop chop! What's up? This is Pajama Sam from the first Pajama Sam. It's called Sam's Room. Very cool song. It's so good. Non-arbitrary reasons. Non-arbitrary reasons. Does it make sense to view dimensions as separate when counting sequence? Does it even make sense? Do you mean is there like a non-arbitrary reason to do this? I think there's not a non-arbitrary reason. They're all arbitrary reasons. I don't know what you're trying to ground me in here. This used to be a K-pop. One day it was. Now we're here. Okay. This is a stream about the existence of God, so we're going to continue with that. Connor Murphy, Vegan Gains, what's up?
So
'Cause you're like, I don't know if you're even using a definition of time.
Time, what's time?
Time is
Outside of time, but a consciousness knows that it exists. It's a consciousness that's self-aware, but it exists outside of time. Okay, well, would this consciousness be able to create a thought?
yeah. But in time, right? So
Okay, so then
Time-
if it can create a thought,
In time.
could it think of something that
So yeah, so Connor's trying to make the distinction between the thing, whatever God is that he's referring to, some empty void mind that is outside of time, nothing changes there. So if it creates anything, it's going to be inside of time. apparently. I don't know.
That it thought of before it thought of something else?
Thoughts on vegan gains? Probably lots of them. Probably lots of them. Look at them. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay,
could think
so
of-
you're describing time. You're describing like a sequence of events where there's an elapsed time. So what do you mean
Right. By
something
by
exists
thinking,
outside of time?
well, no, by thinking, the consciousness created time. It can't experience the form of a thought without time. Thoughts are dependent on time because they're form. Basically, what time is a sequence of form, right?
I don't know who they are. Why would you say what? My goodness. So disrespectful. They're people too. Thoughts are people too. Vegan gains is kind of toxic, I will say. That's all I can say about vegan gains, all right? It's a toxic person. Generally, he seems very nice in this conversation, actually. He seems to be trying to really understand. I've heard him in many other conversations, and he's toxic. And I heard him, I've seen a lot of his videos, and they're pretty toxic too. And of course, a long time ago, where he used to make more videos, he would like be holding knives to the camera and telling people horrible things, threats and stuff. You know, it was really bad. But I think he's much better now. I'm not sure. This video seems to be fine, though. He seems to be pretty reasonable so far.
So a sequence of form that kind of tells a story.
What do you mean by form?
A form is literally anything that's outside of just the pure blank empty void, like the consciousness, right? Form is literally like anything that you can conceptualize is form, right? But there is something that you can't conceptualize, and that's this blank empty void that you have to experience. But
Yeah, of course.
anything that you can conceptualize is form, because thoughts are form. So literally your whole world, like anything that you could possibly imagine is form.
I did see Vosh and Destiny. It was not much of a debate, but I saw the discussion. Very long, heated, drawn out, unnecessary discussion I saw. Yeah, what about it?
Okay. Okay, so I think I've got enough. Let me just go through everything here. God is a creator. We've established that. God is infinitely intelligent, has infinite potential, is all powerful. Reality is basically created by God. We're basically part of God, essentially. We're part of this mind of God.
Body mind is part of God, but we are the mind, right? So
Okay, so
the you that you
okay, right. So we're basically the mind of God. Like our different individual, like we may be individuals technically, but it's essentially like how you explained a dream. Like if you meet another character in a dream, it's still you, but it's basically your Okay, and
Okay.
let's see. Yeah, and then you're saying consciousness is fundamental to reality. I don't know if you're like just having trouble explaining yourself, because some of these things you've said where consciousness exists outside of time is a little weird. But
Probably, I mean,
but I think we can go through this. Like I do have some issues with some of these ideas for sure.
Okay.
yeah.
I call it unconditional love,
Okay,
but really that's not even it.
First
Aw,
off,
really?
if God is all powerful,
Aw.
infinitely intelligent, has infinite potential, and
Ooh,
we're part. Sorry.
You'll like this one, all loving too. You'll be able to argue against that one.
Okay. Well, you actually think God is all loving?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Wow.
can type that one into that.
How nice of Connor to give him a little bit of extra ammo to attack the argument.
That one will be fun.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just writing down these notes. So, okay, well, all loving. I mean, just the existence of evil and just horrible pain and misery would disprove that pretty easily, wouldn't you think?
I don't. And this is the thing. This is the nature of dualities. So this is the nature of dependent origination. is
Codependent
that
origination.
Everything depends on everything else.
Dependent arising.
It's how we conceptualize things. So for example, you have left and right, right? What if you took away left? What is this? It totally lost its rightness. You could call it
So this is very interesting. We were talking a little bit about causality earlier, but And he was saying that there was some weird question about if consciousness is foundational to reality and reality exists, why does consciousness exist? It was some weirdness, some ridiculous question like that. And he seemed to be suggesting some sort of codependent arising as opposed to normal causality. So codependent arising, you need everything in the chain is necessary. If A causes B and causes C, if you drop C, all of it goes away. No C, no B, no A. Right? Codependent arising. So we're going to learn a little bit about this. Opposites, you need the opposite in order for the thing to be here. You need left in order to distinguish it from right. So left needs right, right needs left. They both codependently arise. Very important.
Sideways, because you have like north and south to compare it to. But take away north and south, then what is this? It lost its meaning, like it's nothingness, right? It's the same with up and down. You take away down, what is this? Well, it's just empty space, okay? Our minds cannot conceptualize the idea of up without having down to compare it to. So that's the same thing about evil, is that it would be absolutely impossible to know what good is, joy, peace, bliss, like any of these positive emotions.
Peace and bliss.
It would be impossible to actually have them, to conceptualize them without having this evil, this badness, this suffering to compare it to. It's how our minds work. It's impossible, right? Now, here's the cool thing, is that we have this thing called memory, right? This is the brilliant design of reality. Reality is absolute perfection. God is all powerful. It would create the perfect reality, right? We have this memory, so we don't have to go through this suffering forever, right? This is a growth process. I'm free. I don't suffer, right? Because I've realized this truth, right? And when everyone realizes this truth, this is where reality is going.
This is interesting. So he's saying,
No more suffering.
No more suffering. Okay, so he's saying that the good thing about the creation of reality with this codependent arising stuff is that we have memory, right? So essentially we can section things off in time. This is what he's saying, really. So suffering needs to come in order to have joy, in terms of like normal feeling good joy. These codependently arise, but you can section them off. You can have one in the past, let that be a memory, and then have the other one just constantly be for the rest of the future. That's an interesting thought here. Interesting way of putting it. I hadn't heard that before.
Epic, right?
Epic.
That's kind of how reality works. So you have to have evil, or you wouldn't be able to have good, just by how our mind works.
Okay, I have a number of issues with that. I can go through it one by one. Okay, so...
Hey, thanks for hanging out.
I don't think this is analogous, like your comparison of if you got rid of left, there would be no right. Well, if you got rid of evil, there would be no good. I think that's disanalogous. So
why?
Yes, like if you were to get rid of like a dimension, like we live in the third dimension, you can go backwards, forwards, left, right, up, down.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to get rid of that third dimension and there's only left, right, and like that's it, you can only move around in a two-dimensional plane. Sure, you would get rid of a dimension, but that doesn't mean that concept would go away. It's hard to explain, but
he's missing a little bit here. It's difficult to really grasp the distinctions and non-distinctions and so on and so forth. But I guess there is a bit of a difficulty in explaining directly what it means, right? So the analogy of saying that if you need left and to make right, they kind of arise together. But you don't need necessarily an opposite duality or an opposite, what do you call that? You don't need something that's necessarily directly opposed or mirroring something in order to have it codependently arise, right? So you need color to be distinguished from elephants. Does that make sense? Color needs to be distinguished from everything. You don't need to say, left and not left, exactly. Left and not left. It's not necessarily left and right. Left and not left. Left and elephant. In order to have elephant, you need to have left. In order to have left, you need to have elephant. Right? You see the picture. You don't need to have necessarily directly opposing things in one particular dimension. You can just say one thing and then the entire universe, the rest of everything. Or you can say one thing and then some subsection of the universal, which is generally how people would use it because they want to refer to one particular domain or one dimension or one, I don't even know what the word will be, but they usually refer to the opposite of something. This gets into issues because then people will bring up stuff that's a little bit more complex, like emotions. So they'll say you don't need to, let's say, get beat up in the street in order to enjoy eating ice cream or something like that. Or you don't need the concept of red in order to have the concept of blue, because we're kind of misunderstanding that these things don't need to be opposites. But whatever. It's difficult to really explain. Maybe there's some people who have made some better ways of really fleshing it out so we don't get too caught here with needing direct opposites, but it needs to be mentioned. Dependent co-arising means you live in a world of colorless, formless lighters. Thus.
What's his name? He was the guy who did the original Carl Sagan. He actually had a really good video on this where he explained the fourth dimension. Mm-hmm. So to a two-dimensional being, I don't know if I can really explain this well without having like a visual, but let's say you're a two-dimensional being. So you can only conceptualize something moving around in a two-dimensional plane. And if a three-dimensional object were to go past your two-dimensional, dimension, like let's say you saw a circle, like a sphere went through a two-dimensional dimension.
I think he's trying to explain a fourth dimensional of space. Fourth dimension of space, time not related here. Right, but in the same way, you can, like if you saw a person walk through in four dimensions, you'd see them in the third dimension for a moment, and then they kind of walk, continuing into the fourth dimension. I think he's about to explain two-dimension, right? If you're in two dimensions and something 3D passes through, you'll just kind of see the form of it sort of shape change a little bit. There are lots of, like, we can watch, you can see stuff like that.
You would see a circle get larger, and then it would get smaller.
Right.
Now, a two-dimensional creature could be able to still conceptualize a third dimension without being able to actually see what it would look like in a third dimension.
Yep.
And we can actually do that as...
Yeah, so completely missing the point here, but it's difficult for Connor to describe, really.
4D Toys is a toy box filled with four-dimensional toys. By four-dimensional, I mean that they exist in a world with 4 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, instead of 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. It turns out that the rules of how objects bounce, slide, and roll around can be generalized to higher dimensions, and this unique toy lets you experience what that would look like. So I thought I would show it to you, and in the process explain what the 4th dimension is. So here's a stack of 4D hypercubes. To us, a 4D hypercube kind of looks like a regular 3D cube sometimes, because even though these toys are 4D, our universe is only 3D, so we can only see 3 dimensions out of 4.
See? There you go. Dimensions. And of course you can go weirder if you wanted to without having, without needing to actually make, so he's got like a sliding scale for the 4th dimension. I guess you could theoretically just have sliding scales for each dimension, which would be pretty cool, interesting to see, or you can only display 4 at a time, because you can only see 4 dimensions at a time. Or you can see 3 dimensions and then you can have one naturally go through in terms of time. It'd be interesting if you could just flip those out, make it sort of arbitrarily flipping those out, but no less. You could also represent the dimensions in other ways. You don't need to necessarily represent them spatially. You can represent them with intensity of light, or you can represent them with color, or any other things that'd be more interesting. So you can show 6 or 7 dimensional things, I think, with just visuals, which is kind of cool. But you can imagine higher dimensions, or you can visualize, or you can represent higher dimensions in very interesting ways. That's not quite the point that Connor was getting at, though. Not quite.
As third-dimensional creatures, we can actually conceptualize what a 4th dimensional object would look like. It's called a tesseract. So you can look it up.
Tesseract.
So no, I don't think we necessarily need to have some sort of opposite or some sort of, contradictory thing to like be able to conceptualize, okay, this is good, this is bad. We don't
he thinks you need a direct opposite. You don't need a direct opposite.
necessarily need evil to be able to conceptualize what good is. I see another issue with this You don't necessarily need to understand what suffering is to have a pleasurable experience. Like you could create a hypothetical child that would never suffer, never experience any bad things in its life. It would still experience good things. It's just never experienced bad things. There's people who have never broken their legs. There are people who have never had a breakup in a relationship. That doesn't mean they can't like cherish like a relationship they have. That doesn't mean they can't like get any sort of pleasure from, I don't know, getting a massage just because they haven't broken their leg. So removing suffering from the world, it's not like that would get rid of not suffering, like any good feelings. So I just totally reject that.
True happiness is without happiness.
The reason God has to put suffering in the world is so people can feel pleasure. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I feel you, but that's not exactly what I'm saying. So the dimension thing, right? The dimension thing isn't a duality, right? It's not like an opposite, right?
Yeah.
So that's not really what I'm talking about.
Oh, wow.
And yes, I agree that you can
I thought Connor needed my help.
without
Of course not.
experiencing suffering, right? Now, not really, because everyone's actually experiencing some amount of suffering, right? Even if you don't realize it. But I'm talking about like breaking a leg. Yeah, not everyone breaks their leg, but they still have the concept of breaking their leg, which gives them the gratitude for having a leg, right? If you didn't know that leg breaking was possible, it would be absolutely impossible to have gratitude for having both legs perfectly working, right? So it's these concepts of evil that you still must have, these concepts of bad that even if they only exist as a concept, that's what gives us the context. It's what allows us to really know what good really means. You can't really define good. It loses its goodness. If bad was, you wouldn't even be able to comprehend it. It would just be like neutral, like just that's what it is, right? It would completely lose its its meaning. I guess you don't agree with that.
Okay, yeah, there again, two issues with that.
Okay.
For one thing, like you said, let me see. You said God is infinitely intelligent, infinite potential.
Connor's a smart dude. I gotta watch more of his videos. Oh yeah, I forget. He's got them all copyrighted under the YouTube copyright system, so I can't watch them all. I'd love to hear him explain more. I mean, I wonder if he has video. Most of his videos are pretty memey, and he's like doing weird stuff to get a lot of clicks. But I'd like to hear him just kind of talk normally.
And you said all powerful.
Mm-hmm.
How would an infinitely intelligent being that's all powerful with infinite potential not be able to come up with a solution to this that doesn't involve making other beings suffer?
Oh, let's not forget, Vegan Gains is a vegan. He thinks that suffering is bad. Full stop. Done.
Well, that's the thing, is that you are the one that's calling suffering bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's not necessarily the truth. I believe that suffering is love. It's an amazing thing that gives us the context for the good. I am so grateful.
When children get raped and
Oh boy.
tortured,
Okay. Whoa. Well, I should have saw Con. I've seen Vegan Games debates before. He does go into hypotheticals, and he doesn't he gets into hypotheticals, all right, and he lets it go all out. Okay, interesting. So to clarify a little bit of what Connor is saying, he's saying that suffering, as opposed to well-being, it gives us the context for the well-being, and he's saying the well-being is kind of fun, so he enjoys that, and he understands that has to codependently arise with suffering, so that's cool, but he's calling it love, and what he means by love is the non-dual somethingness, the interaction between these things, the governor that makes it so that this is necessary for that. That probably didn't make any sense, excuse me, but the sort of the interaction, the interplay between all dualities is what he's calling love. And he's saying that he enjoys the pleasures of life, the well-being that he gets from life. And in order to do that, there needs to be suffering somewhere in the world. So he's grateful for that, and he's calling it love. That's what he means. But of course, it gets awkward when you start to present awkward hypotheticals that are going to be very emotionally charged and cause people to raise an eyebrow, we'll say. So let's hear how Connor handles this attack. Good luck.
It's a loving act.
Not necessarily the truth. I believe that suffering is love. It's an amazing thing that gives us the context for the good. I am so grateful.
When children get raped and tortured, that's a loving act?
So first of all, remember, it's just an assumption that, has that ever happened to you? You have never experienced anything outside of your direct experience, first of all.
Okay, well,
so even if
Oh wow, what a weird way. Okay, well, all right, well, solipsism. Let's just jump to solipsism. Other experiences don't exist in the way that you think they exist. So the suffering that you project onto other people is just being assumed. I mean, it's definitely a take. It's definitely an opinion. It's definitely a way of saying that in order for me to enjoy tasty steak, the pork must suffer. Wow. Steak and pork is not... Yeah.
There's people who've been raped as children.
right, but even assuming that there was some experience of rape, that's an
assumption. Oh no. So emotionally and rhetorically, I think we've completely lost already. We're completely lost. Connor, I'm sorry. We've just lost it all completely. But what he's saying is like there are no other experiences other than the experience that you're having currently right now. Even referencing the past for yourself, referencing any other thing for other people, that's all in your mind currently right now. So you're making those experiences, and you can stop doing that. But I'm not sure I'm not sure what the tactical way of actually handling this type of question is, or the mindset the person might be. I like to say it's an option, obviously, to see the love in everything. It's an option. It's not necessary. It's my way of kind of getting around that emotional reaction that a lot of people may have. But
assumption, right? You've never actually experienced that. So that's cool. But I mean, it's fine to go.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying everyone who's being raped is making it up?
No. I'm saying that anyone that you think that is experiencing outside of your experience doesn't exist because it's outside your experience, right? I'm saying that your experience is literally the only experience in existence, right? And
how is that possible when you said we're all sharing the same experience? We all have one mind.
The contradiction's coming out. Oh my goodness. So many different frames of reference and so many different ways of explaining whatever it is he's trying to explain. And they do necessarily contradict. They should be contradicting. They're different worldviews. But that's not really put up front for a lot of people to understand. Different worldviews. And they all culminate into a non-worldview. And then that can be developed into something different if you get into weird Tibetan stuff and other weirdo stuff. But generally the goal is to get to the non-worldview, and any way that you describe it is kind of wrong and filtered through some perspectives. But all those perspectives are necessarily contradictory. So that's going to be an issue in terms of a debate, obviously.
Same player that is experiencing each person. I didn't say it's happening at the same time, right? So again, this is where the video game example kind of helps.
Okay, well, Connor, what would you have said if I said, yes, I was raped as a child?
Then I would have said that there's a lot of good that came with that, because you suffered and it gave you a learning experience, and your life will be more fulfilling.
Okay, so
that's not the right way. Maybe it's an option. Okay, it's an option. Remember, it's an option. If anybody's ever suffered anything, it's an option to see it as a good thing. You don't want to do that all the time. Well, I guess you do want to do it all the time, but you don't necessarily have to do it all the time. And if you don't see it in that way, it doesn't mean that you're seeing it in the wrong way. It's just that we have other options. You can take this option occasionally, and it might be good. So we get into this. It may be good to build up the habit pattern, and it seems like that's the thing that Connor has done, right? He's having a good time. He's having a good time all the time because he's built up this habit pattern of seeing everything as love, which is great. But you don't want that to override other people's perceptions because it can't, right? It can't. So you get into awkward situations like this where he's not presenting it as if it's an option. He's just saying that necessarily it was a loving experience and necessarily you got some good from it. Probably not the best way to communicate that, what he's trying to communicate.
On the road.
Okay, so you're saying when children get raped, that's a good thing?
Well, first of all, and again, you're taking life so seriously. You're taking life so seriously.
Are you sure you want to keep going, dude?
So everything is good, but we do have preferences. My preference is not that children get raped.
Okay.
But everything is still good. Everything helps reality be created how it is.
Okay.
Right? So again, we have preferences. We couldn't have the absence of rape, which will come in the future when everyone gets enlightened. You can't have the absence of rape and that peace that comes with knowing, wow, there's no more rape anymore without there being rape in the first place. And again, stop taking this shit so seriously, dude. If you were raped in a dream and you woke up and you're like, oh shit, that was a bad dream. The problem is that everyone thinks that this is it. This life is all they have. They take their life too seriously instead of seeing that they're just an avatar in a video game. If your video game character gets raped, is it a big deal? Like, come on. I'm not saying, and again, I'm not promoting it in any way because we still have preferences. We still want to spread good and love in the world. But everyone thinks that this is all there is, that we're just this body mind. And of course, they're going to take everything so seriously.
I'm seeing a few contradictory claims here.
Should be a lot of contradictions.
When I mentioned this issue that I have, like when I pressed you, like, are you saying rape is good? Your response to that was, wait. Your response to that was, well, that's just your like opinion, man. Basically, you're essentially trying to tell me, oh well, you're the one.
Oh no, Connor was a little upset by that. I think. Was he? I can't tell from the eye movement. It looked like he was a little upset.
When I pressed you,
because he's Richard is not being very charitable, and then he's sort of memeing it up, with the Big Lebowski reference here. I don't think Connor liked that very much. Let's see.
Like, are you saying rape is good? Your response to that was, wait. Your response to that was, well, that's just your like opinion, man. Basically, you're essentially trying to.
Yeah, he didn't like that. He doesn't like to be. I don't know. It seems like it's not that there's a misunderstanding, but there seems like a deliberate sort of. I don't know. I'm not sure how to interpret exactly what Richard's doing and why that would be so annoying to a normal person. But I can definitely understand it.
Oh, well, you're the one basically putting this bad stigma or this bad idea on the concept that's not necessarily...
But came back really
doesn't
quickly.
necessarily mean it's bad. Well, then you claimed at the same time that I'm God, I'm the only character in this game. Okay, so if I'm God, if I'm the creator, wouldn't that make it like my perception of things?
No, not the body mind. See, so there are two different levels of preferences going on, right? There's the preference of your body mind, but then the preference of your subconscious mind. Okay? The preference of the subconscious mind is absolutely perfect.
Okay.
You, the body mind, is trapped in this ignorance where you don't see the perfection of reality. Right? And it's this gradual process of slowly changing your perspective, or maybe quick, and then actually realizing the perfection of reality. So remember, this is a dream and you're creating it all. So of course, at your absolute preference as God, as your higher self, is that yes, there's all this evil in the world, but the preference of the small self is that there's not, right? And there's this contradiction between the preferences in order to give you this experience of going from this kind of like hellish nature of reality to more of a type of heaven. Does that make sense?
Let me just think of that for a second.
Of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
You're saying I think I'm getting tripped up with the subconscious preference versus
Yeah, I got you. So
conscious preference.
I think he misspoke
Yeah,
here. He
yes.
doesn't mean subconscious. He just means the preference of reality.
So remember how in a dream, how there's the conscious part of the dream, like you that's conscious. You are realizing that you're like the character in the dream, right? But there's the subconscious that's going on in your mind that's actually creating the entire dream, right? Does that make sense? So that's the two different selves, okay? There's a small self, right? The body mind, or in a dream, it's the character that's in the dream. Then there's the real you, which is actually the mind, right? That's actually creating all of it, right? It's
Okay.
creating your entire existence. So two different yous, right? The real you is really the mind. And this character is actually just the mind experiencing the character. So the preferences of the character, it's like you don't know what you actually want, right? The real you, the mind that's creating all this, knows what it actually wants.
Okay, Connor, are you really trying to argue that I subconsciously want children to be raped?
And again, I mean, we can get stuck on this example, right? Because it's really just kind of appealing to people's emotions, right?
Yeah, it is.
Well,
Yeah.
no.
Doing
no,
very well.
Like, this is
And he bit the bullet. Oh my goodness. Yes, but yes. All right. This is just an emotional example, but yes. Probably not a very good rhetorical point for most people, but wow, he just did it.
serious issue. Like, okay, if we're the ones creating this, our own reality, which is basically a dream, like, are you saying everyone just subconsciously wants children to be raped? Do people subconsciously want needless, pointless wars to happen? Does everyone subconsciously want to see homelessness? And
Yeah.
this creates another problem too, because you're saying, oh well, we need this duality. Like,
Yep.
okay, we need suffering to experience happiness. How much suffering do we need? Like, if we see it once, wouldn't that be good enough? But
Sure.
when you look around, you see how many fucking children have been raped and murdered
Jesus.
and abused, like, on a daily basis.
Right. So yeah, we need a lot of it because see, if it just happened once, it wouldn't be a big deal. You have no idea how complex reality must be in order for you to be so tricked, right? To create this incredibly complex reality where you're tricked into not knowing who you actually are, that you are God creating all of this, right? And so of course, we need to grow up in this world where there's this evil, there's this awful stuff. All of this is so necessary for this awakening process because the most incredible thing you are ever going to experience in the near future is you realizing that you are actually God that's creating all this, and that every single thing in existence is actually perfection, right?
Every single thing in existence is actually perfection. Remember, very good practice. I have to remove the perfection of hunger. So I'm going to get some food, and I'll be right back.
You just don't know
What do
right
you
now.
call
Your
it?
body mind has no idea of what it actually takes to create perfection because you cannot comprehend a world without evil. You actually can't do it. It's actually impossible because that concept of evil is drilled into your mind. You can think, okay, there's this perfect world with pure happiness and evil doesn't exist, but you're still creating that concept with the context of evil because you can't get it out of your mind. But if there was some robot that we could actually take out the concept of evil, they would not be able to experience good. It's just impossible. It's how the mind works. You would see something good and it would just seem bland because there's nothing to compare it to, right? So my argument is that, yes, I am so grateful for all the evil in the world. And it's completely fair because remember, it's a one-player game. So that baby or child or whoever that's getting abused, that's me, right? It's only one player, so it's perfectly fair, right? So all the suffering that everyone goes through, that's me. It's only one experiencer, and that's God. So it's completely fair. And yeah, like God wants to do it. That's why he's doing it, right? Because he wants to suffer to have the context.
Okay, so you could choose to like hurt yourself. You could choose to, I don't know, do something stupid like smash your finger with a hammer, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I could. I have an interesting debate on free will, which one might come up. So that's going to get a little bit tricky.
I'm saying you could choose to hurt yourself, right? Like, I mean,
I don't like. I'm not trying to play word games or anything. But who are you referring to when you're talking about me?
you're like, let's say just your body. Like you can choose to get a hammer, smash your finger, and then
so like this body mind chooses,
or yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this body mind chooses to smash my hand.
Right. Yep. Sure. You could choose to do that, right?
No.
Depends on what you mean.
My body mind cannot actually choose to do anything. In the story, it can, right? But there is actually zero free will of the body mind. It's complete illusion, right? Reality is completely determined, and I can actually, through simply self-awareness, you can actually see how this is the case.
Okay, this doesn't make sense to me because you defined God as being all-powerful, and you said you're part of God's mind, so how could an all-powerful being not have control over its own actions?
Yeah, the body-mind being different from the God.
If it's all-powerful.
The all-powerful being does have complete control over all actions. But remember, this body mind is of the finite partition of the all-powerful being, right? So the all-powerful being actually is the decider of what the body mind does, right? But the body mind...
But you said that you're God, right?
Yeah, me, my true self, not Connor Murphy, right? I mean, Connor Murphy is God as well as just as a tree in a dream is God. Like it's an appearance within God, but God is the mind that's creating Connor Murphy, right? Okay. So two different levels: small self, big self.
Oh, okay, but I don't understand how that takes away your own personal free will.
So, do you think that you have free will? How much control do you think you have over your decision-making process?
I have no idea. I'm agnostic as to whether or not I have free will.
Okay, like I would claim, and this is by my direct experience, that you have none, right? Because essentially, if you just sit here and try not to think, say, if I have free will, I'm not going to think for 30 seconds. You're going to have a thought come up, right? You'll realize that thoughts just come out of nowhere. They just arise out of nothingness, right? Mm-hmm. And thoughts are fundamental. They are the basis for all subjective experience, right? I mean, your thoughts completely shape your reality. It's how you conceptualize literally every single object that you see in reality, right? So if you can't control your thoughts, you can't control anything about your subjective reality, right? And even if you're saying something like, oh, well, I can't control my thoughts, but I can control how I act on my thoughts. No. How you act on your thoughts, the decision-making process, is literally just a combination of other thoughts, right? So if I'm saying, I will raise my right hand, well, who really decided that? Was it me? Was it Connor Murphy, the body mind? No. When I'm saying I'm raising my right hand, it was really just thoughts that came to me. In fact, you're raising my right hand just as much as me. Why? Because you're the one that implanted this thought in my mind, or at least you had an effect. I had an experience which caused this thought to happen, which caused me to raise my hand. And you're here right now because of literally everything that happened in your entire life. Your parents gave birth to you, you experienced all this crazy stuff, and now you're right here. If the universe, see how the whole universe is raising my hand? It's completely dependent on everything else in the universe. It's kind of the nature of the butterfly effect, right? Every part of the universe is in absolute complete harmony. And any little thing causes a huge ripple in everything else, right?
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. True. What was the cause? Who knows? It's true, right? The whole universe. Yeah. I had the pleasure of seeing the comment section here. Seems like a great guy. Well, strictly DNT. Honor needs help. Guy seems loony. This. I imagine this guy doing a mass stabbing. Wow. Wow. But he seems to be bringing some people over. He's right about free will. Well, very good. Richard put down the ego and learn. Maybe that's a little antagonistic against vegan gains. Connor coming back with this one, bringing some people around. Connor makes a lot of sense. There you go. So, a little bit of a mix here. But man, this is he's really trying to help. And I get the feeling that we're missing it. Crazy woke, yeah.
So it's not me that's raising my hand. It's the entire universe.
Okay, that's kind of tangential to what I was asking you though. Like, if God is supposedly all powerful and you're part of God's mind, how do you lose free will?
So God purposely makes his avatar, like his experience, not all powerful, right? Because God doesn't want to be all powerful all at once. That's part of his power. He's using his power to limit his power. Why? Well, look at how video games are designed. In a video game, you like the sense of progression. You don't want to have all the cheat codes or go God mode all at once in a video game. God mode is only for developers because it ruins the game. It completely ruins the game, right? So the idea is that God limits himself and gives himself this finite experience in order to experience this incredible progression of becoming more and more conscious, knowing himself more and more, and giving himself context. It's the nature of dualities again, because God can't actually understand what he is at his most all-powerful level if he at first didn't have the finite little existence to compare it to, right? So that's a little game that he's playing.
Be the case?
Huh? Ask that
How
again.
would that
Sorry.
be the case? Like, okay, if you have an all-powerful being, why would he not be able to understand himself without creating people who are like severely mentally disabled, disfigured, who have to suffer and die, who get raped, tortured, murdered? Why would
He
that
can.
have to be
I mean,
necessary?
he can know himself, but this is how he is doing it, right? Because again,
Okay, wait. So you're saying God is deliberately choosing to create a situation where people are severely disabled, disfigured, and have to suffer and die, but he's just doing this arbitrarily for no real justifiable reason when he could know himself through other means.
You could. Does that mean there's no personal responsibility? It does not mean that you do have personal responsibility. Something different. What was I reading earlier? From the Zhuangzi. There's no thing that is not that. There's no thing that is not this. If I look at something from that, I do not see it. If I only look at it from knowing, that is when I know it. Hence it is said, this view comes from this, and that view is a consequence of that, which is the theory that this view and that opposite view produces each other. Although it be so, there's no formation, now life, now death, now assembly of things, now inadmissibility of things. This is not what I wanted to read. Was it? I don't think so. That was close enough. If it were not for the views of another, I should not have my own views. If they were not for my views, his views would not be called for. This is nearly a true statement, but what we do not know is what makes it so. It might seem that there is some true governor concerned in it, but we do not find any trace of him acting. That such a one could act, I believe, but I do not see him in form. He has affections, but no form. Given the body with its 100 parts and its 9 openings and its 6 viscera, all complete in their place, which do I love the most? This is about codependent arising, and what is the cause of codependent arising? Who is the governor? Who makes it so that you must do one thing or another thing? Who makes it so that this produces that? Who makes it so? The governor. That's what Connor's referring to here. But Richard is saying, well, if God is bound by the laws of whatever this law is of codependent arising, that doesn't sound like a God at all. Interesting. But that just happens to be our particular section of the universe here. How can you have personal responsibility if you don't have free will? Well, why do you need free will to have personal responsibility? Does he look unhealthy? He looks a little bit skinny. That's a bit. I think he's been doing fasting.
No, I guess he could not know himself in the same way if he did not do this.
It's a specific way of knowing.
All this has a very specific reason. Everything down to the smallest minutia, the smallest little half thought that you have. Everything is perfectly designed. So no, God would...
an all-loving being decided to cause just unspeakable levels of torture and torment so that he could know himself, whatever that means?
Think of if you're this all-powerful being, right? Like, you would want to experience everything, right? Like, think about it just from like a boredom level. And again, you can say, oh, well, God wouldn't get bored. Well, yeah, this is how he doesn't get bored.
God wouldn't get bored, true. Yeah, but I mean, think about like video games and stuff. You cause all the suffering in video games and nobody bats an eye for some reason. It seems just as bad to me. Don't do that.
Right? So God wants all this contrast.
So an all-loving being created suffering
to give you the contrast.
He could just entertain himself. So when children get raped, that's just for his entertainment?
But you don't get it. Those children are him. He is experiencing it. It's not like he's creating some suffering outside of himself.
Okay, so
God
Connor,
is
if
the
you were
only
to,
experiencer.
right? So Connor, if you were to go out and rape a bunch of school children, or I don't know, do other horrible, unspeakable things, you're saying that's just fine because you're just doing it to yourself?
No, because the you that you're talking about is the body mind, and of course, the body mind. Remember, we have preferences. And again,
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, dude, like that doesn't matter. You're talking about like on a basically meta-ethical level. Are you saying it's totally fine to go out and rape children and do horrible things like that because ultimately you're just making yourself suffer?
How's the
first of all, it depends
metaphysical
on what
level here?
perspective you look at it from. Because if you look at it from the absolute perspective, none of this even is real. None of this even has meaning, right? And
it seems like you're trying to dodge like just answering a simple yes or no.
He said yes many times.
No, I'm not trying to dodge anything. Ask me again.
Okay, dude, like if you're saying that like all of this is fine, all the suffering that happens is fine because basically God is just imposing the suffering on himself, then if you were to go out and rape a bunch of school children or commit a mass shooting or any like horrible actions, all of that's just fine because that's basically just you doing it to yourself, correct?
Two different levels. In the materialist world, right? Again, in this...
I think a good analogy would be like, if we just talk about, let's say, humanity and then life in general, like, is life worsened if humanity persists or doesn't? Is the universe worsened? Does the universe care if humanity persists on Earth or if other life persists? You know, we can think of other higher abstractions of us. So, like, just because life will continue, that doesn't mean that you are absolved of your responsibility for hurting people. But you hurting people doesn't matter in terms of biology, right? In terms of life persisting or not persisting, it doesn't really matter at all. That's kind of what we're getting at, I think. But Richard doesn't like that, it seems.
Story that you created as God. No, that's awful, right? In the story that you created, there is evil. But remember, this evil is just for the context. So there's two different levels. There's a level of the story, right? There's the level of the dream, right? The actual story of the dream. But then there's the level of the player outside of the dream, right? So in the level of the dream, of course, like that's awful. You don't get it. This is why I'm on this podcast right now, is to help rid the world of evil. Because when you experience what I do, you become completely moral because you see everything else as yourself. Right? This is actually the answer to all the world's suffering, is knowing what I know, is experiencing what I experience. This is all I'm trying to do, is end suffering.
Okay,
is
why
end
would you
this
try
abuse
to
of
end
children.
suffering when the suffering is just being enacted on essentially one being that's just choosing to experience it? So why would
It's
that
the
matter?
end of consciousness.
So it matters because you still have preferences. Preferences drive the world. It's telling this amazing story, right? To be honest, like I am inner, my inner world is completely content, right? But I still have these preferences. I still like stories. I still like movies. And I want to create this epic movie of the world going from this seemingly hell with all this suffering into this world that becomes this amazing heaven. That's a dope story that I want to look back on and be like, whoa, I'm living an epic story right now, right? But for my this helps my bliss state, right? But my inner peace, my liberation, my lack of suffering internally, that doesn't change it, right? But I can keep gaining bliss.
Good way to put it.
Gaining.
A very good way to put it. He's developed already in terms of non-dual perception or something like that. Connection with the universe or God. But he wants to keep developing his bliss by helping other people. How cute.
Like happiness. Right? And so I just want to tell this epic story, right? I mean,
yeah,
that's
Connor, there are people with preferences where they'd prefer to murder people, they'd prefer to torture people, they'd prefer to rape children,
right. But my claim is that when you experience the truth, when you experience what I do, that's gone, because the want to murder people is from ignorance. It's actually from the illusion of separateness. you believe that you're separate from the rest of the universe. You believe that you need to take, because you're this finite little individual and everything else is separate from you, right? So selfishness arises. You also think that you're this finite little being, and when you die, you're gone from the rest of the universe. So you need to take everything as quickly as possible. When you have this awakening, evil goes away because everything is you. And you realize that the happiness of others is just as important as the happiness of yourself. In fact, the happiness of others really feeds the happiness of yourself, right? That's why Jesus like preached against sin, right? It wasn't like some, controlling thing in order to create this, like, so no one would hurt the community or whatever. It's literally because that hurts your internal state, right?
Yeah, because you don't want to be limited to what you think are your own experiences, right? You don't need to limit you to the experiences of a particular mind. Break free.
People just don't realize it. So it all comes from ignorance, the ignorance to the truth. All evil comes from the ignorance to the truth, right? And so when people actually realize this, they become
God ultimately created himself because he was bored.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's an all-loving thing to do, that an infinitely intelligent, infinitely powerful being that is all-loving would do. He'd deliberately create ignorance so that suffering could exist.
Yeah, so he could experience the bliss.
So you don't think any of these things are contradictory?
Nah, because you literally can't have all the bliss without the suffering. It's impossible. And again, it might be hard for you to comprehend because
you're telling me an infinitely intelligent being with infinite potential that's all powerful could not come up with any other way to live in a pure bliss state than to deliberately create ignorance, make others suffer because he was bored and he just wanted to create some sort of heaven, but he couldn't do it any other way, even though he's all powerful. So he had to do some other weird roundabout way because he's not all powerful, even though he is all powerful. So he created just hundreds of millions of years of creatures suffering, being ignorant, torturing and killing each other so that he could discover what happiness is so that these creatures could end up eventually, possibly, maybe discovering, the truth of all of this so that there could then eventually be a pure bliss state. Like, that's what an all-powerful, infinitely intelligent being with infinite potential would do.
Yep.
Yeah, so you have to remember this idea of bliss that
he's missing a couple things. He's forgetting that no separation and all that. Assuming that this universe is the only universe, sure, there is that sort of codependent arising that is here, but that's not the only way. It's not necessary. Well, what does he say?
This idea of bliss is something that you created.
Bliss.
And you created
bliss as opposed to suffering, but then the real bliss state would be beyond all of it.
Mechanism for achieving this bliss.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? Yeah, you could create something else that you could call bliss and just experience it just because, sure, if you wanted to, but it wouldn't come with the epic story, right? It wouldn't be as complex and amazing as this is right now. So yeah, you could do that, but it wouldn't be.
So now you're admitting that God deliberately just chose the option that
Adios.
created more suffering just because the other option, which created suffering, is much more entertaining, and you're saying this God is all-loving.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Remember, this God is causing the suffering to himself.
That's a direct contradiction, Connor.
No, how's it a contradiction?
Because you're saying a all-loving being deliberately created suffering just for the sake of his own entertainment.
Yeah. First of all, you don't know what love is, and you're thinking of God as some separate individual that's causing someone else suffering, right? He's causing suffering to give him context, right?
This is Connor Murphy, the guy speaking on the left, and Vegan Gains, the one who is a little bit, he's had enough on the right.
So it's like me, I'll go jump in a freaking ice bath, which seems like, obviously way less intense than the suffering that we were talking about, but there's a little bit of suffering. Why? Because I feel great afterwards. I have I feel great afterwards. People do this all the time.
So when children get raped, God feels great afterwards?
God is the child getting raped. God is literally experiencing that. That's the thing. You can't.
So children getting raped, that is the same as you entering an ice bath because it's basically God using his own agency to do it?
Again, this is just an appeal to emotion. Like, stop using the example
I'm
of
not
children getting
appealing
raped.
to emotion. I'm just using your own reasoning.
Certainly
and you
is
seem
appealing
really
to emotion.
uncomfortable, and you keep trying to kind of dodge these questions.
Nah, I'm saying
Nah. Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to make it sound awkward because he's not quite understanding that it's not really an emotional reading. So you're gonna get some weird emotional things out of it. And that's fine. Okay, sure, fine. But you can go beyond that and be a lot more free and a lot more fluid there.
absolutely yes. There's no dodging the questions. I'm saying with one word answer. Yes, this is what he's doing.
True,
And
he
it's
said yes
perfect,
many
right?
times.
You just can't see the perfection.
So you using your own agency to jump in an ice bath, it's the same as a child getting raped. It's just God using his own agency to
No,
experience
like
that
I
suffering.
said, it's a very different level of suffering, right? This is why you keep using the child getting raped thing because people don't like children getting raped, and
Doesn't
so that's
matter
gonna.
if in one case one's suffering more than the other. Let's say child rape equated to you jumping in an ice
Well, the issue is where the agency lies, right? So there seems to be agency on the level of the body mind wanting to go into a cold shower or into an ice bath, but then the agency of the whole world working, or the agency of like a rock falling, or the agency of a person getting abused doesn't seem to be at the level of the individual having the agency. It's a different level of agency. So you can't compare those two things. This is what Connor is getting at.
bath. Let's say it's the same level of suffering, just hypothetically.
So then let's
You're
just call it
basically
need
saying you using your own agency to jump in an ice bath is the same as God using his own agency to have a child getting raped.
No, well, let's just say God using his own agency to jump in an ice bath then, or have a child jump in an ice bath. Why don't we use that? That'd be the same level.
Right, would be the same.
And I would say yes.
Well, Connor, like again, when we go to these sorts of extremes, you seem really uncomfortable with answering these questions, and I think it's
Nah,
obvious
I'm an open
why.
book, dude. Yeah, nah, dude, that's just some concept that you're kind of imposing upon me. Like, I'm completely comfortable. I'll
just
answer it.
I don't know if he's actually completely comfortable. He started saying nah. He seems a little uncomfortable, but it is true that Vegan Games is kind of holding on to this emotional attack rather than actually engaging with the position. Fine, I mean, I guess. You could, yeah.
However you
That
want.
when we actually go to these logical conclusions, you're reluctant to actually give an honest answer.
He gave a straight
No,
answer
I'm
many
being very
times.
Okay, Connor, yes or no?
He gave a straight answer many times. He said, yes, God is doing it because he's bored. God doesn't have to do it. You could have just taken the other option, which is not bliss. He said this many times. So I'm not sure why Richard isn't satisfied with him biting the bullet, because he did.
You using your own agency to jump in an ice bath, is that the same as God using his own agency to have a child get raped?
No, they're different.
No, because jumping in an ice bath is different than a child getting raped.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You're basically saying, you literally just said that God is doing this to himself. When children get raped, when someone experiences suffering, that's God doing it to himself. Just like how when you jump in an ice bath, that's you doing it to yourself.
Okay.
So you using your
I guess we could say, let's give another example, like you have agency to do certain things, and then maybe your company has an agency to do certain things. And if you are doing something because your company is telling you to do it, there is agency, but it's not the agency is at different levels here. You can walk around, that's your own agency, but if your company is telling you to do something, the company has agency, but you don't exactly have the same type of agency. They're very different layers of agency, and they aren't really comparable. Yeah. I think that's kind of
agency
important.
to jump in an ice bath, it's the same as God using his own agency for a child to get raped, correct?
In the context that he's just doing it to himself, but do you see how you're purposely using that example to appeal to emotion?
I'm purposely
Why
using
can't
that
you use the
example to
example
show
of a
how
child?
ridiculous your claims are.
No.
You're so uncomfortable. Like, no, dude, like even you know this is ridiculous at this point.
No, because you could
If
easily
you
use
actually
the
believed
example.
in this, you'd be able to just easily answer yes. But like,
No,
you're trying
he
to
has.
ask
I'm
the question in
answering.
this weird
I'm answering the
roundabout way.
question, right? You just don't like my answer. See, that's the problem.
No,
I'm
true.
answering the question.
True.
See, if you would change the question to, is that the same as God putting someone in an ice bath, then yeah. But again, it's different levels of suffering. It's not the exact same. I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
It doesn't matter. The question is about agency.
There seems to be a bit of a difference morally.
Dope. Let's talk about it from the perspective of agency then. I just want to be clear, right? Because again, I just don't want people to get the wrong idea that that my preference, that this body-mind's preference is for children to get raped, because that's not true, right? But yeah, I'm just trying to be clear so that people understand.
Right, so then therefore child rape isn't bad because it's just someone acting their own agency.
Within the story,
it is
the
bad.
materialist paradigm, the story that the mind created, bad. But no, it is not bad from the all-knowing, all-powerful perspective. It is love because it gives us context.
Right, in the same way as somebody would say that it's not bad to, like, you watch movies, you've seen movies before, and I don't have to tell you what things happen in movies, but you've seen movies. And yeah, they're bad in the movies, but when you're the people who are acting it, that's not bad, right? The people watching the movie, it's not bad. It's not bad outside of the movie. So in the story, it is bad. In the story, the characters may have agency, but we can see from the higher perspective that actually these are actors who are playing out roles that have been written, and the morality is not there. It's very different layers.
Right? That's the idea. I don't know how more clear I can be.
Right,
I can't
so child
really.
rape is love.
Right.
Yes.
Again, like you're stuck on this
That's what he's
example
saying.
because you know that this will appeal to emotion because people don't like rape.
No,
right?
I'm using this example to demonstrate just how stupid this idea is. Dude, if you're going to
There we
claim
go.
that you using your own agency to jump in an ice bath is the same as God using his own agency for children to get raped, that idea just alone is ridiculous in and of itself. But I mean,
It's literally
you're claiming
it's
that
only
an
ridiculous.
all-powerful, all-knowing, infinitely intelligent being of infinite potential would have children get raped just for his own entertainment.
Again, I kind of want to move away from the children getting raped example because it is an appeal to emotion. Like,
No, it's not. It's an example. It's an example that you're uncomfortable with because it points out just how ridiculous your perspective is.
No. I'm only uncomfortable with it because other people find it really uncomfortable, and it makes them get the wrong idea because it clouds their judgment with emotions rather than looking at it objectively, right? All you have to say is
apparently
something
that's
at a
what God
similar
wants,
level of
Connor.
suffering.
That's just God
Like,
enacting his own agency.
Like, say someone breaking their leg or something like that, right? It's because
Connor,
people.
this is what God wants. God wants people to be confused and get the wrong idea. This is again
That's
God
true.
just
It's a good
acting
story.
out his own agency. So what's your issue with it?
It's a good story. No issue.
No, that's true. But my job right now is to help people understand. I understand that, but it's going to be hard for me to help people understand when they're blocked by this emotion, right? Because finding this God is actually, you have to get rid of all concepts and get rid of your emotions and focus on the present experience, right? Direct experience. And that's the issue, right? So yes, I'm saying that literally I can't be more clear than this. The worst suffering you could possibly imagine. This is the thing. We don't even have to name it, right? We can just say, hey, think of the worst suffering you could ever possibly imagine. That is love, because that gives context to the good. And again, God is the one doing the suffering. That's it. It's me. I'm doing all the suffering. I'm choosing my real me, my higher self is choosing to do every bit of the suffering. So how is that bad? You're only thinking that it's bad because you think that God is imposing suffering on other, but there is no other. God is imposing suffering on himself so he can experience it.
All right. Okay. So from your perspective, child rape, school shootings, mass murder.
He just said it. Everything.
Genocide, racism, slavery.
He just said it.
None of it's bad because it's someone just using their own agency to do something to themselves.
It's
correct?
God using his own
Correct.
agency, not someone.
Okay,
but,
cool.
Okay.
I think the only place we can really go to from here is provide evidence, please.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Have you heard of
skeptical as to whether or not
DMT?
You'll be able to do it, but
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, why don't
Okay.
you? Okay, so I think what you really just need to do is prove that essentially we're all part of one mind, and this mind has created this like dream state of reality. So
How would
if
you prove
could
that in a
provide evidence
dream?
For that, thanks.
For sure. So here's the thing. First of all, I believe you're asking for some sort of scientific evidence, which I can give a little bit, but we have to remember, right, that science can explain the content of reality, but not the context completely, right? So in a dream, you can do science in the dream all you want. You can do all the science. It might have different rules, different laws of physics. It might be the same. You can do science in a dream, but that doesn't tell you that you're in the dream. You see, you could wake up and be like,
Explain the rocks. They're just rocks. What do you mean? They're just rocks.
whoa, well, I just did all that science, but I sure didn't know what reality was, right?
Yep.
So this is the thing. You actually have to know this only through direct experience, right? Direct experience. That's it. Like you have to experience this shit.
Isn't that a huge issue though, Connor?
Yeah, it's a huge issue. This is why the world is suffering. If you actually want the world to become a better place, because it seems like you don't like suffering, I promise you this is the way to do it. This is the way, is to actually experience this.
Promise you.
Right? You need to first fix your internal world, and then the external world will start to manifest. When everyone experiences this, the world will be free of suffering, right? At the deepest level, when everyone experiences this at the deepest level. But I can give you some science that kind of points to the idea that we're living in a dream rather than, or that reality is subjective, right? A subjective reality instead of an objective reality. Okay, so the first thing
Good luck with
is the
that
electron
one.
slit experiment. Famous
no.
experiment, very famous experiment.
The double slit
Many
experiment?
scientists
No.
don't realize how profound that experiment really was.
No.
So are you familiar with it? I mean, it's pretty well known. They shoot
No.
electrons through a slit. They view the pattern that they have on the wall, right? So electrons through a slit, and they can act as like a wave. And depending on how they did it, like if they shot it, I don't know exactly. If they shot it like one at a time, right?
Oh,
it
no.
does a little
It's always one at a time.
pattern, right? Just two lines.
The
right?
point is that's
Then
always
if they
one at a
shoot
time.
A cloud, it kind of goes into like a wave pattern.
That was the worst explanation. It's always one at a time. You always shoot one at a time. If you're trying to figure out which slit it goes through, right, then you only see one. If you don't care which slit it goes through, you don't actually look for it and determine which slit it goes through both. And then it interferes with itself and you see a wave. What a poor explanation that he gave. Okay.
Not sure exactly, but the point is you can look it up, is that when they change.
I'm not sure exactly, but I'm offering this as evidence that the world is subjective. So look it up. My evidence, but you can look it up. My evidence, but look it up. It doesn't mean what he thinks it means. When it goes through the slits, you use something to figure out which slit it goes through. That is enough interaction to collapse the wave function and make it a single particle that goes through. If you don't do that, it just goes and it interacts with itself because the wave function has not collapsed. And that can happen sometimes when particles, are not interacting with the world. They're not in a particular place. They're in multiple places.
One variable, okay? One variable. That's it. They change whether there was a little sensor, right? You can think of it as a little watcher, like a little camera that was watching which slit the electrons went through, okay? When that camera was not there, again, I don't think it was necessarily a camera, but a sensor that allowed you to see which slit the electron went through. When that sensor was not there, okay, the electrons acted as a wave pattern, okay? So not just two little slits, but like two little slits and then like a bunch of little slits that look like this, right? Getting gradually less and less dense. So a wave pattern, right? Essentially like a little, like a probability plot type thing.
Sort of.
And then when they had the camera there, when they were observing it, they were observing the electrons went back to behaving like particles instead of a wave.
Okay.
Right? So they behaved like particles and they only showed the two little lines.
Yep.
The only variable was if something was watching it.
Yep.
Right? And that shows that in that experiment, there was no objective material reality. It was completely subjective.
That's not what that
right?
shows.
It was based on like subjectivity, that experiment was in a subjective reality, not an objective one. Because if it was an objective reality, those electrons would have behaved the exact same, whether you're monitoring them through a sensor or not.
That's absolutely not what that shows. Not even a little bit. I don't know why somebody would think that quantum mechanics is not objective reality. Quantum mechanics is certainly objective reality. So just because something is not acting relativistically or like a single particle with a particular position and a particular speed and so on and so forth, that doesn't make it not real. That doesn't make it less objective. That just means we're going to quantum effects now. So any observation means that happens. you always thought the machine watching was affecting just by being in the room. No, it has to be interacting with the electron. So you throw the electron, and there's an actual sensor that figures out if the electron passes by. But we have to recognize that the sensor is literally something bouncing off of the electron, right? Like the electron passes through, and you throw a photon at it, and the photon bounces off. So it interacts with it. And that's how you know where the electron is. You have to sense it in some way. And that is the thing that collapses the wave function. I don't think you actually use an electron microscope, I don't know, who cares? You don't use a photon, but you use something to interact with it, and that's what collapses the wave function, so it goes through. Yeah, so it's the sensor that's necessary, and it needs to be sensing it. If there's no sensor, then probability is all weird. The wave function is not collapsed, so it interacts with itself. Yeah. Though there are weirder experiments with retrocausal sort of things. Those are slightly more complicated, but they're usually not appealed to within these conversations. So I won't bring them up either.
Okay, Connor, do you think it's at all possible that the measuring equipment that they use to observe where the electrons were coming from, that interfered with the experiment in some way?
It does.
Well, it did, but it was the observation of it. I mean, this is a famous experiment. Obviously, they were absolutely stunned, repeated this so many times. This is an obvious question, right? Of course that they're going to think of that question, and the answer is no.
I can't remember the guy's name, but he was on fucking Joe Rogan Experience. He was talking about this. I wish I remember his name now, but no, so from my understanding, most physicists, they just recognize this as an issue with how the experiment was conducted. It's the measuring equipment that they used to observe where the electrons were coming from. It just interfered with the electrons.
So he's saying it's an issue. It's not an issue, but the collapsing of a wave function happens when something interacts with it. So in order to measure it, you have to be interacting with it. So that's he might be calling it an issue, but it's not an issue. You just can't determine where the electron is without interacting with it. And to interact with it means to collapse the wave function. So it's in a particular place, going at a particular speed, and it's going somewhere. But if you don't interact with it, then it's not in a particular place, not going at a particular speed. It's all just interacting with itself. So it seems like a wave. But yeah, sort of.
And what was the claim?
But it is because of the equipment. The tricky, I guess the part that we have to show Connor here is that it's not just observation. It's not like subjective observation that's necessary to change this and make it a quantum mechanical system or whatever. It doesn't matter if you're observing it. Like, it doesn't matter if there's a person, a conscious being observing it. It just matters if there's a sensor. That's the important part.
This proves that reality is subjective or something?
Yeah.
Not proves. The only one that'll be able to prove it is you to yourself, but it's evidence for it. Kind of points to that, right?
Okay, well, Connor, if reality is subjective, then wouldn't my own subjective experience disprove God? Because if I don't think God exists, then he can't exist, right?
I'm not saying that everything in your subjective experience is true with like an absolute T. Not absolute truth. No.
Okay, so there is like some things that are objective that can exist outside the mind.
The mind.
No. I mean, well, outside the mind, it depends upon what you mean by
outside
mind.
of your mind.
About the human mind,
independent of the mind.
If you're talking about the giant mind, like the God mind, the mind in which everything is created, the void, this is why it's tough. The wording is tough. Then no. But if you're talking about your human mind, yeah, there are things outside the human mind, but it's just a bigger mind, right? So here's the issue, right? The issue is that these scientists are so caught in the materialist paradigm, they will use any excuse they can to deny when something goes against it. It's literally like a scientist being caught in a red apple paradigm that's saying there are only red apples in the world, and I know this, and I'm basing my whole life off of it. This is what I identify with. Then he goes and sees a green apple tree. What's the obvious conclusion?
It's not enough.
Green apple trees exist too.
If you're a scientist, you would say, okay, well, now green apples exist.
Exactly. But what these scientists are doing, instead of saying that green apples exist, they're saying, someone must have painted every single one of those green apples red. This is what these scientists are doing with this electron split experiment. It's a much simpler and more rational explanation that reality is rendered. just like a video game, right? So everything is a probability pattern until you actually experience it. Then, boom, then it's reality, right? Just as a video game, you don't have to have the entire game. You only have to have visible on the screen what you're rendering. This is what this electron slit experiment is doing. It's a wave pattern, right? But then when you observe it, it becomes a particle, okay? So that's what it is. It's reality that's being rendered, right? Except there's no technology behind it. It's like the rendering of the mind. Nothing actually exists outside of your direct experience, okay? It's only when you experience it, then it exists.
Just give me 1 second to read something on this experiment.
Take your time.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he's
Again,
not
you
familiar.
might find some scientists that have some explanations, but if you really read through all the explanations, it's like they're trying to paint the red apples green. They're just so stubborn. They're stuck in their materialist paradigm. It's impossible for them to break out of it.
What do you guys think? Does quantum mechanics prove that the world is subjective, or is Connor Murphy a little bit overstretching here, misunderstanding? I think he's a little bit misunderstanding.
I'm just trying to read up on this just so I can give you a proper response.
Yeah. But I guess,
let me see.
I
It's all good, dude.
studied a little bit too much of modern physics in college,
And again,
maybe.
yeah, apparently, see, I don't know it as well as I thought. I should brush up on it a little more too. I just kind of know the results and the implications of it.
Yeah. No worries. Okay. Oh, Dead Space. These are professional streamers right here.
So from what I've read about this, no one comes to the conclusion that the electron split experiment actually proves that we're living in some sort of simulation, however you define it, like
Evidence,
computer
you said, not
simulation
proof.
or some like God's dream or something. It seems that just the act of observing has some sort of effect on quantum systems.
Is stacking rocks a
whether that's
thing?
because of the equipment being used or
Yes.
something is up in the air. But how do you get to the conclusion from that you create your own reality and everything's subjective?
Karening?
Karen.
Karen? A mound of stones erected as a memorial. Yeah. I'm definitely not doing that at the moment. I'm just putting rocks on top of each other, sort of vaguely, and letting them fall. I don't have like sand or anything that makes it actually possible to really do this. They're just kind of rocks I have. They're really nicely polished. They wouldn't stack very much without any sand. You just created the word. No, you didn't. Did you? Karen? It's a word. Karening. Quantum implications of photography.
I get to the conclusion that I create my own reality and everything is subjective because I'm experiencing it, right? I'm just noticing that some science is pointing to what I'm experiencing, right? So I don't look at this experiment and I'm like, ooh, that means I'm in a dream. No. I'm just seeing that, that science experiment is pointing to what I am already experiencing, that I already know. And of course, science isn't going to say, this points to a dream, although there are actually some that have, especially a lot of older scientists have actually realized this profound truth that everything's made of mind. But the issue is that, again, all these scientists are trying to paint the red apples green, right? They're not admitting that there
is a part of me still stuck in the materialist paradigm. I don't know exactly what that means, but I would consider myself to be a materialist. So maybe. Depends on what you mean by that.
just green apples, right? Because Science is really based right now. It's based in the materialist paradigm. That's the problem, is that we will be able to kind of go beyond that. But right now, it's just completely based in the materialist paradigm.
Okay,
And we can explain.
Connor, like here's the like biggest fundamental issue I have with this.
Okay.
You're saying science is essentially unreliable and we have to rely on things like intuition and our own subjective experience.
No.
The only way for you to come.
Ooh, this is a big problem where people say that necessarily any way of evaluating the world that is non-scientific must be intuition. And he's kind of just putting it as a catch-all to be very dismissive of all the different types of non-scientific ways of investigating the world. You have emotional understandings of things, you have aesthetic understandings of things, and you have this sort of experiential understanding of things, or perception, heightened precision in your perception. These are not intuition. They're very different fields of development, and they can be developed very well independently. It's not just all random intuition that's not able to be spoken about or consciously developed. You can do these things just as well as you can study science and learn how to develop that, and learn all the data that other people have collected with science. You can learn all the data that other people have collected with their emotional understandings and how to read emotions, and you get the picture. Aesthetics, art, and experiential stuff or spirituality. Different forms of investigation, not intuition. Not some sort of vaguely misunderstood or mysterious way of viewing the world. It's not mysterious. It's just not science. It's just not intellectual.
To this realization that you've come to is by experiencing it yourself. Well, what's more reliable? Something like the scientific method or your own subjective personal experience?
They don't contradict. They're different fields of things. Am I implying intuition can't be developed or is vague necessarily? No, I'm saying directly that the word intuition is used too broadly, right? So if somebody means something very specific with intuition, I'm fine with that. Like if somebody's talking about reading the emotions of somebody and they just call it intuition, well, I understand that they're talking about emotional understanding, right? I can intellectually understand that they're talking about emotional understanding, right? And if somebody's like playing music and they go and they start doing some improvisation and they say it's all intuition, well, I intellectually understand that they aren't just saying vague intuition. They mean they're doing artistic things. They've been practicing. They've learned how to improv. Yeah, this is very important. This is a very specific way. And if somebody is playing music and they say they're just using their intuition, and somebody reads the emotions of other people and they say they're just using their intuition, I can recognize they're using the words differently. So when somebody who isn't using the word, let's say somebody who's a dismissive intellectual type person, and they just say intuition, they mean that to be dismissive, and they're just kind of putting them all together and saying, nonsense. And so we need to be specific when we talk about non-scientific ways of investigating the world, or non-scientific ways of evaluating or verifying. I don't know, there are lots of different ways. So we just want to untangle that for people who aren't understanding exactly what is being meant. Science is also used broadly. Yep, it's also used too broadly, but we don't have to get too much into that. It is used broadly. Maybe he just assumes emotional aesthetics understanding under the umbrella of intuition, just how biology assume under the umbrella of natural science. Exactly. Yeah. So that'd be a big issue too, right? If somebody's saying science, do they mean biology? Do they mean physics? Do they mean psychology? It's an overly specific, it's an overly broad term, but most people don't get confused, right? So if I just start talking about looking at the stars and I say, well, this is science, no one's going to be like, well, show me the biology. Well, you understand that science means these different things, so we don't have to necessarily specify. But with intuition, it's not very well clear for most people that there are different fields of development. So they need to be stated, I think.
Because look, there are people who've claimed they've seen werewolves or Bigfoot or vampires or ghosts. You can go into basically any mental hospital in your country and you'll find people who think they're the US president, or they've lived on Mars, or like they've constructed these insane ideas.
Yeah.
Like like they've experienced it. If you ask them, they'll swear to you.
Yeah.
So
well,
personal experience doesn't really mean all that much, does it?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, if they experienced it, if they really did, right? It's real to them.
Yeah. My house is another mental hospital. Yeah, it's unfortunate because we haven't actually heard the implications. So personal experience is important for certain things, but it seems that Vegan Gains here, Richard, thinks that the implications of whatever it is that Connor is talking about are bad somehow. So personal experience is unreliable, or we should be using some other method of verification so that we stop bad things from happening. But this isn't that. I mean, this is something very different. And there shouldn't be anything bad coming from it. There shouldn't really be much of anything coming from it. It's kind of vacuous, really. So it shouldn't, and what I mean when I say that is that it doesn't have any implications in terms of the scientific world. You can keep your scientific paradigm. It's not like Connor's personal experiences are going to be debasing science. It's not going to dismiss science, and it's not going to be debasing or dismissing emotion or whatever. They're just separate fields of study.
Like, it's real. Like, that's the realest thing that we have is our direct experience. Now, if we're trying to explain this materialist paradigm, the illusion of this objective material reality, science is amazing, way better than subjective experience at explaining the contents of this, reality. But it can't explain the context. What this actually is. Again, you could do science in a dream, but you could still wake up and realize that it's a dream. Right?
Okay, wait. So within this dream we're living in, like, basically God's construction of the universe, you're saying science, the scientific method, is much more reliable than subjective experience?
To explain the content of the dream, yeah.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So it is more reliable than subjective experience to describe the content of the dream we're living in.
To describe the content, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be much more specific, I guess. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So when does subjective experience become more reliable?
Well, I mean, subjective experience that's all that you have, right? That's all that there is. And subjective experience allows you to figure out what the context of reality is, which is
okay, but that's the issue. It's subjective, so there's no way to actually know if you're actually experiencing.
Well, here's the thing.
Anything objective.
You'll find that the duality between subjectivity and objectivity vanishes because guess what you are? You are God. Only one being. You're the only being in the world. And so although you have this first-person experience, which you could classify as subjective, it's also literally the only experience. So it's also objective, right? And so your subjective experience is reality. It is objective.
So
right?
How is it that, okay, so if that's the case, then how is it that the scientific method is more reliable than something like subjective experience?
It gets more specific and explains the content better, right? So if I'm going to go and see like what an apple is made out of, I can't really do that through subjective experience, right? Now I can directly experience the apple, and that, that's the realest experience you can get. But to actually getting the knowledge, right, about the content of reality, right, at like the conceptual level. So subjective experience is the realest thing. It's actually experiencing everything. But science is what actually gives you the knowledge, the concepts about the content of reality. So it's two different things, right? And so when you're saying like what can explain it better, you're thinking with concepts. And the answer for that is science. Science can explain the concepts way better.
Okay. None of this makes any sense because there were models of the universe and Earth where people hundreds of years ago used to think the Earth was flat, where there was a firmament where basically we were living in like a snow globe, essentially. How was that not true? If that's what they actually believed.
What do you mean? Well, what do you mean? Sorry.
Well, you said you create your own reality.
Yeah, you do.
Correct? So, okay, so people who believed the Earth was flat, or there's a firmament, in the, like, around the sky, basically we're living in a snow globe, or there were some, like, Christians way back when who didn't know the solar system. They thought that Earth was at the center of our solar system and the sun revolved around it. So how is that not true?
so their subjective direct experience is always true, but you can get the knowledge about the story wrong. And I mean, what you're doing, you're showing how like science is unreliable. I mean, you're kind of arguing against yourself because you're this science guy, but you know that just because it's consensus like it was in the past doesn't mean it's like true, doesn't mean it's actually like real, right?
Well,
and
science evolves, yeah, but my point is you're saying you create your own reality. So if somebody were to create their own reality that the Earth is flat, then how would the Earth not be flat?
No. So the God mind is creating the reality, right? That this individualistic self has this false idea about the story that's going on, about the materialist paradigm, right? So God mind creates this story. The body mind is wrong in relation to the materialist paradigm, right?
Okay,
in relation to the story.
Okay, cool. So you're saying your own perception of things can be wrong.
My own perception of things can be it depends on which you're referring to. The body mind, your perception of things.
So
of course
you can
they're
have
wrong.
A false perception. So you
the
can
body
have a
mind
false perception that God exists.
No, because I am God. I'm experiencing God. Now, when I'm referring to
No. How can you determine that? You could have a false perception.
Two different levels: body mind, finite.
Yeah, your body.
Not
you just admitted that your body mind, you, Connor Murphy, you said you could have a false perception. So how is it that it's possible to have a false perception of the Earth being flat, but it's not possible to have a false perception that God exists?
Because you can experience the mind that does not have the false perceptions. You can experience the all-powerful, omniscient mind, right? That's possible. You have to go beyond this mind, okay? And then you experience that mind.
That's only your subjective perception.
You drop
I mean, and again, you could argue that, this is just the body mind having some hallucinogenic trip or something. Yeah, you can argue that, but that's just simply not the case. That's why it's an experiential thing.
What do you
right?
mean it's simply not the case? You're
just
saying that.
What do you mean?
You're just saying that. These are just words. So
yeah, exactly.
If you're going to admit that your body mind, you, Connor Murphy, can have a false perception, you could falsely perceive the Earth to be flat. You could also falsely perceive that a God exists.
Yeah, I suppose so. The body mind sure could. But what I'm telling you is that I've experienced something beyond the body mind. And again, this is a thing. Like, I should have prefaced
Where's the proof
before.
of this?
You can show yourself.
Again, the proof is from your direct experience. I mean, you're experiencing it right now.
Cool.
You just don't realize.
So our experience is unreliable. We've already established that.
No, I mean, see,
in certain contexts for certain things.
I can only point to this, right? And again, I'm actually not asking you to believe me, right? Because the problem is, if you believe me, it's just another religion. It's just another philosophy, right? This is the thing, is that you actually have to go and experience this. So,
not a dogma, not a philosophy, not an ideology, not a belief system.
So I'm actually asking everyone watching not to trust me. I'm actually asking everyone not to believe me, right? This is the problem, is that everyone is entangled in concepts and beliefs instead of direct experience, right? And so, yeah, I mean, there gets a point where I can't argue this anymore. I can't force this shit upon you. I can't make you experience this. It's impossible, right? You have to want it. You have to realize that you're suffering, that your life sucks, that you are mentally in a fucking hell.
Whoa.
Because you hate the world, dude. It's
Connor.
imperfect. There's suffering. You hate it. So if you want to end that suffering and have complete liberation, you go and you search for this truth and you find it. You seek and you shall find. And the truth will actually set you free.
Connor, you realize there have been many, many people throughout history who have seeked God or gods. There are people several thousands of years ago who claim to have spoken to Zeus or Hades.
I'm sure he accepts all of them.
After that, there are people who claim to have spoken to Jesus. Hundreds of years after that, there was a guy who claimed to have spoken
Jesus
to
is
Allah.
Buddha.
Like, these people have claimed to have met God or their gods. You're just another person making up another story. So why would you believe, like, you're telling people, okay, we should, seek this out. Like, dude, like, do you not recognize that your own personal subjective experience is unreliable? Millions and millions and millions of people who've come before you have sought out God and they claim to have found him. They swear that they've experienced it firsthand.
Many of them have.
And now you're saying all their experiences are just phooey. It's not true.
He never
I'm
said
the one
that.
who's actually experienced God now.
No.
This is real. How do I know this is real? Well,
No, he definitely didn't say that. He definitely didn't say that.
I experienced it.
Yeah, so there's not an on and off switch, right? It's not like some people fully experience it, some people don't. There's different levels, right? The Buddha is very enlightened, like very self-realized, right? That was a person. Jesus, right? That's all he was. That's all Jesus was a spiritual teacher like me who actually found the truth, right? He wasn't perfect, okay? We can get into that,
The
but
Jesus
didn't
in the
necessarily.
Bible was an absolute fucking wacko and an asshole.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure you think the same about
Maybe,
Connor.
again,
He's
he
not
wasn't
even
perfect.
a real historical figure. There's
You
no
don't think he
historical
existed?
evidence that person existed.
Interesting.
maybe not. It could be completely a metaphor. It could. I like to believe he existed because
I wouldn't say
mean,
it's a
the teachings are really
metaphor. I'd just say he's a composite character, and a lot of it was also just made up and added to over the years.
Maybe he could be, but I don't know. I think
He's
there's
not a real historical
some evidence that he
figure.
existed too. I mean, really, just all the eyewitness testimonies. That's a lot. Now, again, eyewitness
They're
testimonies.
not
can be a little
eyewitness
skewed.
testimonies. It's hearsay. There's
Well,
zero.
the hearsay
eyewitness
had to start
testimonies.
somewhere.
Well,
I mean,
okay. Well, have you ever played Broken Telephone or like?
Oh,
they
yeah,
call it different things in other places like
Absolutely.
Chinese whispers or
That's-
something.
well, that's what happened. That's the problem. Is that now all these teachings are grossly misinterpreted, and this is why we're suffering. Is because we're believing this like religion that's completely false, right? Jesus' teachings were actually pointing to something profound, actually pointing to exactly what I'm trying to point to. He just had less language to use back then, right? And so he had to speak in these little parables,
He
right? It was harder
a
for him to.
complete wacko. He was trying to convince people that basically the end of the world was coming, and you have to love him, and he's the only way to salvation. Like,
That's the
what
thing.
sort of
He,
teaching?
God, he
Again,
is God.
two different selves.
You're
There's the
God.
body mind, and then there's the God. When he's referring to himself that you can only go through him to be saved, he's not talking about Jesus, the body mind. He's talking about the mind, the all-powerful, omniscient God mind that
He
is
thinks
all
he's
that there
being
is,
more
right?
than Jesus.
So he speaks
True.
on two different levels because he's speaking to different people at different places where they're at. You see, because I might have these like contradictions because they're pointing to something. So it's depending on where your mind is at. I'm going to spit some stuff at you that might give you a little glimmer of the truth.
It's important to recognize, right? If you have like three people pointing at something, right, they converge at some point. But if you go past where they converge, then they seem to be pointing at different things. Yeah, you're going too far once you extrapolate beyond where they combine, where they meet, because there's an important part where they all converge and they all meet. And if you keep going, of course, you're going to get to some seeming contradictions. You're going to think they're pointing to different things. They're not. They're pointing at the same thing. All of the things that he's saying is consistent to a point, but we have to recognize that we don't need to go too far. We're not looking at the finger, blah, 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 blah. He's pointing to something specific. We see it. You get it. You get it.
Right? That you might kind of understand what I'm pointing to. But for another person, I might have to say it in a different way. It's
Exactly,
like the
yeah.
Buddha. If you ask the Buddha, is this world real? I think it's real, Buddha. Is this world real? He would say no.
Not real.
If you go up to him and say, is this world real? I don't think it's real. He's going to say, yes, it is real. He's trying to have you see the other side of the coin, okay? Because all these dualities collapse. You just have to go from one coin to the other, and it's a little tango, and then all of a sudden you realize, boom, non-duality, right?
Yep.
So Jesus had seemingly contradictions because he's pointing to something profound that he's speaking to people where they're at, right? And people are at different places on the spiritual progression, right? So if I had a conversation with someone different, I would speak about this in a slightly different way, if that makes sense. So it all depends. Like, for example, I mean, you're a pretty intelligent dude. If you weren't so intelligent, I would have to speak about this in an insanely different way.
Metaphorical
You know what I mean?
way,
Like talking to like a Christian or something. There are little nuances that you would change.
Like, Connor, would you admit that you lack evidence for any of your claims?
Yeah, I mean, like hardcore, like objective evidence that I could like hand you for sure. Yeah, really no evidence for my
So
claims.
you're basically relying on your own subjective experience to argue for these sorts of things.
Yeah, my own subjective experience is all there is,
Just
because
like-
that's all there
right,
is
just
one
like-
mind.
Just like, say, Christians or Jehovah's Witnesses or Sikhs or Jews or Hindus or Muslims or people who believed in Zeus or the ancient Egyptians who believed in Ra and, I don't know, like over 100 other gods. all these people have claimed to have seen these things and experienced these things themselves. What makes your subjective experience unique to everyone else?
Because everyone else's subjective experience is literally just a concept in my mind. This is the thing that you're not understanding, is that have you ever experienced anything outside of your experience?
I don't know if he's experienced anything inside of his own experience. No offense. Not to Richard, because I don't know anything about him, but, a lot of people just walking around not experiencing, right? They're non-player characters we all referred to earlier. The controller hasn't been picked up by the mind or whatever. A lot of us are just missing all of our experiences. We're not really experiencing our experiences. So we have to get beyond that first. We have to start experiencing our experiences. Then we can recognize what is being created within our experiences.
Right?
Maybe.
Like you're caught in this paradigm where you think that there are other people, like you're going to close your eyes, that other person still exists, and that person has some separate life, like some separate experience that's going on behind their eyes, right? All you have ever known is your direct experience. You know that you're seeing, smelling, touching, feeling, thinking, and that's it.
You're talking about solipsism here.
That is a way to describe it. Now, people have a very wrong idea about solipsism because it has a very negative connotation. When you're a
solipsistic nihilist, debunked just because of saying those words. Well, yes, he's a solipsistic nihilist, but it's a lot more than that.
Solipsism isn't a philosophy. It's actually what you're experiencing right now. You've never known anything other than solipsism. People think that it's some philosophy that you debate over. No.
I can't look into someone else's mind. I'd agree with that. But I mean, we can make inferences.
You can, but again, it's an assumption. Okay. There's this thing called Occam's razor. It's a philosophical thought, which essentially
Connor, you're making an assumption.
What?
You're making an assumption that your own personal subjective experience is correct.
No. I'm making an assumption that I'm not making an assumption that this is all that there is. This is all that there is for me. It's not an assumption. See, it's an assumption to think that there's some other experience going on. That's at least it's a much bigger, more radical assumption. Okay, it is
Connor,
less of an assumption.
You still have to assume that what you're seeing is true in some fashion, like you knowing what God is.
It's weird to really describe, but it's not. He thinks again that there's some content that Connor has experienced that he is appealing to, but it's not the content. It's really the mere fact of experience is what he's referring to. And that is the same for everybody, but in every system, everything. But kind of missing that bit.
Or you seeing the color red, or you being able to touch and feel things.
Yeah, it's not content.
You have to make some fundamental assumptions whether or not these things in front of you are real and like what their properties are.
See, my argument is that you don't have to make assumptions for the actual truth. Okay? This is what Christians do. They conceptualize stuff. They make assumptions. I'm saying that direct experience, that you are this. You don't have to conceptualize knowing that you exist, knowing that you have hands. Yes, you're looking at hands. You're kind of creating some concepts in the process, but take all away those concepts. You can still know that you have a hand. You can still know that you exist without conceptualizing it, right? And so you can know that you exist, and that's not making an assumption.
Wait a second. You're saying that by looking at my hands, I know for sure they exist?
You know that your hands are here,
okay,
but
so
exist may be broad.
If I were to go to a mental hospital, and one of the people who's locked in the padded cell there says, "There's that guy who won't stop talking to me. Can you get him to shut up?" Because he sees it right in front of him, that means it exists?
Yes, exists.
For him, right? And again, you're assuming that there's some other experience going on that's not yours. For that person, say that you as God are now experiencing that form.
Aren't you making the assumption that nothing exists outside of your mind?
How do you experience something outside of a mind?
Not the body mind, like the big mind, right? The big mind. And again, that duality kind of collapses. It really is all one mind.
Are you making the assumption that God mind exists?
It's by definition. So I guess we're kind of missing again how vacuous it is. Right? You can just name something here and say, well, this is my tea set, even though it's just a bunch of rocks, right? And it's just a towel over here, and we've got some tweezers or tongs or I don't know, tweezers maybe. We got some cups and we've got some like random rose quartz, you know, it's random stuff. But you can call them all one thing. You can say that's all one tea set. And you're just doing that with all of the entire universe. And plus more. It's beyond the universe, but you know, whatever. Everything. Everything. Really nice tree poster on Connor's wall. Oh yeah, there's a nice poster there. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of cute.
No, because I've
How
experienced
is that
it.
not an assumption?
Because I've experienced it.
Okay, so when someone experiences the U.S. presidency, when someone experiences a demon talking to them, that means it exists.
In some way.
Yes, I believe that is all that there is your experience. So it is all real. And again, it might be incorrect in the story, in the world of concepts. You know, you might have one concept that doesn't line up with another concept, right? But your experience is all that there is. Okay, there's a level beyond concept. This God mind, this experience of the God mind is beyond concepts. It's beyond assumptions. See, the assumptions are it's this idea of language.
Okay, Connor, you're contradicting yourself. You said
I'm not contradicting myself.
This is a contradiction. You just said that
frustrated.
I know the God mind exists because I experienced it.
Right.
Then when I go to the schizophrenia analogy, you say, okay, well, it exists for him. Okay, well, you just, like, we were just talking about this a little while ago about subjective versus objective. You said the God mind exists objectively. Well, your only basis to make this claim is your subjective experience, which is not objective. It's subjective.
Again,
so how can you say that the God mind exists? How can you say that this isn't an assumption you're making when you're relying on your own subjective experience, just like how a schizophrenic is relying on his own subjective experience to determine the demons that are talking to them are real?
Again, so I'm talking from the perspective of where I think you're at, right? So again, this duality collapses, okay?
Unfortunately, well, maybe. Yeah, subjective, objective nonsense. Hopefully, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like this is going to get anywhere, unfortunately. I don't think anybody's going to get anything from it. I think we're getting a little bit of I don't think we're getting anything from it, but, you know, yeah. Just trying to help people, huh? Just trying to help people. Hopefully it doesn't interrupt his own practice, Connors. You got a lot from it. Great stuff. Wow. Man. Connor is pretty cool. I agree. Yeah, I think vegan's cool too. Richard's pretty cool. Maybe a little bit toxic sometimes, but he's pretty cool. I don't know. Yeah. Debate is Connor crazy? Well, if you have to ask, well, if you have to ask.
So subjective and objective, it from where I'm at, they both don't even exist. It's just is.
Oh, wow.
It's just I am. It's just existence.
So this is difficult because I was just about to say this, but I didn't think he was going to do that. So we have people who are in the objective mind, and you want to say, well, actually everything's subjective. And then you get all the people in the subjective mind, and you want to say, actually it's all objective. And you want to get to whatever that interplay is. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of people who are, well, I guess I don't listen to a lot of people who are actually stuck in the subjective sort of mindset and get told objective. Maybe this was actually what, I think this is what Original Mind was saying that Sam Harris was doing to Rupert Spira, right? Rupert Spira thought is sort of the way that he's speaking seems to sound like it sounds kind of like consciousness only, and possibly Sam was giving a objective viewing of the world so that we get in between. Why is the gap between those two perspectives so hard to bridge? It seems to go back to a fundamental difference in perception and processing. Yep. Yeah. And there's just different lenses of seeing the world, and they are sort of opposing to each other. And, well, you get stuck in whichever one you're in, because if you're in it, then it's going to validate itself. It's pretty simple. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, because
Distractions,
again,
all
you're the only being
distractions.
that makes it objective. But you have this first person experience and you've created the illusion of other, which makes this subjective. Okay, it's both objective and subjective. Okay, now remember that schizophrenic person that's experiencing that, okay, from my perspective, all I know is I only know that as a concept. Okay, that's just a concept. Concept is not absolute truth, it's an appearance within truth. Okay, now again, God's a one-player game. If I started experiencing that form as God, not Connor Murphy, I'm saying if me, the true me, experienced that form, whatever would be going on is reality.
Yep.
Now, again, it's a different level. Concepts, okay, he might realize that his little demon that he saw isn't real in the world of form or in the world of concepts, but he experienced whatever he calls that demon. That's what makes it real. Direct experience is the only real thing, right? Now, again, you can use concepts to say if it's right or wrong in the world of concepts, but in the world of direct experience, it's real.
Okay, so anything you experience has to be real.
Again,
it's a different meaning of the word
your
real.
Definition of real, but I mean like reality with a capital R is direct experience.
Okay.
Yeah, like this is God. Like God is direct experience.
Yep. Just another duality here.
Okay, so you are saying, so are you still claiming that the God mind that's like created this reality, like that exists objectively, so independent of the mind, so whether we were here or not, it would still exist?
No, that's the thing. We are it, right? And again, it's not like I am it and you are it.
Okay, so right. Okay, I'll take that as a yes then.
So, what do you mean? So
we're not necessary.
I'll take that as you saying yes. It exists objectively, independent of the mind. Whether we were here or not, it would still exist.
But you are here,
independent of the small. Yeah. Yes. Independent of whether we, as the small self, as the humans existed. Yes, this mind would still exist. Yes. Because the mind. Think of all the different realities that there could be beyond the human level, right? I mean.
Right, okay, and you're only. Again, Connor, you're only. I wouldn't even call it evidence, but like really your only for lack of a better word, your only evidence for this is your own subjective experience.
Different method for investigation.
Yeah. And I me and millions of others,
so
you know what I mean?
How valuable is that? There are people who've had the subjective experience of meeting Ra or Anubis or any of these other gods in ancient Egypt. There are people who had the subjective experience of meeting Zeus. Name like the thousands of gods I'm sure that have existed all throughout history, and name all the weird demons and imaginary people that schizophrenics see. If you're going to claim that something exists independent of the mind, you have to prove that with actual evidence. You just claiming,
how
I saw it, it has to be real because I experienced it, it is just you coming up with the same nonsense that thousands of other people all throughout history have come up with, where they've seen God or demons or any magical mythical creatures.
Yeah, how do you get through this? If somebody says, I need scientific proof, even though this is something that is prior to science or, transcending science, including science, right? You can't use scientific proof to prove it, right? It's like asking to prove reality exists. Prove science with science. You can't do that, of course. Prove the math with math. Prove logic with logic. You can't do these sort of things. But I guess he doesn't see that. How do you share
those gods? Those are appearances within God, right? They're not actually the experience I'm talking about.
This is an assumption. This is just an assumption.
Well, no, because I know what it is, and
No, you're assuming you know what it is. Like you have to admit that at this point.
Nah, like I can't. Like I just know what it is.
You just know.
It's like you saying, "Are you assuming that you exist?" Richard, like, do you assume that you exist?
Yeah,
if you want to use that,
I am assuming.
Okay, if you assume that you exist, then yes, it's an assumption. But most people are pretty damn confident that they exist, right?
You have to make that, like, Connor, we make these assumptions just out of practicality, but yeah, I may not exist. It's a possibility.
But that's the thing. It's not a possibility because you're experiencing right now. You know you exist. There's no assumption about it. You freaking exist. That's the only thing that you actually know. That's actually the only thing that's not an assumption, is that you're existing right now.
Not necessarily. How would you know that anyway?
I'm saying for you from your perspective, right? And I'm just saying that you're right. I'm assuming that you're experiencing the same thing as me, but actually I'm not assuming that because you're simply an appearance in the dream, right? But from your perspective, yes, all you know is your
Not
experience.
existing sounds pretty dope. Sign me up.
I guess assuming that because all I know is my experience, and I'm assuming that we're both human and we're both kind of experiencing the same thing in the story, right?
Okay,
I don't think that made
so
sense,
you're talking
Richard.
about like I think therefore I am.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
but that doesn't actually. Okay. Wait.
A little better definition. It's more like I experience, therefore I am.
Sure,
It's really more
that's
I
fine.
am, therefore I am. I am aware, therefore I am. Think is kind of on the level of mind.
But Connor, you're like, again, this doesn't actually provide any evidence that God exists, or the concept that you've created that you define as God.
Yeah, man.
You have to admit that you are assuming this.
Well, also, I mean, for sure. Like again,
so you admit you're assuming it's true.
Well, I know it's true, but if you want to use the language that you assume that you exist, that's how sure I am, right? Is that I'm experiencing it right now. Now, again, this is the issue. This is why it's so hard. If it was easy, this is the epic story of the world. You see, everyone waking up. It's difficult. It's the most difficult thing ever to get people to realize.
Connor,
that this is a
you're
thing.
claiming that this God exists independent of the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Independent
so if it
of
exists
the small mind.
of the mind,
independent of the human mind.
We wouldn't need to rely on our own personal subjective experience.
What do you mean? No, because
it's beyond his own.
This is beyond form, right? You can't use science on the big mind, God, because God created science. Science is appearing within God. You can't use a smaller system to explain a higher system.
Yeah, so it gets a little tricky again where he's talking about experience, right? Experience as opposed to non-experience, right? So every time Connor is saying experience, Richard is hearing experience as opposed to non-experience. This is where the level that he thinks that we're working at. But then Connor's talking about experience, which is beyond experience and non-experience. It's both experience and non-experience. It's the interplay of experience and non-experience. It's different, something different. So it's not limited to his subjective mind, his personal, individual Connor Murphy mind. At least that's how it's talked about, I guess.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. So what you're saying is there's no way to actually provide any sort of tangible evidence, and you just have to assume it's real.
There's scientific evidence.
For the most part, I can go one more piece of evidence.
I think if you want to, but I think the debate's over here.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. I mean, we can end it. Quantum entanglement. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
And so basically, two sister particles interact from like light years apart instantly, right?
Yeah.
That kind of goes against Einstein's theory of relativity about the whole objective material universe.
Yeah, I'm not well read on quantum physics. I don't know if it goes against the theory of relativity or not.
Well,
it does.
I don't know if it's like proven to go against, but he called it spooky action. Like he didn't like it, right?
It does.
So, I mean,
it does go against relativity, and it is instant transfer of information over very long distances. It is pretty bizarre. I'm saying bizarre in terms of physics. You know, it's not relativistic mechanics, and they did have thought experiments to disprove quantum mechanics, and then they did it, and it actually disproved the conservation of information or energy and all these other things. It was very, very weird, instantaneous action, and you can have quantum computers doing very large information transfers over very, very long distances instantaneously. You can do this. It does break relativity because it's not relativistic, it's quantum. Though I'm not sure how this is relevant to the point of everything being subjective.
The only way that two particles infinite space apart that can interact simultaneously is if the world is a giant mind, right?
That's not true. Get out of here. Get out of here, Connor. The only way that can happen is if giant mind. No, the only way that can happen is if the ordering of our space-time is not objective. It's not necessary, right? You can have things that are at different points in time interact with each other, or you can have things that are in different spaces interact with each other, because 1 and 3 don't need to have 2 in the middle, essentially. Kind of important. Okay.
You can get into it more, and when you really get into it, one of the materials paradigm can't really explain why it happens, and one reason that they have.
Quantum mechanics does explain it very well. There aren't many satisfying interpretations of it, because most people have their intuitions. Now I'm saying intuitions. Most people sort of think naturally in the relativistic paradigm, but quantum mechanics is not relativistic. So when you have an explanation of quantum mechanics, it's not going to be relativistic, so it's not going to match up with your sort of intuition on the world. So it can be explained. It is explained very, very well. Yeah, vegan gains is definitely so done. Do you think Connor's at the later stage of ego development? Yeah, he seems to understand, and he seems to be speaking from, like, I can't remember what it was. Maybe a fifth person perspective, maybe fifth person. So I think we got to like fifth person perspective before it got weirder. So I think fifth person perspective is where you can start to understand different contexts, see yourself past, present, future, and then all the different contexts that you may have been in and how all of those things can change. It seems like he's definitely at that perspective, and that can go all the way up, that can infinitely explode, fifth person. Now you can get to even weirder contexts and all that stuff. So you can go into sixth and seventh and whatever. I don't remember what the jump was to get to unitive perspective. I don't know if he's gotten to that unitive sort of thing yet. The thing is, Connor seems to not get how vegans can't see what he does. Yeah, well, maybe. I think he sees it, because he seems to, like, when he's saying an argument, he seems to say it, and then he understands that vegan gains doesn't get it. And he's kind of frustrated because he doesn't know how to communicate with them, but I think he gets that he can't. Maybe I'm being a little too charitable, but it seems like he's understanding that there's a disconnect, and he's understanding where and how, but he doesn't know how to like rectify the disconnect. So I think he can see from vegan gains perspective, but I don't know if he can know what to say about it. But I still think he's probably in that higher level perspective most of the time. I don't know about most of the time, but a lot of the time, I don't know. I'm thinking that he's in these higher level, later level ego development stages. It seems like it, at least just from the way that he speaks, especially from like the wild, like how vivid and like sort of off the wall and kind of unhinged his speech is. But then it also seems to be very controlled. So he's going unhinged, but then when Richard speaks, he'll stop and he'll remember everywhere that he was in the conversation, all this stuff. I think he's pretty well advanced in that sense. It seems like it, at least to me. Again, I'm a novice. I don't know a lot about the ego development. I feel like I probably should be reading that paper again to get a refresher. But yeah, maybe.
If you look into it, is super determinism,
Connor or Richard,
right?
yeah.
The whole non-free will thing. But yeah, essentially 2 points.
Which one do you like, Connor or Richard? Who do you like? Who do you think is going to win the debate?
Interacting from any place in existence. I mean, that's pretty much. I mean, that's like a giant mind.
Giant
right?
mind.
It can't really be anything else.
All right, this is silly though. Right? He doesn't. Unfortunately, all right, he's at the high levels of ego development, but he missed a couple classes in modern physics. This is a terrible, awful explanation. Just because there's some quantum weirdness doesn't mean that everything's in the giant mind.
So that's kind of that. But
I don't understand how that.
It's a big jump that makes no
follows
sense. Yeah.
That the universe would have to be a mind for quantum entanglement to exist.
Logics and
for
facts.
Everything that you know
True.
about physics, how can one particle interact with a particle light years away instantaneously? Right?
Okay,
What's the
Connor, it's funny you're using a God of the gaps argument.
What's that?
He's not using God of the gaps because God includes the everything. God is more than the gaps; it includes all of it. But it's like Rich is kind of just skipping a little bit, missing. Definitely not God of the gaps. God is not a big mystery. God is also everything, right? So he's definitely not making God of the gaps.
It's basically when you can't explain something scientifically, it has to be God.
Well, yeah, because God is what created science. Like science is created within God. The problem is that like this is definitely a
Connor,
radical.
Because he admitted it. He says
you're
God of the
putting,
gaps.
like,
Right? He just took it. All right. Yeah, it is God of the gaps. Interesting.
pouring baking soda and vinegar together and it creating this reaction. Like you could say, oh, it's God.
Well, that's the thing is that
Like-
you're assuming that science is this end all be all, right? That's
Why I don't understand why people get this idea that just because it's explainable, it's less magical or less God or whatever language you want to use around it. It doesn't need to lose any of its. I mean, just because you can explain it scientifically doesn't mean that it loses anything. But okay.
science can know everything, but that's an assumption, right?
Oh.
That's the falsity.
Scientism.
Right? Is that science can somehow explain
I think
everything.
that's a mischaracterization. I think no, I think science can, to the best of our ability, explain everything we see, we experience, everything in the universe. It can tell us how. Might not be able to, give us some sort of philosophical answers like why. But no, I think like science and the scientific method, it's the most reliable method of getting information that we have. And I think that's a much better method than your method of I assume it's true, so therefore it is true.
So I agree with you that science is the best way at getting information. Science is the best way at getting knowledge from the contents of this reality. But it is not the best at knowing what this actually is, right? Because again, you could do science in the dream, but it doesn't tell you that you're in the dream. Direct experience is the best way to know what all of this is and actually be liberated, actually be enlightened, actually be free of suffering, right? So two different tools for two completely different things.
True.
Okay, so I think this is a good place to like end it. And
Okay,
wrap things
wow.
up. So I would just say I
Amicable, I
found some
guess.
contradictory beliefs with your statements. I think some of it is kind of resolved with you saying that
I can't tell if the comments are memes here, but we get a lot of people who are saying Connor won, which is pretty interesting. Though there were some people who said that one person said something that was a little bit not okay. Richard's ego doesn't like thinking about these things. It scares him. So like it seems like there may be some people who were who like sort of liked Connor and sort of resonated with it. Connor won by a lot. Checkmate, Connor wins. But I can't tell if they're jokes or not. I can't quite tell. But then we have like people like saying this. Richard's ego doesn't like thinking these things because it scares him, and we can probably say that this person likes non-duality and stuff. But I don't know if he was necessarily convinced by Connor's arguments. He just likes non-duality, maybe. When you start using language about, I don't know, there's something about, I'm personally triggered when I hear people talk about ego, I think. There's something, it's kind of a low blow, and it's pretty much an insult in a very small community of people. I don't know about that one. But it seems like we're getting a lot of people who actually think that Connor is doing well. It's very interesting. Love the debate. Connor wins this one. Wow. Vegan stuck on the term. Wow. Connor wins. Wow. I agree with everything apart. Oh, interesting. Wow. Surprising to me. Very surprising.
God is everything, so therefore if suffering occurs, it's just happening to himself. I don't know, that belief is a little gross to me.
Gross.
Having to say that, it's okay if children get raped because it's just God.
It's not emotionally okay. It's not an emotional statement.
Using his own agency.
He's missing.
That belief is a little gross to me, but it's kind of irrelevant to the conversation. But, fundamentally, I mean, you literally ended up arguing that my only argument for the existence of God is my own personal subjective experience. And if you're going to claim that God exists objectively. It's independent of the mind. Whether we're here or not, God still exists. But your only argument for his existence is your own subjective experience. Well, there's no reason for me or anyone else to believe in that. If you're going to claim that something objectively exists, then you should come up with some sort of objective evidence and not just say it exists because I say so.
I guess so. I mean, if you want to be free from suffering, I think that's a big enough reason for people to kind of hop on board and at least believe this is possible. And again, I'm not telling.
Yep, perfect. Well, maybe not perfect, but this is not like meant to be debated. I mean, I guess you can debate it, maybe. Probably don't debate it, but offer it as an option so people understand that they can work with these different practices to see different things, and they'll naturally incline towards it, I suppose. Sometimes, maybe.
I'm telling you to believe me. I'm telling you to experience this for yourself. See, evidence is cool and everything, but the thing is like Jesus didn't have any evidence of God, right? But he made a pretty big freaking impact. So it's really not about me, giving evidence to these people that need evidence. It's giving some spurts of truth to people that are ready for it, to people that actually want to experience it and become liberated, right? So yeah, I agree. I'm sure you're used to debates where people bring up like scientific evidence. This is one of those things where it doesn't really exist, right? But that doesn't mean that the truth that I'm saying doesn't exist, because things can exist outside of scientific evidence. Although, in society, we place so much emphasis and value on scientific evidence, that doesn't mean it's the most valuable thing. That'd be my argument.
Wow.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for coming on. If you want to do any more debates like this, I'd be down. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome, dude. I really appreciate it. Like, dude, I've been a big fan for a while, man. It's cool to get on here and debate with you.
Have you actually gone vegan? A lot of people have been telling me that.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. That's actually part of the whole like spiritual thing. You kind of realize not only for your own health, but out of compassion for animals and stuff, you end up just going vegan, man. So I've been since earlier this year. And yeah, you can't go back. That's the way the world is heading for sure. So
okay, dope, dude.
yeah, man. Yeah.
Hell now he's convinced.
Yeah, it was good to be on here.
Wow, now you're vegan. Okay, well.
I picked you because you're.
This is a wholesome ending. Okay, they're getting together.
A very rational, logical, like smart dude, man. So I enjoyed debating with you.
Awesome.
All right, thanks, man. All right, well, take care, dude.
All right, sounds good, dude.
Okay,
that was fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, it ended well, I think.
Now I'll just answer some questions that any of you may have.
I'm curious. Okay, there's like 8 minutes left, so I guess we can watch the ending to see what he has to say post-debate.
Basically, some of the issues that I had, like some of the contradictions that I thought with him saying like God is all-knowing, all-powerful,
and all-loving.
All-loving. Some of that was dealt with by him saying God is basically enacting his agency on himself. So whenever suffering happens, it's like when Connor jumps into an ice bath willingly. So some of that is resolved with that explanation, but ultimately the fundamental issue is he's claiming that God exists objectively. It's something that exists independent of the mind, and if he's going to claim that, he can't use...
He debated Connor Murphy. Connor Murphy, wow. Bodybuilder, pickup artist, and spiritual guru, apparently. Tantric master. Connor Murphy. Wow.
Subjective experience to prove something that, is supposedly objective. Why is there some sort of special excuse given for the existence of God, like, oh, well, I experienced it, therefore it exists, when you wouldn't use that sort of standard of evidence for anything else?
You'd use it for lots of things. The topic was God. It was kind of a... I guess it wasn't quite a dumpster fire, but it was closer to that than... Well, I don't know. It kind of got off the rails for an hour or so. It was pretty... But it was okay. It was okay. The existence of... essentially the freedom of suffering by learning how to drop your identity, what you think you're identifying as currently, and expand beyond your experiences and feel the love of the entire universe. Something like that. It was pretty good.
I'm going to go punch an old lady and she has to thank me for the experience because now she can feel grateful she isn't punched every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean... That was one of the problems. Like, it just doesn't make any real sense.
Learning Islam from
You
Memorial.
could experience something bad
Maybe.
once and then be grateful for, having pleasure. Like, the idea that you need to even experience suffering to begin with to be able to experience pleasure, I have issue with that. But yeah, this idea that we need just millions of years of suffering and death to be able to what?
There's double audio for donation.
Oh yeah, the idea that we need millions of years of suffering to be able to appreciate anything good, it's kind of crazy. But thanks for the donation, Fatbird.
I conclude that Connor has schizophrenia.
Jesus.
I don't think he's schizophrenic.
We don't need to
I
pathologize.
don't know, man. I don't even know if you could technically describe him as mentally ill. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty certain he doesn't have schizophrenia. He might have other issues, I don't know, but yeah, what he said just doesn't make sense. It's not like his beliefs are any more crazy than people who believe in Christianity or Islam or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Thanks for the donation, Don Star.
What are my views on God? I am an atheist. So I'm an atheist.
Sean
yes.
Forrest donated $2. My two favorite YouTubers that have made a positive impact on my
Aw.
past life. Never would have thought this debate would have happened in the future. I appreciate it, man. Well, no,
Also-
no problem, Sean. Appreciate it. I like Connor. He's a nice guy. So, Anonymous donated $2. The problem with spirituality is that what people know as the third eye can peer into the other layers of reality, but our human mind misconstrues the experience. That sounds like pure gobbledygook, but like again, how would you know this?
Jesus.
I think the human brain is capable of experiencing a lot of things. I think a lot of these psychedelic experiences are maybe you anthropomorphizing some of the feelings you've had, dealing with some of these experiences you've had before, or just different feelings of emotions, and it just creating some sort of visual representation of that. Like, why do you think you have an ability to actually look into some other dimension or layer of reality? There's no evidence for this. Again, it's just an assumption. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Watch Cosmic Skeptic versus Muhammad Hijab. I've seen that. It's great. Have I done DMT? No. Is science not just shared consensus among humans?
Any pretty
No.
vegan Asian girls in the chat, please. I've lowered my standards enough. I am God and deserve a big booty cuddle buddy.
Well, apparently, dude, if you just believe hard enough, it'll basically be true. So because you make it a
Nothing to
reality.
believe.
So if you just believe it's happening,
It's not belief.
it'll probably happen. I think that's how it works. Hopefully, that's how it works with a lottery. Just got a ticket, and I really believe I'm going to win this time. So if I'm God, that'll prove it. Okay. Look, if I win the lottery in the next 2 days, I think is the draw. I'll concede that Connor Murphy was right. All right. I'll literally make a video saying, okay, he's right. But thanks for the donation, Wally. Appreciate it. Or Olu Walu.
Alu walu.
You really can't know the extra dimensional experience until you've experienced it. It's very real, but it's not measurable. I think Connor was doing a bad job of explaining it. I've done my fair share of mushrooms, dude, and I've had trips where I talked to interdimensional beings. I traveled to different dimensions.
Wow.
I inhabited other creatures like bodies and stuff and consciousness. That doesn't mean it actually happened. Well, if you believe you want it happened to you, okay, well, I guess I won then. Will you game stream later? No, I think I'm just going to spend time with Jasmine.
Oh, cute.
Anonymous donated $2. When you debated Vosh, did he actually justify child pornography, or was it taken out of context? No, he said you can literally watch the clip. He meant what he said. It's not just taken out of context. He basically said it's fine to buy CP off the dark web
Jesus.
and pay people to abuse children because
Jesus. All right, this is why we don't watch Vosh or Destiny or any of these bait guys on stream. My goodness. Gets real awkward sometimes. Okay, well, there you go. Vegan Gains. God, Connor, Murphy. A little shout out to Destiny and Valsh. Let's hear from Frank. You heard a really weird debate with Eric Hovind, basically saying we can't know if we really exist, then God is real. Yeah. Wow. How do we not know that we exist, yet God is real? I mean, well, sure. Homeschooling. Interesting. Okay. Frank Yang.
So here's a little lesson about mental illness, because I always hear people use.
Why does he have an accent? He has an accent? Why does he have an accent? What is this? He doesn't have an accent. He has an accent.
Different mental illnesses to sort of describe me, and most of the time people have no idea that they interuse those phrases like they're the same. They're not.
It's
the
the
difference between.
Is it the glasses? Maybe it's the glasses. I think it's the glasses. Maybe the hat. He's got a hat. He looks a little bit more beefy than normal. But he has an accent. Since when did he have an accent? This is an older video, of course. This is how many years ago? I'm gonna check. 2013. Okay, so this is a long time ago. This is like, I don't know, 8 years ago or something. He had an accent back then. How about that?
A psychopath and someone who is psychosis, someone who is having a psychosis episode, and neurosis, someone who is neurotic. I want to sort of describe how they're each different mental traits.
Okay.
Well, they can overlap, but in general, they're under different categories. Mental illnesses.
Quote unquote.
First of all,
but he still has the same he still has the same sort of vocal tics. This is pretty interesting.
someone who is a sociopath, which a lot of people are like, Frank, you're a sociopath. And people always call this guy and that guy, and they're a little crazy. They call them sociopaths.
Lots of
But
pathology.
sociopaths are actually people who have no empathy. They're serial killers mostly, right? People who can't put their minds in other people's minds or feel what other people feel. They lack empathy, right? So
Oh, dude, look at this painting in the back. It's Picasso. The three musicians. I really like that painting. Let's look it up. It's pretty cool. I'm a big fan.
they're sort of closer to people who are in a way autistic, right? They can feel, right? When other people get hurt, they don't.
Not
they
all
don't give a shit.
sociopaths.
No feeling at all. To feel hurt when other people feel hurt, which is what normal people's brains are wired. Okay, that's sociopath, and I'm not a sociopath because I care about people. I guess you can call me a sociopath in the sense that I like to make videos that sort of, penetrate people's minds without really giving a crap what else goes on in there after I get inside your head. In that sense, yeah, I'm an artistic sociopath, but I'm not a sociopath, clinically. I'm not gonna, if someone gets hurt, I'm not just gonna laugh or walk away. Okay.
It might be important to recognize, maybe we should all know this. We shouldn't all know it, I guess, but 1 in 20 people have ASPD, antisocial personality disorder. So there's 4% of the population of I think it's of America or maybe the West or maybe the world. I don't know. A lot of people. 1 in 20 people are either sociopaths or psychopaths or other antisocial personality disorders. That doesn't mean that 4% of the people are murderers or mass serial killers or anything like that. Just because some people are sociopaths or have antisocial personality disorder does not make them more evil or mean or anything like that. In fact, even lacking empathy kind of reads as something bad, but you can very easily learn how to read emotions. Anyway, just standing up for the sociopaths out there and other antisocial people, or people, I guess, who are experiencing antisocial personality disorder, whatever. They're not all bad. Okay.
So psychosis, okay, the second one. Someone who is psychotic, okay, someone who undergoes psychosis is someone who loses touch with reality, someone who suffers from mental illnesses that causes hallucinations delusions or schizophrenias, right?
Something different about his posture too. I don't know. He's just being in a chair. I guess we never see him in a chair, right? So we never see him leaning back in a chair. We always see him sitting on the floor.
Or
materialistic spiritual path.
You get really depressed or really, really manic, you sort of lose touch with reality.
Bipolar,
You live in
depressed,
your own
manic
world.
depressive.
And I guess I'm a little bit like that. I think out of those three, I'm the closest to being psychotic.
I call it
in the
unconditional
sense
love,
that
but really
I'm always
that's
in my
not
own
even
head,
it.
True.
and you know, when I'm
True.
manic, when
Welcome.
I'm making a video,
Welcome.
you know, like I sort of lose touch with what's going on out there in the world. You know,
Losing touch with
a lot
reality,
of
I
artists
know.
and writers are a little psychotic. Okay, that's why a lot of artists, their creativity are actually fueled by their ability.
This is a beautiful painting to represent. I don't know what level of whatever he's at the point at the time of recording this, but like, I mean, you can see the beautiful Picasso back in the back, and you can see the actual painting here, blown up here. We've got 3 musicians. Where does one begin? Where does the other end? Where are they? You can see we've got like literal sheet music being represented here. This is super interesting to see how blended everything is. And when you get into these weirder perspectives, and when you can start to see the world more clearly, the boundaries get a little bit more arbitrary, and you can start to embody that, like a true artist. Though I don't know if that makes you any psychopathic or any sociopathic or whatever. It just makes you see the world more clearly. Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I like to stream, and yeah, got a bunch of YouTube videos, lots of weird stuff sometimes. Hey, welcome.
Fantasize and detach themselves from reality, and if you there's always you gotta find the balance. If you're too extreme, then you become schizophrenic, and if you're schizophrenic, you completely lost touch with reality, where reality and fantasy becomes one and the same, that you can't really create. Because creativity or creating artwork is about bringing what's in the mind out into the world, right? If you can't distinguish between the two, then there's nothing to create, there's nothing to bring out. Everything is fantasy for you.
I call it unconditional love, but really
you know
that's
what I'm
not
saying?
even it.
If there's no line you can cross, right? Let's see. And third mental condition that I want to discuss is neurosis.
Neurosis.
Elliot likes to say he's neurotic, which I believe he might be, right?
Look at
Someone
that,
with
I'm always
neurosis
torn.
is pretty
No, it's
kind
not.
of opposite in a sense.
Why,
from
guys?
someone who's
Why?
psychotic. Someone who's neurotic is completely he's too attached to reality. He's always worrying about what other people think of them. He's always anxious about what's going to happen.
I never thought of it in that way. A neurotic person is too attached to reality. Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. Too attached to reality, not attached to reality enough. And then, of course, hopefully we're getting into something a little bit different. We don't need this and that. We need to get something different. What do we get?
Someone who is OCD is pretty much a classic case of someone who is neurotic. He's always checking the door to see if that it's locked. He's always washing his hands. So in a way, he's obsessed with reality. He's obsessed with the way that how things should be.
Yeah.
Right. So that's neurosis. He's always trying to control things. Right.
Interesting.
So, anyways, that's the difference. Like I can get into more of this stuff, but like a lot of times people don't know the difference between different mental illnesses. It kind of bothers me because each mental illness should.
And nihilists have an aversion to reality.
Confused, right? You don't want to confuse Jane with Jenny. You don't want to confuse Elliot Halls with Kelly Muscles, right?
Okay. All right, we can. Okay. Wow. Thank you, Frank Yang. Wow, Frank Yang. Everybody, we all love Frank Yang, of course. Wow, Frank Yang. What a guy. Huh? What a guy. Wow. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's got a page of a bunch of his art. Oh, it's so good, but there's a bunch of nudes here, so I wish I could share. Oh, okay, guys, it's my time. All right, we've had a fun, lovely stream today. However, the time has come for us to end. Whoa, wow. I'll be back on Monday. No, I'll be back on Friday. Oh my gosh, Friday, guys, Friday. Whoa. Until then, I hope that you guys are taking good care of yourselves. Remember, you are you. So, treat yourself like yourself. Might be a good idea to treat yourself like yourself, You can't really treat the world like you if you're not treating you like you. Big first step. So eat well, sleep well, and be nice to everybody, please. I'll see ya on Friday. I'm here on 9 Eastern. Spiritual, I'll be here at 9 Eastern on Friday. So, hey man, if you want to join us. We'll see you then.